Welcome to Lao Zhang audiobook. Now we are broadcasting the Chinese romance novel Where is the Promised Secret Marriage? Chapter 1. In the parking lot of the hospital, Yukin got into her red Audi A3 and just fastened her seatbelt when a black Cayenne drove past. The man in the driver's seat had a handsome profile. She was going to marry him tomorrow. It was unexpected, but she was happy in her heart. After thinking for a while, she took out her cell phone and called her agent. Sister Yang, I haven't had any notices in the past few days, right? Yes, no, but don't worry, I called producer Zhang again yesterday. 然后 maybe it will work this time, that reality show. Yukin asked. Yes, Star Challenge, the show that will make you famous if you are on it. Didn't you say there were no vacancies last time? Gao Shaoyun smiled and kept it a secret. Someone has been removed. Guess who it is? Yukin was not in the mood to play the guessing game now. 那个 Whether this thing succeeds or not, will I have nothing to do these days? Yes, Gao Shaoyun was very melancholy. She was afraid that Yukin would be disappointed, so she said, but I can take you out to do some street photography and some news. No, it's good that there is no work. I just need a vacation. What are you going to do? Get married. You. Say it again. Gao Shaoyun put the phone receiver close to the ear hole. Get married, Sister Yang, you know my life plan. Yukin felt a little guilty. This was indeed very sudden. No, who are you getting married to? Gao Shaoyun thought this was simply a fantasy. Well, Yukin dragged the tail tone. She was thinking of a suitable word. It's considered an acquaintance. Nonsense. How can we not be familiar with each other when we are getting married? I asked you the name of that person and what he does. Gao Shaoyun rolled her eyes. You don't know him. In fact, Yukin didn't know much about her future husband. Are there any acquaintances of yours that I don't know? Yukin agreed with this. He's someone I knew when I was a kid, and we met again not long ago. We're childhood sweethearts. I guess so. Yukin looked embarrassed. She didn't tell Gao Shaoyun about this in person because she was afraid that she would see through it and then ask her questions and give her a lecture. Isn't your childhood sweetheart very poor? Gao Shaoyun's tone turned cold. You didn't marry yourself casually just to avoid Yan Master Yang. Of course not. Yukin denied, adding, besides, he doesn't seem to be poor. Seems. For example, he drives a Cayenne. High-end or low-end? I don't know. Well, even if it's low-end, it's worth two of your Audi A3s. Gao Shaoyun was helpless. Have you decided? This is not a trivial matter. Don't get married just for the sake of getting married. Even if you get married for the sake of getting married, you have to find a good one. I have decided. He is the type I like. How about you let me meet him before we get married? Apart from anything else, I have been in this circle for more than 10 years, and I have a good eye for men. You are so stupid, I'm afraid you will be deceived. No, I heard him say he has to work overtime tonight. Then tomorrow. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register tomorrow morning. Yukin's voice became smaller and smaller. She felt guilty. The other end of the phone fell into silence. After a while, Gao Shaoyun asked in a deep voice, Where are you now? It was really hard to express herself on the phone. Cancer hospital. Yukin was afraid that she would think too much, so she quickly explained, I'm here to see a patient and I'm about to leave. Okay, I'll come to see you later. That night, Gao Shaoyun chatted with Yukin all night. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Yukin arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau on time. She had said I do yesterday, so she had to be responsible for her words. Besides, Gu Jinbei was actually quite good. He was so handsome and had a good figure. He was also a good student and had a high IQ. The children she would have with him in the future would definitely be cute. Most importantly, she still remembered what he said to her when she was a child, a sentence that had a great impact on her. She also remembered what he looked like at that time, especially tall and handsome. She was looking forward to the upcoming marriage life. For this important day, Yukin got up early and dressed up, wearing a white V-neck long dress. The neckline was neither high nor low, neither conservative nor too revealing, and only a ravine could be vaguely seen. The waist-hugging design outlined her slender waist and made her breasts fuller. Gao Shaoyun had always taught her to take advantage of her good conditions. No man doesn't like women with big breasts and thin waists. She and Gu Jinbei were not married for love, and he was not a passionate person, so she had to take the initiative. He was ice, and she was fire. As soon as she walked into the certificate application hall, she saw Gu Jinbei sitting in the waiting area. He was wearing a fitted black suit, his hair was not long and did not need to be taken care of, and his handsome face with no dead angles was very pleasing to the eye. She was very happy to see such a person every day in the future. "Good morning, Mr. Gu," 然后 Yukin greeted him as she walked over. Gu Jinbei stood up, his face still cool and without a smile. Yukin still remembered his smile, which was super handsome. It was a pity that she had only seen him once, but she had not seen him a few times in total, which was normal. He glanced at his watch. "You are very punctual." Yukin smiled with pursed lips and said guiltily, "Not bad." The subsequent registration went smoothly, and half an hour later, the red book was obtained. Yukin read every word on the marriage certificate, with a smile on her face. She looked up and said to him, "We are husband and wife now." Yeah, Gu Jinbei looked away, not looking at her face. Her smile was a little dazzling. "Tonight. Whose red Audi is outside?" Yukin's words were interrupted by the uniformed security guard. Her smile froze for a moment and she said, "It's mine." "You are taking up 2 parking spaces." "I'll leave right away." Yukin smiled at Gu Jinbei embarrassedly and followed the security guard out. She was in a hurry just now and saw that there were still many parking spaces, so she came in with a fluke mentality without parking properly. She had had her driver's license for 2 years and drove quite steadily, but her reverse parking skills were always poor. Gu Jinbei followed her out and saw at a glance that the red Audi that the security guard mentioned occupied 2 parking spaces. As expected, it occupied both parking spaces in a domineering manner, one at the front and one at the back. A car was waiting for a parking space and complained to Yukin. Yukin's attitude was quite good. After apologizing to the person, she said she would leave right away. 然后, because her car was parked diagonally, the front and rear of the car were close to the car next to it, and it required certain skills to drive out safely. Obviously, Yukin did not have such skills. After the car started and moved a little, she startled the security guard and shouted stop. Fortunately, she braked quickly and did not hit other people's cars. She drove forward a little and almost hit another car, which was Gu Jinbei's. After a while, the people waiting for the parking space and the security guard asked her if she could do it. "Yukin, I'll try again." "Security guard, you have to be careful, that car over there is a KN and the repair fee is not cheap." "Oh, I know." Yukin held the steering wheel and carefully looked at the distance between the cars. Gu Jinbei looked at all this and was speechless. He walked over and said to Yukin, "Turn off the engine first." Yukin looked at Gu Jinbei with a grateful smile on her face. "Will you help me drive out?" "Gu Jinbei, you think too much." Yukin's expression immediately turned into disappointment, and she said with her head down, "Oh." Gu Jinbei turned a blind eye, opened the car door, started the car, turned the steering wheel, and drove out in a flash. He parked the car and 然后 said to Yukin, "See you at the hospital later." After that, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The space next to him was vacant, and Yu Qing drove out quickly. After Yu Qing and Gu Jinbei drove away, the driver waiting for the parking space asked the security guard, Are those two here to get a divorce? The security guard shook his head. They are here to get a marriage certificate. I said that this handsome man and beautiful woman are a perfect match, but why don't they seem to have a good relationship? More than half an hour later, Yu Qing arrived at the tumor hospital of a city medical university, found a parking space and parked the car. After getting out of the car, she looked around blankly to figure out the direction. Although she had been here 5 or 6 times, this place is too big, with many buildings, and each building is almost the same, and the signs are unclear. She can't find the direction, but it doesn't matter, she can ask for directions. 20 meters away there was a doctor in a white coat, and she chased after him with a look of joy. She called the doctor and asked for directions with a smile. The young male doctor's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he enthusiastically showed her the way. At this moment, Gu Jinbei opened the car door and got out. Yu Qing, who had just thanked the doctor, heard a bang and looked towards the source of the sound. When she saw Gu Jinbei, a flash of surprise flashed across her face. Why are you still here? Gu Jinbei, waiting for you. Yu Qing, oh. The two walked together and Yu Qing made small talk. I thought you had already gone up. My mother wants to see you more. Gu Jinbei kept walking without looking at Yu Qing. If you smile more, she will like to see you. Yu Qing said this with selfish intentions. Gu Jinbei paused, glanced at her sideways, and his expression was cold. Yu Qing pursed her lips and looked back at him innocently. Gu Jinbei said nothing and continued walking. Yu Qing smiled at his back and followed him. Arriving at the VIP ward, as soon as they entered, the slightly pale middle-aged woman on the bed smiled. You are finally here. Xiao Qing looks very good today. This one is even prettier. Gu Jinbei took out a red book and handed it to Cheng Huijun, his mother. Chen Huijun was even happier and immediately opened it to read. What about the other one? Yu Qing gave her hers as well. Chen Huijun suddenly burst into tears. That's great. You will be happy together. My wish is finally half fulfilled. Yu Qing wiped her tears. Auntie, don't cry, be happy. Cheng Huijun frowned. You still call me auntie. Yu Qing bit her lip and gently called out, Mom. Hey, good girl, my good daughter-in-law. Cheng Huijun was very satisfied and took out a red envelope from under the pillow and handed it to her. Gu Jinbei interrupted them. Mom, can we prepare for the surgery now? Promise me to treat Yu Qing well in the future. Yes, don't bully her. Yes, let Yu Qing move to your place. Okay, we'll talk about the rest later. Chapter 2. Gu Jinbei went to discuss the surgery time with the doctor, while Yu Qing stayed in the ward to accompany Cheng Huijun. Xiao Qing, Jinbei's personality is a bit annoying, isn't it? A mother can say that her child is not good, but a daughter-in-law cannot do so. However, Yu Qing nodded in agreement, yes. Cheng Huijun, he is a stuffy person. You don't have to be afraid of him. Just do what you should do, take every step carefully and slowly charm him. Yu Qing blinked. This was too difficult. Chen Huijun looked at her with appreciation. You are beautiful and have a good figure. You will be together day and night in the future, and he will not be able to help himself. Auntie. Yu Qing was shy and nervous, and forgot to change her words for a moment. Yes. Cheng Huijun frowned. Mom, it has been more than a month since she reunited with Cheng Huijun. Although they get along well, Yu Qing is still not used to her suddenly becoming a mother-in-law. Be good, Cheng Huijun looked relieved. I can see that you are attracted to Jinbei. Jinbei treats you differently from others. Unfortunately, his emotional intelligence is not proportional to his IQ. Now you have to work hard for the time being. I will stand by you. If he makes you unhappy, just tell me. I still have some ways to deal with him. How can you say this to your own son? Yukin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Gu Jinbei. Under Chen Huijun's expectant eyes, Yukin gritted her teeth and responded, "Oh." 10 minutes later, Gu Jinbei came back. The surgery can be done the day after tomorrow. The success rate of this surgery is 70%. Don't worry. Gu Jinbei didn't have much expression on his face, but his tone was a little softer than usual. I'll stay in the hospital with you tonight. Yukin said seriously. You don't have to accompany me. There are nurses. Today is your wedding night. If you are fine, leave quickly. I also need to rest. 然后陈慧君 drove them away. Yukin. Gu Jinbei said him lightly, I'll come to see you after get off work tonight. Why go to work today? You accompany Xiaoqing today and help her move. You are a man, you must keep your word. I will arrange for someone to move. I have an important meeting today. Yukin, I can do it myself. Chen Huijun glared at Gu Jinbei. You don't have to come to see me after get off work, just go home and call me when you get home. Gu Jinbei, I have to go to bed early. Tonight, Gu Jinbei didn't want to talk anymore. The two left the hospital together. Gu Jinbei is tall, has long legs and walks fast. Yukin was originally satisfied with her height of 165. She looked quite mad standing next to him in high heels, but the difference was revealed when they walked. She couldn't keep up. Can you walk slower? I'm in a hurry. Even if you are in a hurry, you have to tell me your address first. I'll send someone to find you, and he'll take you there. Then can't you just wait for me? Yukin whispered, still the same as before, you don't know how to be gentle with women. Gu Jinbei stopped, and Yukin stopped behind him. He didn't look back, just stopped for a second or two and continued walking. Yukin looked at his back and couldn't help but complain in her heart, stifling. They walked into the elevator together and there were only the two of them inside. Yukin stood side by side with him, holding the bag straps with both hands, plucked up her courage, turned around and asked him, will you have lunch together at noon? I have an appointment. His schedule was arranged in advance, except for the registration. What time do you get off work tonight? I'll make dinner. 6 o'clock, you don't have to make dinner, I'll let Aunt Lin do it. He usually leaves the company at 8 o'clock in the evening, so let's go back early today. Oh, then I'll wait for you at home. Yukin smiled with her lips curved. Her smile was very beautiful. Her lips were neither thin nor thick, her face was small and her eyes curved, which made people feel very real. Yet Gu Jinbei's voice was low and his face was expressionless as always. If she hadn't seen his smile, Yukin would have suspected that he had facial paralysis. Oh, I really want to make him smile. It's very difficult, but there will be many opportunities in the future, so there's no rush. Gu Jinbei went to the company and Yukin drove back to her residence. She lived in an apartment building in the east of the city, a 100 square meter suite with a monthly rent of 8,000 yuan. And it would be 2 years in 2 months. Gu Jinbei's assistant had already called her and Yukin made an appointment with him to move things at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and she still had to pack up. In fact, she had thought about moving many times. A star like her, who was not famous and could not even be considered a star, could quit the entertainment industry at any time, and then she would have to find a job. And the money she earned would probably not be able to afford such a house. She was mentally prepared and thought she didn't have much stuff, but when she really sorted it out, she found that there were a lot of odds and ends. She packed up at noon and decided not to take unnecessary things. She only had to move 2 boxes, which were all clothes and cosmetics. She went out for a meal and there was still a lot of time, so she went shopping in the nearby mall. No matter what, today is an important day, and she still had to prepare what she should prepare. Gao Shaoyun came to her last night and advised her not to be impulsive and rash. After more than 10 minutes of persuasion, Yu Qing brought the topic to the customs of newlyweds. Gao Shaoyun was an experienced person and knew a lot. She gave Yu Qing a lot of advice. However, Gu Jinbei has such a cold personality and this marriage was not willing, so he would not like it to be too festive. Yu Qing did not accept suggestions like covering the bed with red dates and peanuts. It would be a good idea to buy a set of nice underwear and pajamas. Yu Qing walked into a lingerie store. The innermost part was the suit area. These styles looked simple, but they were actually very mysterious. She picked a black lace-up bra, matching underwear with laces, and a translucent towel. The other set was a belly-button style, pink, with a pair of lotus flowers embroidered on it, and the silky texture felt very comfortable. She decided to wear this tonight. Then, she went to the supermarket to buy condoms, and picked the most expensive ones, but she was entangled for a while when choosing the size. And finally picked a medium and a large size. In fact, she couldn't imagine how to spend the night. With Gu Jinbei's personality, he probably wouldn't touch her. However, it is said that men are more accepting of sex than women. As a woman, she can accept it. He is a big man. Alas, men like Gu Jinbei are different from ordinary people. From what she knows about him, he is only cold, unkind, and not gentle. However, it is better to be prepared. When passing by the bridal shop, Yu Qing stopped and looked for a long time. She did not go in. The wedding dress was worn for her husband to see, and she was reluctant to go to see wedding dresses alone. Yu Qing returned home at 2:40, and soon the people arranged by Gu Jinbei came. A young man in formal clothes was a little embarrassed when he saw Yu Qing. He bowed slightly and said politely, "Madam, hello. My name is Liu Ming, and I am Mr. Gu's assistant." Pu Zhi. Yu Qing couldn't help laughing. This name was too unfamiliar and felt weird. She almost thought she was on the set. 这个 is this? Gu Jinbei asked you to call me like this. In fact, she knew in her heart that it was not. Liu Ming said, "No. How did he introduce me to you?" Yu Qing was very curious. Liu Ming looked embarrassed. "Just say you are his wife." The shocking feeling that Gu Jinbei brought to him when he said these 4 words to him has not disappeared until now. Mr. Gu, who has always been aloof from women, is actually married. However, when he saw Yu Qing, he suddenly understood and accepted this fact. It seems reasonable that such a beautiful woman can capture Gu Jinbei's heart. His wife. Yu Qing imagined his tone and mood when he said this. She knew that Gu Jinbei must have a sour face, but this could not stop her good mood. She just didn't believe that she couldn't conquer his heart that was as hard as a stone. Gu Jinbei lived in a villa area on the outskirts of the city. The environment was very good, with green plants everywhere, smooth roads, and few cars. Yu Qing drove the car behind Liu Ming, silently memorizing the road. She had a bad sense of direction, so she had to try hard to remember it. After all, navigation could make mistakes. Liu Ming took Yu Qing's luggage to the 2nd floor and left. 然后 Yu Qing went downstairs with him. "Is your company busy?" Yu Qing asked. She still didn't know what company Gu Jinbei opened. Chen Huijun only said that he didn't take good care of the empire built by his father, but had to do those risky things. She had already prepared for bankruptcy. Although Yu Qing felt that Gu Jinbei should be very powerful, she also objectively knew that starting a business was not easy. She estimated that Gu Jinbei had only achieved a little success now. Liu Ming nodded firmly, "Yes, very busy. Mr. Gu is often too busy to eat and has to work overtime until very late." "How can this be? Man is iron and rice is steel." No matter how busy you are, you must eat well. Lu Ming nodded with a burning gaze, as if he had met a confidant. Yu Qing squinted at him, and Lu Ming's heart suddenly skipped a beat, sensing danger. As his assistant, why don't you take care of his food and clothing during work? Is the president's wife blaming him? 就是，哎 Mr. Gu won't listen. Yu Qing nodded to show her understanding. What a difficult person. Lu Ming did not dare to say anything more. He just felt that Mr. Gu worked too hard and was afraid that his body could not bear it. Now that he had a wife, things should be different in the future. 那个 Lu Ming was looking forward to it. After Lu Ming left, Yu Qing returned to the villa and began to get familiar with the new environment. This is a two-story villa with small courtyards in front and back, covered with lawns and not many floors. The villa has a modern and simple design. The first floor is the living room and kitchen, and there is also a gym with several fitness equipment. When Yu Qing saw the high-end treadmill, she was very happy. As an artist, she has to keep in shape, and fitness is a daily must. If she consumes too many calories, she must exercise to offset it. She will have a good meal tonight and exercise more tomorrow. The second floor is the bedroom. There are 2 bedrooms and a study room. The master bedroom is large and simple in structure. A large bed is placed in the middle. The bedding is off-white with no patterns. Opposite the bed is a built-in wardrobe. Yu Qing opened it and saw that the rocks and shirts were neatly hung inside. The drawers were open and ties, watches, socks, and underwear were placed in categories. Yu Qing didn't look closely. Anyway, they were all in the same color and there was nothing to see. The top floor is an open-air balcony with several large potted plants. Although they are well maintained, many places are empty. Obviously, they have not been carefully decorated. It's a pity that such a good house is not used. After looking around, it was already 5:30. Just when I was wondering why Aunt Lin, who Gu Jinbei mentioned, hadn't come yet, he called. Aunt Lin is not coming. Oh, then I'll cook. There's no food in the refrigerator. How about you buy some food and I'll cook? Or, let's go out to eat. Yu Qing was not familiar with the area, and it was getting dark. She was afraid that she would not be able to come back after going out. 这个 Gu Jinbei pondered for a moment and said, You wait at home. Chapter 3. The refrigerator in Gu Jinbei's house looked like it had been ransacked. There was nothing in it. Yu Qing had no choice but to wait for him to come back. When she was bored, Gao Shaoyun called. As soon as the call was connected, an excited voice came, Yu Qing. We are going to be rich. Yu Qing moved the phone away a little. A famous director invited me to make a movie. This was her biggest dream. Even if it was just a small role, she just wanted to make a movie. Gao Shaoyun's high spirits instantly subsided and she returned to her normal tone, No. Well, producer Zhang asked me to participate in that variety show. Yu Qing smiled mischievously while holding the phone. 这个 She was deliberately teasing Gao Shaoyun. After all, she was very bored. You don't like it? I like it, but it's hard to say whether it will be successful or not. You know, there are so many beauties on that show, and they are all famous. Who will pay attention to me? Yu Qing analyzed rationally. In this circle, some people seem to become famous very easily, but there are more who can't make a name for themselves no matter how hard they try. Of course, Yu Qing didn't try very hard, she didn't have that opportunity. You have to be confident. You are different from them. Yes, I'm not as famous as them. Gao Shaoyun sighed, so, you have to seize this opportunity to become famous. In the future, we won't have to work hard to find work, and people will come to us for begging. Just imagine that by then you can choose any leading actress in a movie. Yu Qing held back her laughter and said very cooperatively, well, by then we will go abroad, walk into the world and reach the peak of our lives. So, have you had dinner? Number. Hey, why are you changing the subject? Yu Qing said pitifully, because I haven't eaten yet, I'm starving. Where's your new husband? You are newlyweds, how can you be hungry? He will be back later. When will the recording of that show start? Yu Qing hoped it wouldn't be too fast. Even if she didn't have to go on a honeymoon, it wasn't suitable for her to be too busy for the time being. My eldest lady, can you stop talking about this and that? Gao Shaoyun was helpless. It will start in 5 days. You are a guest. You can record for 3 days. Don't eat and drink too much these days and eat your belly out. It won't look good on camera. Do more facial masks when you have nothing to do. You need to be tender and watery, and you can be those women who rely on thick foundation to support it in seconds. Yu Qing smiled and said, okay, I'll listen to you. But there are still 5 days, so fast. I know you can't bear to leave your husband when you are newly married. 这个 Who told you to have a flash marriage when you can't have fun? I don't care about you. This is the first episode of the 3rd season of Celebrity Challenge. It is a very critical episode and can't be missed. The program has been prepared for several months, and the recording time has been scheduled long ago. If it wasn't a temporary replacement, you wouldn't have this opportunity. I know, my nagging agent, I will perform well. By the way, aren't there 3 guests? Who are the other 2? Xiaolin and Li Qianyu. You don't still hate Li Qianyu, do you? Gao Shaoyun asked uncertainly. Yu Qing didn't care. I don't hate her, I just don't like her. That's good. Gao Shaoyun breathed a sigh of relief. She has a bad temper and likes to act like a big shot. Don't provoke her when the time comes. If she provokes you, you will. Gao Shaoyun was worried. In fact, when she contacted producer Zhang 2 months ago, producer Zhang really wanted to use Yu Qing, but he firmly said no the next day. 然后 she found out that it was because Li Qianyu raised objections. I just avoided her. Yu Qing said suddenly. This circle is like this. If you have no fame and no status, you will suffer losses and grievances. 就是 Even if everyone with eyes can see it, so what? The famous people are still flattered and coaxed. Yu Qing has been in the industry for 3 years. She has suffered countless losses and hardships. Gao Shaoyun is always worried that she will be angered and do something difficult to deal with. However, 就是 seeing her being wronged, she feels very uncomfortable. If she wants to improve this situation, the only way is to become famous quickly. In fact, Yu Qing has had many opportunities to become famous, but she has a bottom line and is determined not to rely on crooked ways to get to the top. With so many tempting cakes in front of her, Gao Shaoyun can't help but be tempted. If it were someone else, she would have instigated and accepted it long ago, but Yu Qing is different. If it weren't for her righteous help 3 years ago, Gao Shaoyun doesn't know what she would become. When she persuaded Yu Qing to enter the entertainment industry, Yu Qing refused at first. Absolutely, everyone knows how deep the water in the entertainment industry is. Later, Yu Qing was persuaded, but she also said that the most ideal life is to get married, have children, and live a happy life. Gao Shaoyun, who wanted to make a comeback, agreed to all her requests, but she thought in her heart that if she entered this circle, few people would be willing to return to ordinary life. 然后 Unexpectedly, Yu Qing still got married. Fortunately, she did not intend to quit the entertainment industry. After hanging up Gao Shaoyun's phone, Yu Qing turned on the TV and sat on the sofa in the living room waiting for Gu Jinbei. Not long after, there was a sound of a car outside. Yu Qing guessed that Gu Jinbei was back and got up with joy to greet him. Gu Jinbei's black KM parked next to Yu Qing's red Audi. The orange-red sunset passed through the clouds and sprinkled a layer of golden light on the earth. Yu Qing trotted over with a beautiful smile on her face and said to Gu Jinbei, who had just got off the car after a day of work, "You are back." It was like a warm picture of a gentle wife welcoming her husband home from work. Yeah, Gu Jinbei responded lightly and took out a plastic bag and handed it to her. "What is this?" Yu Qing asked as she opened the bag. As soon as she asked, she saw the lunchbox in the bag and the logo of a 5-star hotel. "Want to eat takeout tonight?" Even if it's from a 5-star hotel, it's still takeout. Yu Qing would rather he brought back raw food and then she would cook the soup. She had thought it through and planned her future life last night. She would be a gentle and considerate little wife during the day and at night. Well, a hot little goblin. She even bought hot clothes. Now, the mission has not been successful. But it doesn't matter, we can start tomorrow. Tonight's takeout dinner can still be romantic. They entered the house together. Yu Qing put the bag aside and then reached out to take off Gu Jinbei's coat. Gu Jinbei was a little stunned and immediately refused. "I'll do it myself." Yu Qing withdrew her hand and smiled. "Okay, then I'll take the food in." Gu Jinbei nodded. Yu Qing went to the kitchen. In this house, the kitchen was the one she knew best. Although there were no ingredients in the refrigerator, the plates in the cupboard were very delicate and beautiful. She also saw some red wine, which looked very expensive. Gu Jinbei went upstairs to change into casual clothes, and when he came down, Yu Qing had already set the dinner. 5-star dishes would naturally not be bad. After she replated them, they immediately returned to their original exquisite appearance. There was also a bottle of red wine and candlesticks on the table. Yu Qing asked him softly. The red wine was taken from the wine cabinet. "Can I drink it?" Gu Jinbei walked to the table, picked up the red wine and took a look. "I just took it casually." "You can change it for another bottle." Did he just take the best bottle casually? Gu Jinbei was a little skeptical. No, just this one." Gu Jinbei sat down on the chair. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening and the previous sunset had been replaced by a black curtain. Yu Qing lit a candle and then went to turn off the lights in the kitchen and dining room. The candles emitted a warm yellow light, illuminating an area of 2 meters square. Gu Jinbei watched Yu Qing silently, his expression looking softer in the flickering candlelight. Yu Qing sat down opposite him, picked up the red wine and corkscrew and handed them to Gu Jinbei. "You open it." Gu Jinbei lowered his eyes and glanced at her hand. Yu Qing said righteously, "I don't know how to open it." Gu Jinbei took it, his movements were smooth, and he opened it quickly. Yu Qing cooperated and moved the glass in front of him, smiling and waiting for him to pour the wine. Gu Jinbei poured it. "Thank you." After he poured the other glass, Yu Qing raised her glass and said, "Although we are in an arranged marriage, I hope we can live in harmony in the future and work together for our common home." Her hand was raised in the air, waiting for Gu Jinbei to clink glasses with her. Gu Jinbei looked at her deeply and raised his glass in her expectant eyes. Ching! The crisp clash sound had a different meaning. Yu Qing raised her head and drank with satisfaction. Putting down the wine glass, Gu Jinbei moved the paper next to him in front of her. Yu Qing picked it up and looked at it in confusion. Gu Jinbei had taken this paper when he went downstairs just now. Seeing that he didn't give it to her at the first time, she thought it had nothing to do with her. At first glance, the first line of bold words clearly came interview agreement. And for printed paper, with more than half of the words, Yu Qing read it carefully twice. Her heart went from surprise and happiness to calmness in just the time it took to read it twice. She put it down calmly, put away her smile, and looked directly into Gu Jinbei's eyes. "I summarized it. What you mean is, keep the marriage confidential." Do not interfere with each other. Sleep separately. Gu Jinbei did not write the clause about sleeping separately above but just implied this meaning. It was originally very obscure, but now she emphasized it. He nodded, yes. Yu Qing suddenly laughed, an unpleasant laugh. Okay, do you want to sign? There was no place for signature on the agreement. No need. Originally, Gu Jinbei wanted to leave a place for signature and sign the names of both parties and the agreement would take effect. But in the end, he gave up. Can I understand this as your trust in me? Gu Jinbei knew that she was being sarcastic and didn't say anything. Yu Qing exhaled, moved the agreement aside, and smiled brightly as if there had been no unpleasantness. The food is getting cold, let's eat quickly. Yu Qing ate this meal seriously. She said she would have a good meal tonight, and she would not change her decision easily. Including taking down Gu Jinbei, the super stinky stone. After the meal, Gu Jinbei told Yu Qing that Aunt Lin would come to clean up the dishes tomorrow and there was a quilt in the guest room closet. So she could do whatever she wanted here. Oh, you said whatever you want. Yu Qing raised her eyebrows to emphasize. Gu Jinbei frowned, but he couldn't take back what he had said, so he nodded. Yu Qing smiled, looking very cunning, and it was obvious that she was up to something bad. Gu Jinbei ignored her, turned around and went upstairs to the study. Yu Qing cleaned the table, washed the dishes, and then went upstairs. After a busy day, she took the suitcase in the aisle into the guest room, took out her nightgown and went to take a shower. The nightgown was not new, it was a conservative cotton style. The two sets bought today are not useful for the time being, what a pity. After taking a shower, Yu Qing went downstairs to make a cup of coffee, brought it upstairs, and knocked on the door of the study. 就是Chapter 4, Come in, Gu Jinbei's voice came from inside. Yu Qing pushed the door open and went in. Gu Jinbei was sitting at the desk with the mouse in his hand. He looked up at her, his eyes calm. Yu Qing suddenly regretted that she had put on her underwear just now, and secretly decided to go braless next time. I made you a cup of coffee. Yu Qing walked over and poured the coffee next to him. Thank you. Are you still working? It's already past 9 o'clock. Yeah, can I borrow a book to read? Yu Qing asked, pointing to a row of bookshelves. Most of the books in Gu Jinbei's study are professional books, and the others are world classics. Sure, Yu Qing thanked him gratefully and then went to choose. After looking round, she took Jane Eyre. I want this one. When Gu Jinbei looked over, she said to herself, I read it when I was in junior high school and I especially like Jane Eyre's character. She dared to love and hate and was tenacious and unyielding. Knowing that Gu Jinbei would not care about what she said, she left with the book. I'm going back to my room, you should go to bed early, good night. Gu Jinbei looked at the closed door and recalled the content of Jane Eyre. Did she like it because of a similar fate? At 6 o'clock the next morning, Yu Qing got up, washed up, changed into sportswear and went downstairs to exercise. She ate too much last night, so she had to run for at least an hour today. As soon as she walked to the door of the gym, she heard a sound inside. She opened the door and saw Gu Jinbei running. He was wearing a white short sportswear and his long legs were straight and strong. There were beads of sweat on his forehead and it seemed that he had been exercising for a while. Good morning. Yu Qing greeted him. Her sportswear was also white, but her sports shorts were much shorter than his and a pair of fair and well-proportioned legs were exposed, which was very eye-catching. It was a pity that Gu Jinbei didn't see it. Good morning. He was polite and distant and continued to concentrate on running. There was also a comprehensive trainer, an abdominal muscle board and dumbbells in the room. None of these things were suitable for Yu Qing. She ate so little, how could she have the energy to play with them? Only running was suitable for her. Exercise bikes would also be fine, but there were none here. This was a difficult problem. While doing warm-up exercises, Yuking was thinking about whether it would be better to try other sports equipment or to ask Gu Jinbei for help. It is not a good behavior to take away someone's favorites. Running is only useful if you persist for a certain period of time. So, she walked to the dumbbells, adjusted her posture, secretly encouraged herself to the large dumbbells, then bent over, grabbed the dumbbells with both hands, and exerted force. She picked it up a little, but put it down in less than 2 seconds. It was so heavy. The dumbbells are 20 kilograms, not suitable for you. Gu Jinbei turned off the treadmill and walked over. Go run, Yukin said to him happily, thank you. Yeah, Gu Jinbei responded coolly, standing next to him and bending over to pick up the dumbbells. He lifted it up very lightly without frowning, as if he was holding cotton. Yukin couldn't help but praise, wow. You are so good. Gu Jinbei's face turned cold, and he looked very disdainful of her praise. Is he a primary school student? Does he need praise? No. Well, this is Yukin's understanding of his expression. She closed her mouth and stepped on the treadmill quietly. There is a large window in the gym, facing the yard, and you can see the gate. After a while, a car stopped outside the iron gate, and a middle-aged woman got out of the car. She was carrying several bags with green vegetables exposed. It was Aunt Lin. Yukin had seen her twice in the hospital before. She had been a nanny in the Gu family for 20 years. Aunt Lin is here, Yukin said to Gu Jinbei. Gu Jinbei was doing arm stretching. When Yukin looked over, she happened to see his bulging biceps, which were so powerful that Yukin felt warm in her heart. She had no resistance to this kind of man with good looks and well-developed muscles. Perhaps because her gaze was too hot and naked, Gu Jinbei looked up at her intently. Yukin did not avoid his gaze and said generously, you have good muscles. Gu Jinbei stopped exercising, you talk a lot. After saying this, he got up and went out. Looking at his back, Yukin pursed her lips and asked herself, is this considered talking too much? Obviously, there are many things that I have not said. Yukin also stopped exercising and went out to say hello to Aunt Lin. Although Aunt Lin is a nanny, they have lived together in the Gu family for 20 years, and their feelings are needless to say. Gu Jinbei also respects her very much. Hello, Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin was putting food on the table and smiled back at Yukin. Hello, madam. Madam. Yukin looked at Gu Jinbei at the first time. 然后? His lips were tightly pursed and his face was not worried. It seems that he is not used to this title or even dislikes it. Aunt Lin, you should call me Xiaoqing. Young madam or something like that doesn't sound good. Yukin's tone was a little childish, and her smile was always sweet, which made people feel very good. Of course, there are still many exceptions. For example, in the entertainment industry, many colleagues don't like her. Well, Gu Jinbei doesn't seem to like her very much, but he shouldn't hate her either. Okay, then call me Xiaoqing. Aunt Lin looked kind. How could she not love a well-behaved and sweet junior? I bought fresh vegetables for you. Madam asked me to go to the hospital at 7:30. It's getting late now. I won't make breakfast for you. You can make it yourself. I'm leaving. 然后 Aunt Lin came and went in a hurry. Gu Jinbei was sweating all over. Yukin said considerately, go upstairs to take a shower and change clothes. I'll make breakfast. As soon as Gu Jinbei went upstairs, Yukin received a call from Chen Huijun. Xiaoqing, how do you feel about living with Jinbei? Chen Huijun went straight to the point. Yukin is usually thick-skinned, but she is always a little shy in front of Chen Huijun. She has been like this since she saw her when she was a child, and she doesn't know why. Not bad. You slept in the guest room last night. As soon as she heard Yu Qing's tone, Chen Huijun knew that her son did not give her a surprise. He is still so rigid and cold. Facing a woman as beautiful, cute, sexy and charming as Yu Qing, he actually slept in a separate room. How could she give birth to such a son? We are not very familiar with each other yet. Yu Qing explained. It's okay, we will get familiar with each other slowly. You can ask him to make breakfast for you later, and you can just say that you can't cook. But I can cook. Just act like a spoiled child with him. I tell you, don't look at Jinbei's cold and ruthless appearance, but he is actually very soft-hearted. There is no place to eat near your place and is far to the city. He will make breakfast for you. Yu Qing hesitated, but she wanted to be a good wife who can cook and go out of the hall. Yesterday I specially asked Aunt Lin to clean out the refrigerator. Don't let me down. Yesterday afternoon, she called Gu Jinbei to tell him that there was nothing to eat at home and asked him to take Yu Qing to solve dinner. But he didn't expect that he just bought some food and went back. Yu Qing suddenly realized, and she asked why the refrigerator was so empty. Oh, Yu Qing responded, I will go to the hospital to accompany you after breakfast. Come again at noon, come with Jinbei, I will be happy when you two appear together. Yu Qing. Okay, after the call, Yu Qing hesitated for a while and decided that she would make breakfast. Aunt Lin brought a lot of vegetables, some meat, eggs, milk, bread and pasta. Yu Qing cut some meat and vegetables to make pasta, fried poached eggs, toasted a few slices of bread and heated milk. She cooks very efficiently and cooks several things at the same time. When Gu Jinbei came down dressed, she was almost done. She was wearing an apron, and when she said to him, breakfast is almost ready, she looked like a good wife and mother. Gu Jinbei said, I have to go to work. Yu Qing paused, go after you finish eating, it's ready now. Gu Jinbei walked straight to the door, eat by yourself. He changed his shoes and went out. After he left, Yu Qing remembered that she had forgotten to tell him about going to the hospital at noon. She was the only one left in the huge house and it felt empty. The good mood she had just had while making breakfast disappeared immediately. However, she continued to work seriously and she was very careful in arranging the dishes. The red carrots, green broccoli, fragrant beef tenderloin, brown fried eggs, and tender yellow pasta were almost comparable to those of a five-star chef. Seeing the finished product, Yu Qing's depressed mood was immediately cured. After thinking about it, she took out her mobile phone to take a photo and added some filters. It was so beautiful. She posted the picture on Weibo with the caption, washing hands and making soup. She only has a few 100,000 fans and generally only a few hundred comments, which is a big difference from those big stars. In addition, she also sent it to Gu Jinbei, because the only way to contact her was by phone, so she could only send MMS. This was originally yours, but now it's mine. I will help you eat it. There were comments and likes on Weibo one after another, but Gu Jinbei didn't react at all. Gao Shaoyun forwarded and commented, well, our Xiaoqing's cooking skills are great, but you should pay attention to keeping in shape. Yu Qing knew that the last half of the sentence was what Gao Shaoyun really wanted to say, but she still ate it all. Half an hour after the meal, she went to the gym. After running on the treadmill for 40 minutes, Gao Shaoyun called. Yu Qing did not stop running and talked to her while panting. Sister Yang, what's the matter? Gao Shaoyun shouted, what are you doing? You are not having sex for the first day after your wedding, are you? She didn't know the special marital status of Yu Qing and Gu Jinbei, so she automatically understood that the newlyweds were passionate. Yu Qing said calmly, I'm running. You still have the energy to run. Yu Qing felt helpless. Talking to a married woman was really. I ate too much breakfast. Okay, then you continue. I won't bother you. Why did you call me? Oh, I almost forgot to tell you that I have a meeting with the program group the day after tomorrow at 2 p.m. Can you come? Yeah, of course. Gu Jinbei didn't mean to take a vacation. It was boring for her to be here alone. Going to work would be more fulfilling. That's it. Enjoy your newlywed life, but don't be too aggressive. Tell your husband not to leave little strawberries on you. You king. Oh, there's no need to worry about little strawberries. Chapter 5. Yukin ran for 40 or 50 minutes and then tried to do sit-ups on the abdominal muscle board. She has a good figure. If she can train her waistline, it will be even more perfect. In this way, it complements Gu Jinbei's mermaid line. Although she has never seen Gu Jinbei without clothes, she is very sure that his muscles under his clothes must be very good looking. One day she will see it. After exercising for an hour and a half, she went for a walk in the yard and observed carefully. Gu Jinbei's house was clean and tidy but lacked a warm feeling. Remembering what he said last night that she could be casual here, she rolled her eyes and decided to do a big job in the afternoon. After making some plans for the yard, Yukin went upstairs to take a shower, put on a floral dress, blew her hair into big waves, put on nude makeup, and then set off for the hospital. Gu Jinbei had called her before and agreed to meet at the hospital at 12:30. Yukin arrived 20 minutes early and Gu Jinbei came 10 minutes later. Yukin got out of the car holding a bouquet of flowers, walked to Gu Jinbei, and asked with a smile, "Does it look good?" Gu Jinbei glanced at the well-matched bouquet in her hand and nodded, "Yeah." I asked if I look good. Yukin smiled proudly. Gu Jinbei glanced at her, ignored her, and walked towards the impatient building. His pace was still fast. Yukin was wearing flat sandals today and there was no pressure to jog after him. She followed his pace. "What time will you get off work tonight?" "Not sure," 然后 "Tell me when you are sure, something." "Yeah, a big life event." 那个 Yukin's expression was very serious when she spoke. Gu Jinbei stopped, turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" "Eating." Yukin squinted and smiled. "Isn't life just about eating, sleeping, and doing what you like? You can eat by yourself." Gu Jinbei looked uneasy and continued walking. Yukin didn't keep up. "I don't want to eat by myself." Her voice was not loud, but Gu Jinbei heard it. Along the way, Yukin didn't speak again and was in a sluggish mood. When Gu Jinbei was about to reach the door of the ward, he stopped and waited for Yukin, who was a few meters behind. Yukin held a bouquet of flowers and lowered her head slightly. Her long, light and shiny hair fell on her shoulders with a melancholy beauty. As she approached, Gu Jinbei said, "If you are not busy, I'll get off work early." Yukin looked up in surprise. "Then I'll make braised spare ribs, beef with Hangzhou peppers, and mapo tofu tonight, and stew a crucian carp and tofu soup. I remember you like these." She was so excited, how could she look a little melancholy? Gu Jinbei was silent for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Yeah." Just as he was about to go to the ward, Yukin grabbed his arm. Mom is going to have surgery tomorrow, and you want her to be happier today, right?" Gu Jinbei narrowed his eyes at her, waiting for her to come up with something. 那个 Yukin smiled with her lips curved, and put her hand through his arm and held him. "She'll be very happy if we get closer." Gu Jinbei's body was a little stiff. "She'll know it's fake. She'll be happy if you are willing to pretend for her to see." Gu Jinbei was speechless, but he didn't refuse anymore, and the two of them pushed the door open. Seeing their arms round each other, Chen Huijun was indeed very happy. "The flowers are beautiful. Xiaoqing is also very beautiful today." Yukin naturally let go of Gu Jinbei and smiled as she gave the flowers to Chen Huijun. "Mom, you always say this every time you see me." She always praised her for her beauty. She also said this when they first met many years ago. 然后 Chen Huijun, "I only say this because she is really beautiful." I don't praise people easily, Jinbei, don't you think so? Yu Qing looked at Gu Jinbei. Her expression was expectant and playful. Gu Jinbei didn't look at her, but bent over to take a look at the prescription on the floor. How do you feel today? My throat hurt a little this morning, but it didn't seem to hurt when I saw you guys. What did the doctor say? Gu Jinbei's face was stern. Why are you so serious? The doctor said it's normal. I will feel pain for a few days after the operation tomorrow. It's okay. Chen Huijun has been in poor health for the past 2 years, and her mood was not very stable before, but after reuniting with Yu Qing, her mood became very good. As if she had found a new place to rely on. In this situation, Gu Jinbei was naturally relieved and a little grateful to Yu Qing. 然后, however, gratitude is gratitude and feelings are another matter. Yu Qing, Mom, when you get well, let's go shopping together. Okay, the season is about to change, let's go shopping together. Yes. Son, you pay. Chen Huijun waited for Gu Jinbei to nod. Gu Jinbei, okay. Not long after, Chen Huijun said, I'm sleepy, you guys go eat quickly. Xiaoqing, what do you want to eat? Steak, Yu Qing replied straightforwardly. Chen Huijun gave Gu Jinbei a look that said you know what to do. Gu Jinbei said to Yu Qing, aren't you going on a diet? Yu Qing, I didn't expect you to know me so well. You can indulge yourself occasionally, just exercise more. So, 20 minutes later, Yu Qing and Gu Jinbei sat in a very romantic Western restaurant. This is a high-end Western restaurant, very expensive. The indulgence that Yu Qing mentioned just now was actually just talk. She had already indulged herself this morning and she had to be restrained at noon, but her expensive steak could not be wasted. You should have a big appetite, right? She asked Gu Jinbei with a harmless expression. Gu Jinbei looked at her suspiciously and she continued, can you help me eat half? No, Gu Jinbei refused mercilessly. 那个, if I finish all this, I will have to run for more than an hour tonight. I have already run for a long time today. Her voice was low and she looked very melancholy. You won't get fat even if you eat this. It will be a psychological burden. Yu Qing said seriously, and only for a moment, she smiled again and said flatteringly, then can you help me eat 1? 2 bites. 然后 while speaking, she raised a finger and then raised another one. Gu Jinbei felt that women were really annoying, and women who were celebrities were the most annoying. He reached out and moved the plate in front of her, picked up the knife and fork, cut off half of it neatly, put it on his own plate, and then moved it back to Yu Qing. Thank you. Yu Qing was very proud, but Gu Jinbei looked like he didn't agree, so Yu Qing said, I will eat fruit when I am hungry in the afternoon and eat a lot of fruit. So you don't have to worry. I'm not worried. Yu Qing cut a piece of steak into her mouth and said, oh. She didn't believe that he didn't worry at all, even if it was only a little bit, it was there. Over the years, Yu Qing has developed the ability to be optimistic and contented. She will not be easily discouraged and will find small kindnesses. Anyway, in Yu Qing's mind, Gu Jinbei is much better than others. Although his attitude towards her is not very good, it doesn't matter, it will get better slowly. After lunch, Gu Jinbei returned to the company and Yu Qing went to the flower and bird market. She bought some rose plants, a few pots of chrysanthemums and succulents, and asked the boss about plants suitable for planting on the roof. It is already autumn and she plans to plant other plants next spring. After returning home, Yu Qing changed into light clothes, put on a hat, and took tools to work in the yard. After more than an hour, she successfully planted a circle of roses by the courtyard wall. Then she cut a plate of fruit, brought a chair to the yard, and sat there to eat. While eating, she took a selfie holding the transparent fruit plate, and her smile was as bright as the sun. She sent this photo to Gu Jinbei. It is very comfortable to eat fruit in the sun in the yard. It would be even better if there was a hanging chair. The text message fell on deaf ears. 10 minutes later, Yu King curled her lips and sent another message. Can I get a hanging chair in the yard? After sending the message, Yu King put her phone in her pocket and continued to eat her fruit. Anyway, Gu Jinbei would not reply, and she did not want him to reply. She just wanted to provoke him. When the last two pieces of fruit were on the plate, the phone in her pocket rang. It was the sound of a text message. Yu King paused, thinking that it must be a spam message, and then continued to eat the two remaining pieces of fruit slowly. After eating, she sat for a while before returning to the room. After washing her hands, she took out her phone to play with it, and then she was shocked to find that the text message just now was not a spam message, but a reply from Gu Jinbei. He said, "Whatever you want." For some reason, when Yu King saw his message, she felt like she had found a treasure. She was very happy and the smile on her face was brighter than the sun. She held the phone happily for a long time and replied to him, "Thank you, you are so nice." After typing, she clicked on a kissing emoticon and before pressing the send button, she silently deleted it. It's better to be reserved. With a good mood, Yu King began to prepare dinner. At 6 o'clock, she called Gu Jinbei to ask when he would get off work. Gu Jinbei said 6:30. Yu King asked Lu Ming that the drive between Gu Jinbei's company and home was about 40 minutes. Yu King calculated the time and hoped to prepare dinner around 7:20. She had a good time, but unfortunately Gu Jinbei called to say that there was a traffic jam because there was a traffic accident ahead. When he got home, it was already 7:40. Yu King was not in a hurry. Fortunately, he notified her in time. She had just heated the oil at that time. When eating at home, of course you have to eat freshly cooked hot food. When the road was clear, Gu Jinbei called Yu King to tell her that this was her request. Yu King started to cook. When Gu Jinbei's car drove in, Yu King's crucian carp and tofu soup had just been stewed. She wiped her hands, ran to the door to wait, and took out his slippers and put them in place. As soon as he entered the door, Yu King smiled and said, "You've worked hard." Then she took the suit from his hand and hung it up. Looking at her back, Gu Jinbei felt a little strange. He always disliked others' excessive courtesy, but at this time he couldn't hate her. When he saw the slippers at his feet, this feeling became more obvious. "We can start right away." Yu King turned around and said this to him and ran back to the kitchen with brisk steps, looking very happy and energetic. Chapter 6. Yu King ate too much at dinner again, so half an hour after dinner, she went to the gym again and ran for 40 minutes. She had exercised too much today and her calves were a little sore and it was a bit difficult to go upstairs. Halfway through the walk, the door of the study opened and Gu Jinbei came out with a cup. Seeing this, Yu King said very actively, "Do you want water or coffee?" "I'll help you." Gu Jinbei looked at her sweaty hair, then looked at her legs, and said, "No." Oh, Yu King's smile faded. Yu King slept until midnight at night, and her calf cramped, and it hurt so much that she almost cried. She wanted to take her mobile phone to call Gu Jinbei, but finally gave up the idea. She didn't want him to see her uncomfortable look for the time being, and leg cramps were commonplace for her. Just bear it and it will pass. The next day, Yu King still got up at 6 o'clock and went downstairs 15 minutes later. She rushed to the gym as soon as possible, but there was no one inside. After thinking about it, she guessed that he might not have gotten up yet. Yu King started to make breakfast, and Gu Jinbei came downstairs not long after. "Good morning." She greeted him warmly. "Good morning." Gu Jinbei's expression was gentler than usual, perhaps because he had a good sleep. "I'm making porridge. You can eat it after you finish your exercise." Yeah, Gu Jinbei walked a few steps, then stopped and asked Yu King, "You don't?" He didn't want to ask halfway. "Yu King, who was walking back to the kitchen, didn't hear clearly. What? Nothing. Yukin looked at his bag as he left, guessing secretly, but gave up when she didn't figure it out. She wanted to make her loving breakfast. She had made it before Gu Jinbei came out and served it in a large porcelain bowl. When it was cool, she felt a little bored and then used the cut cherry tomatoes to make a heart shape on the porridge. Her craftsmanship was good and the heart shape was very standard. The fragrant and smooth meat porridge with the bright red cherry tomatoes had a strong visual impact, but Yukin thought it looked pretty good. She took out her mobile phone to take a photo and posted it on Weibo. This is a bowl of loving porridge. 然后 Weibo soon received comments. Breaking news. The 18th-tier declining actress is going to change her career to become a food blogger. This transformation is very successful. The porridge looks delicious and the pasta yesterday was also great. Please share more. Yukin, baby, are you willing to open a restaurant? I'm going to apply for a waiter position. I want to know who this bowl of porridge is for. Don't tell me you eat it alone, I won't believe it. There are many comments. Of course there are also bad ones, such as some people criticize her for using these to gain attention without any works, saying that she is building a fake persona, and some people suspect that it is not her. When a public figure always has to face all kinds of people and all kinds of voices, Yukin has done a good job of psychological preparation when she decided to enter the industry. So she has been able to maintain a good attitude for so long. She used to mock herself as a little star who has fallen from the 18th line, and her fans often joke about it. After scrolling through the comments, Gu Jinbei came out. He walked to the dining table and his eyes were quickly attracted by the bowl of porridge that was full of love. Yukin was afraid that he would think too much, so she quickly moved the bowl in front of her. This bowl is mine. As she said that, she picked up the spoon and stirred it quickly, then scooped a spoonful into her mouth. Oh, it's so hot. She covered her mouth and adjusted to the temperature of the porridge with a painful expression. Gu Jinbei said as he sat down, I'm not going to compete with you. That's not certain. Yukin's voice was as small as a mosquito, and Gu Jinbei pretended not to hear it. You can't be serious with this woman. 然后 Chen Heejin's surgery today will start at 9 o'clock. After finishing breakfast, Yukin and Gu Jinbei packed up and set off to the hospital. Yukin, can I take your car? I have to go to the company in the afternoon. It doesn't matter. I'll be with my mother in the hospital in the afternoon and I can take a taxi back in the evening. Yukin explained, I don't want to drive. She didn't want to drive, she wanted to sit in his co-pilot. She would feel satisfied by his side. Gu Jinbei agreed. Yukin immediately smiled like a child who got candy and her steps were much lighter. Then let's go. She was wearing jeans and a pink chiffon shirt today with the corners of her clothes tucked into her trousers. Her slender waist was not even a hand's length, and her lower body was even more slender. However, in Gu Jinbei's eyes, his evaluation was only too worse to sin. The two came to the hospital and met Aunt Lin at the door of the ward. Aunt Lin had a worried look on her face and whispered to them, Madam is in a bad mood, you guys comfort her. Gu Jinbei frowned, I know. Yukin's mood also became solemn. Except for the first day of the reunion when Chen Huijun cried when talking about her mother every time they met afterwards, she was optimistic and cheerful. Gu Jinbei opened the door and went in, and Yukin followed him. Chen Huijun was lying on the hospital bed, looking out the window, and heard the sound and slowly turned her head. Seeing the two of them, she forced a smile. You are here. Her voice was very hoarse. Mom, Yukin walked to the bedside and half squatted, smiling and said, Mom, don't worry. After the operation, you will be healthy again. We will always be with you and cheer you up. Chen Huijun nodded with relief. I just thought of Jim Bates' father. I feel sorry for him because I don't want to accompany him for the time being. Gu Jinbei stood beside Yu Qing. Mom, don't think too much. Yu Qing stood up and echoed, Mom, you have to accompany us. Chen Huijun eyes wandered between the two of them, and then she sighed and murmured, Yes, I haven't even held my grandson yet. Yu Qing lowered her head silently, and Gu Jinbei's expression was not very natural. At this time, the doctor came in to make the final preoperative preparations. The operation went smoothly, and Chen Huijun woke up in the afternoon. Her condition was stable, and Gu Jinbei went to the company. He has been very busy these days. Yu Qing has been accompanying her in the hospital. Aunt Lin went back in the afternoon to make dinner and sent it to her. Yu Qing didn't have much appetite and didn't eat much. Chen Huijun was still sleeping most of the time and couldn't eat or talk for the time being. The doctor came to check regularly. Every time Yu Qing heard the doctor say that the situation was good, her mood would be better. She reported the situation to Gu Jinbei in time and told him not to worry. Gu Jinbei replied to her twice, both times I know. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Huijun could return to her own ward from the intensive care unit. Yu Qing planned to stay in the hospital tonight to accompany her. Although there were nurses, she felt that she should stay and she was willing to stay. When her mother was sick, the hospital almost became her home. Because of her mother, she felt at home wherever she went. After her mother was gone, she had no home. Chen Huijun and her mother were good friends. Yu Qing could feel that she was really good to her, and she gave her the warmth she had missed for a long time. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Gu Jinbei also came to the hospital with a briefcase. He also stayed in the hospital tonight. He was accompanying the patient and working overtime. Gu Jinbei was reading a thick stack of documents, and from time to time he took a pen to write something. Yu Qing did not disturb him but stayed quietly aside, supporting her chin with both hands, sometimes in a daze and sometimes looking at him. He straightened his back and lowered his head slightly. His facial features were more profound, with a high nose bridge and pursed lips, looking very serious. Men who work hard are really good looking. Thinking of this, Yu Qing immediately refuted herself. He is good looking. Her gaze was too strong, and Gu Jinbei raised his eyes. Their eyes met, but Yu Qing was not embarrassed at all. She smiled at him slightly, then stood up and whispered as she paused in front of him, I'll be out for a while. 10 minutes later, Yu Qing came back. She opened the door by 20 centimeters and motioned Gu Jinbei to go out. Gu Jinbei hesitated for a moment, then stood up and went out. Closing the door with her backhand, Yu Qing raised the bag in her hand and said to him, Let's have a midnight snack. Gu Jinbei glanced at the plastic bag from the convenience store, his eyes calm, no. He turned around to go back, but the sleeve of his shirt was pulled. He turned back, his face was surprised. Yu Qing put on a smile, looking quite rogue. Let's eat together. We'll be done in a while. Without giving Gu Jinbei a chance to refuse, she said, I'm not full tonight. Who told you not to eat enough? Gu Jinbei said in a bad tone. She's so thin and still trying to lose weight all day. If she wants to lose weight, she should bear it herself. I have no appetite. She lowered her head. Do you have an appetite now? Yeah. Yu Qing looked up at him with an inexplicable hope in her eyes. I have an appetite when I'm with you. Are you not afraid of getting fat? I bought yogurt, it won't make you fat. Gu Jinbei didn't want to talk anymore. Then, Gu Jinbei was pulled by Yu Qing to sit on the chair above the steps. Yu Qing took out a box of yogurt with strawberry pulp and handed it to Gu Jinbei. Gu Jinbei looked down and didn't take it. I don't eat this kind of thing. Yu Qing handed it to him again. Please help me open it. Gu Jinbei frowned. You can't do it yourself. Yes, but I want you to help me open it. She was as stubborn as an unreasonable child. In fact, she was not in a good mood today. The quiet hospital and her relatives lying on the bed reminded her of a lot. She missed her mother very much. Her mother was the only one who loved her. 那个 She looked straight into his eyes without blinking. Perhaps because it lasted for a long time, her eyes were filled with tears. Gu Jinbei took the yogurt from her hand, tore it open and handed it to her. Yu Qing immediately raised a big smile. Thank you. She looked very satisfied. Gu Jinbei never understood people like her. She could regard many small things as great favors. At first, he thought she was deliberately exaggerating, but later, he found that she seemed to be really happy about it. She didn't eat it immediately and took out another box of yogurt from the bag. You eat this, the original flavor. I said I don't eat this. Have you eaten it? Gu Jinbei didn't answer, and Yu Qing understood. Try it. If you don't try it, how can you know what it tastes like, and how can you know if you like it? Is he telling him a truth? Gu Jinbei narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously, he was not very happy. Yu Qing blinked and smiled and said, I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about yogurt. Chapter 7. Finally, Gu Jinbei finished the box of yogurt. He frowned when he took the first bite, but took the second bite under Yu Qing's expectant eyes, and then he felt much better. Of course, this was due to Yu Qing's constant popularization of the various benefits of yogurt. He could only make her shut up by eating. After eating, the two returned to the ward together. Gu Jinbei was still busy working most of the time. When he looked up again, he saw that Yu Qing had fallen asleep on the bed. He raised his wrist to check the time. It was almost 1 a.m. The ward was a little cold. She was wearing thin clothes and her arms were exposed. Gu Jinbei put the documents in his hand aside and stood up and walked over. He gently pushed Yu Qing, who frowned uneasily but did not wake up. He pushed her twice more, and Yu Qing finally woke up. She was confused for a moment when she first woke up. Gu Jinbei pointed to the small bed next to her and motioned her to go over and sleep. Yu Qing nodded obediently, got up and walked to the small bed. She did not lie down immediately but asked Gu Jinbei with concern and mouthed, What about you? Gu Jinbei sat down on the chair she had just sat on, telling her with his actions. Yu Qing thought about it and lay down. At 3 a.m., Yu Qing got up and called Gu Jinbei to sleep on the small bed. Gu Jinbei shook his head. Yu Qing's expression was very determined, and Gu Jinbei was the same. After a stalemate, Yu Qing whispered in his ear, I can go back to sleep tomorrow. Not only that, she also pulled him. Gu Jinbei had never been violated by a woman like this. 这个 If it were someone else, he would definitely refuse firmly and scold him severely. He wanted to do this now, but it would affect his mother's sleep, and he was too lazy to dawdle with her. It seems that he will talk to her about the content of the agreement tomorrow. The next day, Gu Jinbei went directly from the hospital to the company, and Yu Qing took a taxi home. On the way, Gao Shaoyun called to remind her of the afternoon schedule. After returning home, she took a shower, applied a facial mask, and then Yu Qing began to make up for her sleep. She got up after sleeping for less than 2 hours, put on makeup, changed clothes, and drove out. At 1 o'clock, she met Gao Shaoyun near the TV station. She got out of the car and went round to the opposite side, sat in the co-pilot, and let Gao Shaoyun drive. The TV station has a limited number of parking spaces. If she parks for a long time and attracts onlookers, that would be bad. I didn't tell you these days because I didn't want to disturb your love with your newlywed husband. The one who was removed is Ji Meijia. Gao Shaoyun hurriedly told Yu Qing. How could it be her? Isn't she very popular recently? You said she has received so many notices. Yu Qing was surprised. Not long ago, Gao Shaoyun envied her. Gao Shaoyun covered her mouth with her hand and whispered, she offended the sponsor. Oh. Yu King was even more surprised. Alas, I told you to stop reading gossip news, but you really didn't. Gao Shaoyun was a little helpless. It was true that she was kept by a rich man. It seems that she was flirting with Du Yili, which angered the sponsor. The sponsor has some relationship with the program group, but now they broke up and the program group doesn't want her anymore. Yu King nodded knowingly. Ji Meijia debuted at the same time as her. She was also an unknown 18th-tier actress in the first 2 years. Last year, she got the third female role in a large-scale costume drama. After that, her star path was smooth and she was about to join the ranks of young actresses. It turns out that good resources are not entirely based on luck and strengths. It's enough for you to know this. I tell you, few of the stars who can appear on this show have no backers. Let's be low-key. Alas, I'm talking nonsense. 然后 When can you, who has no backers, be high profile? Yu King took Gao Shaoyun's arm and said with a smile, who said I don't have a backer. Aren't you my backer? Gao Shaoyun glared at her but couldn't help laughing on her face. If you use your coaxing skills on men, it will be terrible. What little flowers and bead names should stand aside? Ha ha ha. Sister Yang, if you go to support those little flowers and bead names, you would have become an ace agent long ago. Yu King laughed happily, but she was thinking about Gu Jinbei in her heart. He is not an easy man to coax. Okay, keep blowing my old face and it will turn red. Gao Shaoyun said angrily, there is one more thing, you should be careful of Du Yili. He has a bad reputation in the circle. He is a lustful person and likes to take advantage of others. You have such a good figure, don't let him take advantage of you. 就是杜伊里是这个节目的常驻嘉宾。背景很厉害啊。爷爷是知名老演员。然后舅舅是大导演，亲爹又是大老板，长得也还行，有花心的资本。他的风流韵事太多。舆情还是听说过一些的。我会小心的。然后舆情十分坚定地说，小心归小心，要是有点什么，你可别动手揍他啊。然后高少云郑重提醒。噗嗤，舆情被他的表情和语气逗笑。云姐，我有那么凶吗？我多温柔啊。然后高少云睨了他一眼。你彪悍的样子我又不是没见过。舆情抬手撇了一下额角的头发，风情万种的样子。放心，我大多时候都是温柔可人的小女人。说完还不忘给高少云抛一个媚眼。面对他的表演，高少云想严肃都严肃不起来了。Anyway, you know that dangerous people like that can easily keep you out of this circle, but I still have to rely on you for my livelihood. Okay, I'll not only give you food, but also delicious food and drinks. Let's go. I'll be famous after being on this show. 然后 Yu King was full of fighting spirit. Gao Shaoyun was also looking forward to it. After all, this was the best resource Yu King had ever gotten. In fact, Yu King was more capable than most female stars. She had no problem with her appearance, her acting skills were not bad, and she was willing to endure hardships, but she just didn't have the opportunity. It can't be said that she didn't have the opportunity, but she just stuck to the bottom line and didn't have such a strong ambition. Gao Shaoyun often felt it was a pity to bring her along, but what could he do? They both had this kind of stubborn temper. Yu King arrived half an hour early for the 2 o'clock meeting. There were already 2 guest stars sitting in the reception room, one named Amy and the other named Li Qiang, both of whom were not very famous. Yu King took the initiative to greet them, but they responded indifferently. Yu King smiled and sat down at the side. Gao Shaoyun had other things to do, so she left for the time being. The receptionist brought a cup of hot coffee over and Yu King politely thanked them. She didn't get enough rest and really needed coffee to wake her up. Amy and Li Qiang were looking at Yu King, but Yu King pretended not to know. She was dressed quite decently today, wearing a loose long skirt and her long hair tied up, simple but elegant, and at the same time covering up her good figure. Amy and Li Qiang, one fashionable and the other pure, full of usefulness, were pretty. Yu King had seen them on TV and had a good impression of their looks, but now their unfriendly eyes had ruined it. She really wasn't very good at judging people and always judged people by their appearance. Other guests arrived one after another, all of them were celebrities, and the reception room suddenly became lively. There were 3 men and 2 women who were regular guests on this show, and the remaining 4 places were for special guests of varying genders. And all the special guests for this episode were women. Amy and Li Qiang came forward to greet each other warmly, and Yu King politely stood up to greet them but didn't follow them up. That kind of false flattery was too obvious, and the person being flattered was happy to give face on the surface, but he might be very disdainful in his heart. Yu King is not very good at judging people, but she is very good at reading people's faces. It's not that she despises this kind of behavior. On the contrary, she admires it a little bit. People who are smooth and tactful can adapt to this society better. Du Yili and Li Qianyu arrived last. Li Qianyu and Yu King used to be in the same crew, but they didn't have a good relationship. When she saw Yu King, she showed contempt. Du Yili was very enthusiastic. He shook hands and greeted everyone one by one. When shaking hands with Yu King, he curled his lips and smiled. It's the first time I see you in person. You are more beautiful than on TV. It's a pleasure to work with you. After that, he let go. Yu King kept smiling. It's a pleasure to work with you. Wouldn't it make her hate you to praise her beauty in front of so many women? After a while of greetings, the time was up. Producer Zhang came over and took everyone to the meeting room. The assistant gave each guest a script which clearly stated the content and process of the shooting and even arranged everyone's role. It was more detailed than Yu King imagined. The screenwriter was also in the meeting. Producer Zhang said, "These are just preliminary plans. If you have any opinions, please feel free to raise them and we will improve them." Li Qianyu, there will be a water PK this time. I want to know whether it is indoors or outdoors. The temperature will drop in 2 days. Producer Zhang, of course it is outdoors. This program is filmed in a scenic area. Only by combining it with beautiful scenery can it achieve perfect results. Li Qianyu, then I have to win this level. It doesn't matter if I lose other levels. I don't want to fall into the water. Producer Zhang didn't hesitate for long and agreed with her. Okay, Du Yili smiled and said, "You are so smart. It's so good to fall into the water. Lotus flowers emerge from clear water. Such a good opportunity should be left to others." When saying this, Li Qianyu's eyes swept across Yu King's face. Yu King sighed in her heart and saw that she would go to the swimming pool to practice a few laps tomorrow. The appearance arrangement of the program is determined according to the status. Yu King and Amy Li Qiang have low status and low appearance rate. They will not be dissatisfied. It is good to show their faces. Producer Zhang, by the way, the special guests will report your clothing sizes to the assistants later so that we can prepare the costumes. Amy was very active and raised her hand and said, "Li Qiang and I both wear small sizes." Another special guest, Kang Le-yi, was a gentle person with single eyelids and a medium build. "I wear medium size," Yu King said next to her and said, "I also wear medium size." 然后 everyone was surprised. Kang Le-yi turned around and said, "You are so thin, I thought you wear small size." Yu King smiled and said, "I have a big frame." In fact, her frame is not big, and she can wear small or medium size, but small size is slim and medium size is comfortable, and she likes comfort. You have a small frame. 然后 the one who spoke was 杜毅力. He looked at Yu King and the smile on his face made people feel uncomfortable. Yu King did not speak. The meeting lasted for more than 3 hours and they had to have dinner together after it. Yu King sent a text message to Gu Jinbei. I have work today and can't make dinner. Sorry. Gu Jinbei typed yeah on his mobile phone, then deleted it, leaving the mobile phone aside and continuing to work. Chapter 8. The dinner place is in the restaurant below the TV station. Du Yili patted his chest and said, I'll pay for this meal. The cost of a meal was nothing to him and it was nothing to most people present. After all, they could earn tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan by just participating in a roadshow. Producer Zhang laughed and said, with you here, our program team has ample production funds. Du Yili raised his eyebrows. That's right, so Producer Zhang, please don't kick me out, the loss will be huge. How is that possible? You are the backbone of our program. Li Qianyu, Producer Zhang was bribed by Du Yili. Du Yili, my target is not just Producer Zhang, I plan to bribe all of you. He spoke in a joking tone and everyone laughed out of respect. Yu King thought it was quite funny. A group of celebrities walked into the restaurant, very eye-catching, and the customers who were dining cast their eyes on them. Everyone was used to it and could ignore it and treat it calmly. 然后 many people were looking at Yu King, and she was also very calm. In a blink of an eye, it seemed that she found a familiar gaze. Looking closely, it was Lu Ming. 那个 Lu Ming had been looking at Yu King. At first, he was not sure if it was her. Now that he was sure, he showed a surprised expression on his face. Then he walked forward as if to say hello. Yu King was startled, fearing that he would suddenly say madam. She remembered the 3 rules of Gu Jinbei very clearly. She could not let others know that she was married. The situation was urgent, so she turned to the male singer Ke Chen next to her and said, I like your songs very much. Can you give me an autograph later? Her voice was neither loud nor soft. Several people around her heard it and looked at her in surprise. It seemed that her reaction was too abrupt. In order to resolve the embarrassment, she laughed and explained, it took me a lot of courage to say it. Don't laugh at me. After that, she lowered her head in shame. Ke Chen was not very famous. He became popular after he appeared on this show last year and became a permanent guest. Despite this, his album sales were still disappointing. The reason was that his singing skills were not particularly good and his song style was too alternative, so most people could not like it. Although he is not without fans, it is a great encouragement for him to be so worshipped by his peers. He nodded and agreed with a burning look in his eyes. No problem, I will send you autographed photos and autographed albums later. If there is a chance to hold a concert in the future, I will send you tickets. Okay, thank you. Yu King said with a stiff face. 那个 Lu Ming has already noticed that Yu King does not want to recognize him. He feels a little complicated and walks out of the restaurant with his takeaway in disappointment. He came to buy dinner for Mr. Gu, Mr. Gu has to work overtime again tonight. Not long ago, he found that Mr. 然后 Gu liked the food in this restaurant, so he drove 10 minutes to buy it. He didn't expect to meet the president's wife. He already knew yesterday that Yu King was a small actor. No wonder Mr. Gu asked him to keep the marriage a secret. It seems that Mr. Gu did this for his wife. After all, the popularity of married female stars will decline. Alas, Mr. Gu loves so deeply, but his wife is so obsessed with a male star with average looks. Women tend to like those literary and artistic young people with some talent. Mr. Gu is not this kind of person, but Mr. Gu is also very powerful in the business world. It's a pity that the wife didn't see it and felt sorry for Mr. Gu. After Lu Ming left, Yu Qing breathed a sigh of relief and heard Li Qianyu say half jokingly and half sarcastically, Yu Qing is really good at flattering. Ke Chen has a lot of fans, you should be careful not to be regarded as a rival in love. Ew. Qing said without guilt, no, I just simply like Ke Chen's songs. Ke Chen asked excitedly, which one do you like best? It was over. Yu Qing didn't remember the name of his song at all. Of course, it's the title song of the new album. It's on the charts, and it entered the top 20 today. She heard it on the radio while driving at noon because the song was so special, so she remembered his voice. Ke Chen was very satisfied with this answer. I wrote the lyrics and music of this song, and it is my most satisfying work in recent years. Here we are, the fan meeting is suspended. Du Yili turned around and interrupted them. The receptionist was already standing at the door of the private room, bowed slightly, and invited them in. They booked a large private room with 2 large round tables, one for the star and one for the assistants. 这个 Yu Qing sat between Kong Leyi and Li Qiang. Kong Leyi was a bit like Yu Qing, neither of them was a smooth person. She sat quietly and waited for dinner. Everyone else was chatting animatedly, but Yu Qing did not take the initiative to join the topic. 然后 She would just reply a few words when someone asked her. Gao Shaoyun at the next table had been paying attention to this side and would wink at Yu Qing whenever she had the chance. Yu Qing received it and knew that he was asking her to be more active, but their topic was so boring that she was afraid that she would say something that would make the conversation awkward. Also, since she met Lu Ming just now, she missed Gu Jinbei so much. It was estimated that Lu Ming bought dinner for Gu Jinbei. After all, the food in this restaurant was quite expensive. She didn't know where Gu Jinbei's company was, and she still didn't know what the company was called. It's not that she didn't want to know, but she was afraid that Gu Jinbei would be unhappy if she cared too much about it. They agreed not to interfere with each other. However, she could not interfere with other things, but she could still interfere with her daily life a little. She took out her mobile phone, opened the text box and sent a message. I just met Lu Ming. Are you going to work overtime again tonight? Eat while it's hot. Stop and rest after working for a while. Don't get too tired. When Gu Jinbei's phone rang, he was massaging the Jingming acupoint. He didn't sleep well last night and was uncomfortable because of overusing his eyes today. When he picked up his phone to read the text message, when he silently read it in his mind, the way she spoke automatically appeared in his mind. Especially the last word, oh. She is 25 years old and still learning to be cute. I didn't want to reply at first, but I thought that rest is also rest, so it's okay to reply to her. Yeah. 然后 Replying one word is really nothing. Yu Qing, what are you laughing at? Li Qianyu suddenly asked Yu Qing, who was reading the text message. Just now, she was complaining about a time when she was almost hugged by a crazy fan, and then Yu Qing laughed. Although there was no sound and she was not looking at her, Li Qianyu was still very unhappy. She thought Yu Qing was laughing at her. Yu Qing was confused in the face of Li Qianyu's unhappy expression, but she didn't panic on the surface. Oh, I'm watching a joke. She didn't pay attention to what they were saying just now. Joke. Li Qianyu was obviously angry. Yu Qing had already clicked on Gu Jinbei's text message. It was a package on her mobile phone. Every day, she would receive some tips on life and an encyclopedia of jokes. It was free before and she thought it was good, so she didn't cancel it and subscribed every month. She raised her mobile phone and explained innocently, it's an encyclopedia of jokes pushed by the mobile phone. She didn't laugh out loud just now, so it wasn't considered rude. Kong Leyi next to her helped explain the text message was just sent, and she only clicked it to read it for a few seconds. Du Yili is the atmosphere and said curiously, what joke is it? Tell it out so that we can have some fun. In fact, this joke was discovered when she sent a text message to Gu Jinbei just now, and she didn't have time to read it. She quickly glanced at it. The joke was very short. When she saw the end, she couldn't help laughing again. Everyone saw it and became more curious. In the expectant eyes of everyone, Yukin cleared her throat and read, "A white cat fell into the river and a black cat passing by rescued it." Do you know what the white cat said to the black cat later? Everyone looked at each other, thinking about this question. Kang Leyi said, "Aren't you going to say thank you?" Du Yili immediately denied it, "Of course not. Generally speaking, if you ask this question, the answer will definitely be ridiculous and laughable." Well, I guess the white cat said, "This river is yours." Can't I swim here? He laughed after he finished speaking, looking very proud. Li Qianyu had a cold face. She was too lazy to guess such boring things. Ke Chen was very considerate. He thought about it seriously and said, "I think the white cat would say, 'Is the water dirty?' Why are you so dark?" The white cat said, "I was just hungry and went down to eat some fish." Yukin didn't expect their answers to be so rich. She thought they were really talented. "Yukin, please announce the answer quickly and see who is right." 然后 producer Zhang was itching and couldn't wait any longer. Yukin held back her laughter. The white cat said, "Meow." Ha ha ha. Yukin was the only one laughing in the whole box, and the others were unusually silent. However, 2 seconds later, Kang Leyi and Ke Chen also laughed. Laughter is contagious, and everyone laughed too, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly high. Yukin received Gao Shaoyun's gratified and admiring look. She suddenly felt a little guilty. This was an accident. The dishes were served quickly and everyone ate and chatted. Those who didn't want to chat lowered their heads to eat. While eating, Yukin thought that Gu Jinbei should be eating too, and they were eating the same food. She had a happy feeling of eating with Gu Jinbei. She always wanted to contact him, so she took out her mobile phone and sent him a text message, the content of which was the joke she just told. At the end of the text message, she asked Gu Jinbei to reply, because she really wanted to know his answer. Gu Jinbei was about to eat and Lu Ming had been back for a while. He didn't leave even when he was asked to get off work. After reading the text message, he replied, "Cats can't talk." Yukin held the phone and waited, but she didn't expect to receive a reply so soon. She opened it with expectation, and after seeing the content, she was a little disappointed and then full of admiration. With excitement, she replied, "Wow! You are so smart." The smart Gu Jinbei was very disdainful. Did she need to say that he was smart? Chapter 9. Mr. Gu. Lu Ming has been struggling since he came back, and now he can't help but speak. Gu Jinbei stopped his chopsticks in mid-air and looked up at Lu Ming. His eyes are always as sharp and intimidating as an eagle, which makes people respect him. Lu Ming has followed him for several years and has sincere admiration and worship for him. I originally thought that it was normal for such a perfect man to be single. After all, I didn't find any woman who could match him, including those beautiful female stars who took the initiative to deliver themselves to the door. But when I saw Yukin, I felt that she was a rare match for Mr. Gu, although it was probably because I knew in advance that Mr. Gu chose her. However, when they met in the restaurant before, I suddenly felt that the lady didn't seem to have a deep feeling for Mr. Gu. The lady's admiring eyes should be given to Mr. Gu. However, Mr. Gu's family affairs are not something that a small assistant like him can interfere with. Take your time to eat. Gu Jinbei still looked at Lu Ming and said in a deep voice, "Just say whatever you want to say." He hated people hesitating the most. Lu Ming's heartbeat quickened. Mr. Gu's eyes were indeed very sharp. He had no choice but to tell the truth. I met my wife in the restaurant. I know my wife told you. Is it strange? Number. Now strange. Liu Ming's mouth twitched, and he said, my wife must be very happy to be on the show with her idol. Because of his work, Liu Ming knew a lot of people in the TV station. Star Challenge was so popular, who didn't know the main guests? When he came back, he made a phone call and confirmed that Yu Qing also participated in the show. Idol. Gu Jinbei frowned slightly, and Liu Ming knew that he didn't know. Who doesn't have an idol? I have one too. My idol is Daniel Wu. He is handsome and loyal. As he spoke, he showed the eyes of a fanboy. Sensing Gu Jinbei's unsuspecting gaze, he quickly added, Boss Gu is also my idol. You are handsome and loyal. Gu Jinbei looked at him coldly. You can leave work now. I'll work overtime with you. Let's go. Gu Jinbei was obviously disgusted. Liu Ming was a little hurt and reluctantly packed up his things to leave work. In the restaurant's private room, everyone had almost finished eating. Du Yili suggested changing the venue and going to karaoke, saying that it was to build relationships. The few of them were new and unfamiliar with each other. They were about to work together, and if they wanted to get familiar with each other in a short period of time, it would be most effective to go out and have fun together. Several stars knew this truth very well and did not raise any objections. 然后 only producer Zhang had something to do at home and did not go. So the group moved to the karaoke room next door. In the large private room, everyone sat on the sofa, and those who loved singing went to order songs. Yu Qing wanted to find a corner to sit down but was pulled to the middle by Gao Shaoyun. The more familiar they were, the smoother the recording of the show would be. Yu Qing also knew this. She hid in the corner just to send a text message to Gu Jinbei to tell him that she would be home late tonight. Now, there is no chance again. They sang happily and the box was very noisy. You had to speak loudly to be heard. Aren't you going to sing? Kong Le-yi came to Yu Qing and asked. Yu Qing shook her head, leaned over and said, I don't like singing. Before she finished speaking, Du Yili, who was holding the microphone, reached out to Yu Qing and said to the microphone, I want to sing the next song with Yu Qing. Yu Qing and Gao Shaoyun's heart skipped a beat. The song was being changed and the room was really quiet. Yu Qing waved her hand and said, I can't sing. Du Yili, then change it. What song do you like to sing? Before Yu Qing could answer, Ke Chen also joined in the fun. I'll sing a duet with Yu Qing later. Yu Qing was helpless, I can't sing. Oh, if she doesn't want to sing, don't force her. Li Qianyu chuckled. The atmosphere was very awkward. Yu Qing did humiliate others. Du Yili's smile faded. 然后 Just as Gao Shaoyun was about to smooth things over, Yu Qing poured herself a glass of red wine and stood up. To show my apology, I'll drink a glass as a punishment. 然后 after saying that, she raised her head and drank it in one gulp. There's also a glass for Ke Chen. Li Qianyu reminded. Ke Chen, no need. Yu Qing had already poured another glass of wine and drank it without frowning. Li Qianyu would tease her whenever she got the chance. Instead of playing word games with them, it would be better to be straightforward like this. Anyway, with Gao Shaoyun here, she is not afraid of getting drunk. Gao Shaoyun was worried about her and came over to ask, How are you? The world in Yu Qing's eyes was already spinning and her reaction became slow. She slowly turned her head, blinked her eyes, and said, Sister Yang, I might be drunk. The effect of alcohol had not yet fully taken effect, and her mind was still clear. She couldn't drink much, but the good news was that she would not act crazy when drunk and would sober up quickly. In addition, her singing was even worse and she would be out of tune. If others heard her singing, it would have a very bad impact on her image. Gao Shaoyun kept telling her not to sing in front of others. Do you want to go to the bathroom to vomit? In this circle, there are many dinner parties, and drinking is also difficult to avoid. They are used to such situations and can handle them calmly. Yu Qing shook her head. She hated the feeling of vomiting. Take me back later. After Yu Qing finished speaking, her head was very heavy, so she closed her eyes and leaned on the back of the sofa. Is Yu Qing drunk? Du Yili has been paying attention to Yu Qing. The beautiful woman who is slightly drunk is particularly attractive. Gao Shaoyun said apologetically. Yes, 然后 her alcohol tolerance has always been poor, is she pretending? It was Amy who spoke. She had already discovered that Li Qianyu and Yu Qing were not on the same page. Li Qianyu is so popular, so of course she chose to join her camp. This targeting is obvious. Ke Chen said unhappily, why don't you try to drink 2 glasses of red wine in one gulp? Amy choked, but still said, I think she has been absent-minded. Maybe she pretended to be drunk to find an excuse to go back. Li Qianyu, since she is drunk, let her go back. Yes, go back. So Gao Shaoyun took Yu Qing out. Du Yili wanted to help, but Gao Shaoyun refused. Yu Qing was not too drunk, and she could walk with help. After finally getting in the car, Gao Shaoyun asked, where is your husband's home? Husband. My husband is very handsome. Yu Qing was no longer sober. I asked you for your address, why are you asking me? Ask him. It's so tiring to talk to a drunk person. How about I take you back to your apartment? Gao Shaoyun started the car. Yu Qing was excited to get out of the car. I don't want to, I want to be with my husband. Gao Shaoyun pulled her back, thought about it, and felt that she should really go back to her husband. She was already married and still living outside. It would be bad if her husband got suspicious. She gave up asking the drunkard and decided to use Yu Qing's phone to call her husband. She flipped through the recent contacts and confirmed who her husband was at a glance. The most handsome man in the world. Seeing these words, Gao Shaoyun remembered the expression on Yu Qing's face when she said she wanted to marry the most handsome man in the world, with a yearning for a better future. Now, is this what she wanted? Of course, Gao Shaoyun only saw that the most handsome man in the world was just a matter of love. However, when she saw Gu Jinbei, she, who was always mature, steady, intellectual, and elegant, was also stunned. With such a high appearance, it would be a pity not to make a debut. 20 minutes ago, Gu Jinbei, who was driving on the way home, received a call from Gao Shaoyun. He originally refused and asked Gao Shaoyun to take her to her former residence. Gao Shaoyun said, she said she wanted to be with you. Gu Jinbei was silent for a while and asked their location. When Yu Qing saw Gu Jinbei, she smiled and greeted, husband, hello. Gu Jinbei said nothing, helped her into the back seat of his car, and then drove away. Gao Shaoyun looked at the car that was leaving with mixed feelings. This man seemed to have a bad temper. She couldn't feel his love for Yu Qing. 那个, how could they be like a newlywed couple who grew up together? Gu Jinbei was in a bad mood now. After working all day, he had to pick up a drunk woman. She affected his life. More than half an hour later, when they got home, Yu Qing had fallen asleep completely. 然后 Gu Jinbei leaned in and pushed her awake. Do you want to sleep in the car or go home? He had never taken care of others. Yu Qing blinked. After a good sleep, her head was much clearer. Facing Gu Jinbei's sour face, she was in a good mood. Go home. Before Gu Jinbei left, Yu Qing stretched out her hand to him and said very calmly, pull me up. Gu Jinbei's patience was dwindling. His eyes narrowed slightly and his displeasure was revealed. If it were Lu Ming, he would have dared not say a word and hid far away, but Yu Qing looked unaware and said innocently, I can't get up. Gu Jinbei took a deep breath, held her hand, and pulled her up. After getting out of the car, Yu Qing's body swayed slightly. Gu Jinbei didn't want to pay attention to her at first, but when he saw that she was really about to fall, he reached out and pulled her. After taking her to the sofa in the living room, Gu Jinbei really ignored her and went upstairs to take a shower. Yu Qing's head was still a little dizzy and she didn't want to do anything except sleep. After lying on the sofa for a while, she felt a little cold. She wanted to hug a pillow but couldn't, so she had to get up and walk upstairs. In fact, she had been expecting Gu Jinbei to carry her upstairs, but he was too ruthless. Gu Jinbei came out of the shower, sat on the bed for a while, got up and opened the door. Looking at the sofa on the first floor from the second floor, there was no one. Going back to the room, he could finally sleep peacefully. The next day, when Yu Qing got up, it was almost 8 o'clock, and Gu Jinbei had already gone out. She hurriedly washed up and called a taxi. Chen Huijun had just finished the operation and she had to go to see her more often, otherwise it would be disappointing. Yu Qing was always very soft-hearted towards sick people. Rushing to the hospital, the elevator opened, and she met Gu Jinbei, who was about to take the elevator downstairs. Just as she was about to say hello, she found that he was with two middle-aged men next to him. One of them was tall and handsome, and he was not a small figure at first glance. Yu Qing, who was quick to react, immediately pretended not to know him, walked out of the elevator calmly and paused by them. Yu Qing thought to herself, that middle-aged man seems a little familiar. After thinking about it carefully, she couldn't figure out where she had seen him. Chapter 10. Yu Qing knocked on the door and entered the ward. Aunt Lin was serving Chen Huijun. Chen Huijun shouldn't talk too much now. Seeing Yu Qing, she smiled and waved at her. Mom, Yu Qing walked over obediently and asked Aunt Lin, "How is the situation today?" Aunt Lin said, "The recovery after the operation is very good. The doctor said that you can be discharged in 10 days. Yu Qing was very happy to hear. That's great. Chen Huijun patted Yu Qing's arm and said in a hoarse voice, "Have you seen Jinbei?" "Yes." "Mom, your throat still hurts a lot. Don't talk so much for now. I'll talk to you." Yu Qing knew very well that it would be boring to be hospitalized for a long time, and it would be very happy to have someone to talk to. Just now, the young master's uncle came to see the lady. "You all know each other, right?" Aunt Lin knew that Chen Huijun wanted to know this, so she asked for her. Yu Qing suddenly realized that the reason why she felt familiar was probably because they were a family and looked alike. "No, we missed each other." Chen Huijun and Aunt Lin looked at each other, slightly disappointed. "Aunt Lin, it's okay to meet next time." Chen Huijun nodded. Yu Qing stayed in the hospital until noon, talked a lot with Chen Huijun, and told her that she had work these days and could not come to the hospital for the time being. Chen Huijun took a nap after lunch, and Yu Qing left. She didn't eat breakfast today and she was hungover. Her stomach hurt a little when she accompanied Chen Huijun before, and it hurt more now. The car was not there, so she had to walk to the outside of the hospital to take a taxi. While walking, she called Gu Jinbei. The phone rang a few times and was connected. "Have you had lunch?" "No, I'll treat you." "No, then you treat me." "Yu Qing, have you forgotten our agreement?" No, Yu Qing's mood fell and her voice was muffled. Her stomach was getting more and more uncomfortable. She didn't like this feeling. She wanted someone to accompany her. "Then I won't bother you." Gu Jinbei, who was sitting in the office, picked up the phone that had been hung up and realized that it was almost 12 o'clock. "Boss Gu, what would you like to have for lunch?" Lu Min knocked on the door and asked. Gu Jinbei generally had no idea when to get off work, so if Lu Min didn't ask, he would usually put off eating lunch until about 1 o'clock. Of course, even if Lu Min asked, he might not put down his work. "Whatever." People on the internet always say that women like to say these two troublesome words the most. Every time he saw these contents, he wanted to show them to Boss Gu. But he didn't dare to, and he racked his brains to choose dishes every time. Yu Qing got in a taxi and asked the driver to drive back to the villa. When passing by a pharmacy, she got off the car and bought a few boxes of medicine. There were sobering medicine, digestive medicine, pain reliever, and stomach medicine. After getting back in the car, she swallowed a stomach medicine with mineral water. Seeing this, the driver asked with concern, "Girl, you are not feeling well." Yu Qing had just got on the car at the cancer hospital. The driver immediately had many thoughts in his mind and kindly advised, "Girl, you must be strong, work hard to overcome the disease, and cooperate with the doctor." Yu Qing swallowed the medicine and interrupted him, "Uncle, you misunderstood. I went to the hospital to visit patients, and I have a stomachache now. Alas, you young people always don't eat well. Breakfast is a must. Lunch is a meal that connects the previous and the next, so you should eat more. Don't think about losing weight all day long. As long as you are not too fat, you should not lose weight. Eat whatever you want. People should eat and play happily when they are alive." The driver is a bit long-winded. Others may find it annoying, but Yu Qing doesn't. "Well, why do you want to lose weight? You should eat whatever you want and as much as you want," Yu Qing said with a smile. Oh, that's right. Don't ruin your body just for the sake of losing weight. It's not worth it." "Well, I won't lose weight." "Hey, little girl, you don't find Uncle annoying, do you?" The driver realized that he talked too much. His wife always told him not to preach to people. Young people hate nagging people the most. Yu Qing hurriedly said, "No, Uncle, you are very good. I am not annoying at all." "Really?" The uncle was not sure. Yu Qing said very firmly, "Really, Uncle is very warm. Few people care about me so much. Girl, you came out to work hard on your own. Your parents are not around. You have to take care of yourself." Yes, Yu Qing's eyes drooped slightly and her smile became bitter. The driver saw it from the rearview mirror and saw that she was homesick because of what he said. He felt a little guilty and changed the subject to talk about something happy. When the car arrived at the destination and Yu Qing paid and got off the car, the driver took out a fresh keeping box and handed it to Yu Qing. "My wife made some pastries yesterday for the kids to take out of town, and she left some for you to eat." Yu Qing stared at the box in his hand in a daze. "It's fresh." Oh, forget it. You really can't eat strangers' things." The uncle took it back awkwardly, but Yu Qing reached out to take it. "Uncle is a good person, thank you." Yu Qing said gratefully, a warm current flowing in her heart. Her eyes were hot. Holding the fresh keeping box into the empty villa, Yu Qing sat on the sofa for a while, and after adjusting her mood, she opened the fresh keeping box. It was a pie. The crust was stacked layer by layer, crispy, and the filling inside was looming. It looked delicious. Picked one up and bit it. It was filled with mung bean filling, very delicious. She suddenly felt that she should take a photo as a souvenir, and after taking the photo, she opened Weibo. There were many private messages and comments, most of which asked why she didn't show her cooking skills today. After thinking about it, Yu Qing posted the photo she had just taken. "I got up late today and didn't have time to make breakfast. I was so hungry that my stomach hurt, and then I met a warm-hearted driver uncle who gave me this. They are delicious, very touching, and grateful." After sending them, she put her phone aside and ate 2 more pies, one with osmosis filling and the other with chestnut filling. There are so many varieties, and Yu Qing felt the love of the aunt for her family. "I am so envious." After eating, Yu Qing went to take a nap and turned her phone to silent. Tomorrow she will record a program with the program crew, so she can have a good rest today. She slept until dark, and woke up because she heard someone calling her name and then the sound of the door opening. Click, the light in the room was turned on and Yu King, who was halfway up, was stimulated by the sudden bright light. She squinted her eyes and the figure at the door was blurry as if walking out of the fog. 然后 Mr. Gu, why don't you answer the phone? Gu Jinbei's voice was unhappy. Asleep? Are you asleep or fainted? Didn't you hear any sound? This blaming tone. Yu King was stunned for a moment and explained stupidly it was muted. Gu Jinbei didn't say anything with a gloomy face. She couldn't help but ask herself, how did she offend him? Gu Jinbei looked at her messy hair, her dull look when she just woke up, and her slightly pale face. Have you eaten? He actually cared about her eating problem. So weird. No, get up. Gu Jinbei said this and turned to go out. Yu King looked at the door that he closed again and quickly sorted out her thoughts. She quickly picked up the phone on the bedside table and opened it. Gu Jinbei called her 3 times, 2 hours ago, 1 hour ago, and 40 minutes ago. Did he come back so early because he was worried about her? Suddenly, her mood became sunny. She didn't know what happened during the time she was sleeping. 2 hours ago. Lu Min didn't leave immediately after giving the file to Gu Jinbei. It was obvious that he had something to say. Gu Jinbei, anything else? Lu Min, actually, there's nothing. Go ahead. If you don't want to, get out. I said it's about the madam. Gu Jinbei put down the file in his hand and looked up at Lu Min. 然后 Lu Min had already opened the mobile page and handed it to Gu Jinbei. It was Yu King's Weibo homepage, and the Weibo post she posted at noon was clearly visible. The time was more than half an hour after she called him, and the photo was of his living room, so she went home after being rejected by him. He remembered that her tone was low when she said the last sentence on the phone. Lu Min began to explain, my wife seems to be unwell. Do you want to call and ask about her? Today was very busy at work. Gu Jinbei didn't have lunch until 1:30 and then he continued to work. He had no time to pay attention to Yu King. 那个 Lu Min saw all of this. He found Yu King's Weibo yesterday and followed her. At 2 p.m., he found that she updated it. Seeing that Gu Jinbei was always busy, he seemed to have no idea that his wife was unwell. He hesitated until just now and decided to say it. 然后 He interfered with Mr. Gu's marriage life again. He knew that he was meddling, but he felt that he was doing a good thing. You were slacking off at work. Lu Min. Mr. Gu, shouldn't you be anxious and say, why did you tell me now? I saw it during the lunch break. Lu Min said aggressively. Gu Jinbei, focus on work. Oh, Lu Min lowered his head and went out. Sitting back in his seat, Lu Min felt melancholy. Mr. Gu and his wife, how could they be so cold and indifferent to each other just after getting married, as if they were having the 7-year itch? After Lu Min left, Gu Jinbei continued to work. After a few minutes, he was distracted. Not long after, he simply called Yu King. 然后 No one answered. Forget it, he continued to work, but words like stomach cramps and gastric perforation appeared in his mind from time to time, as well as various possibilities of not answering the phone. He knew that Yu King had not lived well before. After entering the entertainment industry in recent years, she no longer had to worry about food and clothing, but she had to diet to lose weight and eat like a cat. It was normal for her to have a bad stomach and she deserved the stomachache. However, she married him, although they were only nominally married, but they also signed a marriage agreement. She had no relatives and was in his house. 那个 What if something happened? So, an hour later, he called again. Still no one answered. It was time to get off work, and Lu Ming asked him if he wanted to buy takeout, so he asked Lu Ming to go to the Chaoshan porridge restaurant across the street to buy a bowl of easy-to-digest porridge. 10 minutes later, Gu Jinbei went downstairs and called Lu Ming to deliver the porridge to the parking lot. Before driving, she called Yu Qing for the third time, but still no one answered, and he drove very fast. Thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of Yu Qing coming downstairs. She was wearing home clothes and had her hair tied up in a bun. She stood at the kitchen door and asked Gu Jinbei with a high spirit, "Are you worried about me so you came back so early?" Gu Jinbei, our company gets off work at 6 o'clock. Chapter 11. Yu Qing's smile slowly disappeared and her head drooped. Oh. She was being sentimental again. Let's go sit in the restaurant. Why? Did he dislike her standing here for being an eyesore? Have dinner. Yu Qing then noticed what he had in his hand, which was an insulated lunchbox. He opened the lid, and a rich aroma wafted out. It smells so good. The smell of mushrooms and chicken. Mushroom and shredded chicken porridge. Gu Jinbei didn't say anything, but he said in his heart, "Dog knows." Yu Qing obediently went to sit in the restaurant. When Gu Jinbei, with his shirt sleeves rolled up, brought the hot porridge over, her burning eyes followed him all the time, and the smile on her face was very sweet. Until Gu Jinbei put the hot porridge in front of her, sat down, and took a spoon to eat, she still didn't move her eyes away. Gu Jinbei said unexpectedly, "Do you like to look at others naked like this?" Naked or something, Yu Qing thought, "I want to see you naked." With this evil thought, she said, "No, I don't look at people who are not good looking." Gu Jinbei was amazed by his lustful attitude. "You don't seem hungry." His eyes were dangerous, as if he wanted to take away the food in front of Yu Qing. Yu Qing immediately circled the bowl in front of her with both hands and said as if to claim sovereignty, "I'm very hungry, starving, this bowl is mine." The look of being on guard against him to snatch it made Gu Jinbei feel depressed. "Eat quickly if you are hungry, okay. Wash the dishes after eating." "No problem." He was so happy to wash the dishes, and Gu Jinbei was slightly disappointed. Halfway through the meal, Yu Qing said to Gu Jinbei, "I have to go to record a show tomorrow, and I may not be back tonight. Yeah, maybe it will take 2 or 3 days. You don't need to tell me about your affairs, I won't interfere. I just think that when two people live together, if there is anything, they should tell each other so that the other party won't worry." Yu Qing explained in a low voice. She looked a little aggrieved. Gu Jinbei was used to speaking harshly. Usually, when Lu Ming couldn't work overtime or occasionally asked for leave, he would tell him the reason. He would speak like this. If there was something, there was something. As for what it was, there was no need to tell him. Now she suddenly felt that she was different from Lu Ming, and it seemed that she should speak in a different tone. But the words had already been said. Got it. After that, the two ate porridge in silence. Gu Jinbei finished eating quickly and went upstairs. The next morning, Gu Jinbei got up at 6 o'clock and walked into the gym as usual. He saw a pink sticky note on the treadmill at a glance. There was a line of beautiful handwriting on the paper, "Breakfast is ready. After you exercise, heat it up in the microwave before eating. I'm going to work." 然后 There was a smiley face drawn after the period, and it was drawn ugly. Gao Shaoyun drove to pick up Yu Qing before dawn. When she knew that Yu Qing lived here, she was really surprised. This is a wealthy area. I thought Yu Qing's husband was an ordinary rich man, but he was not ordinary. It's a pity that she still doesn't know Gu Jinbei's name. Yu Qing said to keep it secret. Now that she knows the address, she can actually check it, but she thinks it's better to forget it. This is respect. She left so early because the journey is long and she still has to put on makeup, attend meetings, and make other preparations. The shooting location this time is in the suburbs of this city, but Yukin lives in the southern suburbs and the shooting location is in the northern suburbs, spanning the entire city. After more than 2 hours, they finally arrived and came to the dressing room. The actresses of the program group were all there. Li Qianyu had already put on makeup. Seeing Yukin, who was exhausted, she couldn't help but sneer a few times. "You are quite a big-name temperament." Yukin smiled and said, "You are flattering." Li Qianyu, haha. It feels bad to punch cotton. In fact, Yukin was not late. It was more than 7 o'clock now, and the official start would not start until after 8 o'clock. It was enough for her to put on makeup for half an hour. They arrived so early because they stayed in the hotel that the program group booked nearby last night. Yukin didn't come last night. She chose to live under the same roof with Gu Jinbei, so it didn't matter if she got up early in the morning. What's more, she ate the porridge that Gu Jinbei bought last night. Although she didn't ask, Yukin was sure that he bought it for her specially and guessed that he saw her Weibo. Knowing that Gu Jinbei was paying attention to her silently, Yukin was happy all night, so she got up early and prepared breakfast. Gao Shaoyun began to make up for her. 18-line stars can't afford to hire a special makeup artist or assistant. Gao Shaoyun has several jobs, but she is not busy at all. Being busy is the state they look forward to most. Today is the first appearance, and the appearance must be stunning, so the makeup should be thicker and more delicate. However, Yukin has fair and delicate skin. Willow leaf eyebrows are very stylish, double eyelids are very symmetrical, and double eyelid stickers are not needed. The eyelashes are thick and slender. Just use an eyelash curler to curl them and then apply some mascara. She has a good temperament, and her hairstyle is simply to tie up a few strands. Gao Shaoyun, who has a makeup artist qualification certificate, H, has lost some of her skills in recent years because she has not had the opportunity to show her skills. After putting on makeup, Yukin went to change clothes. The first set was a dress prepared by the program team. Gao Shaoyun followed up on all of this, and she didn't know what the clothes assigned to her looked like. When she walked to the dressing room, Gao Shaoyun said, "Your clothes are the ugliest." "How uglier can they be?" Yukin was curious. Isn't the program team afraid of ruining their reputation? Your ugly clothes won't ruin your reputation, and you can even create a hot topic and add fuel to the fire. Then will I be completely famous? That's also black and red. Gao Shaoyun glanced at her. You are the only weirdo who is still in the mood to joke at this time. If it were any other female star outside, she would have complained and lost her temper long ago. I'm a beautiful weirdo, I'm not afraid. It's true that Yukin is beautiful, but how many people in this circle are not good looking? There are many people who are prettier than her, and there are even more people who are not as pretty as her but more popular than her. However, Yukin has a special feature. She is not a stunning person at first glance, but she always makes people look at her twice, and then the more they look at her, the more beautiful she becomes. Especially when she smiles, which makes people like her. 那个 Gao Shaoyun persuaded her to join the industry not because of her good looks. On the contrary, she was dressed ordinary at the time. Her hair was not permed or dyed, and she simply tied a ponytail. At best, she looked like a pure college student. She knew that Yukin had good facial features and would definitely be a beauty after being packaged, but she didn't expect her beauty to exceed expectations. However, no matter how beautiful her face and figure are, her score will be lowered by ugly clothes. Pushing open the door of the dressing room, the green long skirt hanging on the wall instantly attracted the attention of the visitors. Yukin opened her mouth slightly with a look of surprise on her face. This? She pointed at the skirt and asked in disbelief. Gao Shaoyun nodded indifferently. After being surprised, Yukin laughed and looked at this skirt carefully. This saree looks good. 高少运. Isn't the stem of celery white? Or did I remember it wrong? It's green. 高少运. She didn't want to talk. Hey, take a closer look. This color is also pretty. Yuking took the skirt off and compared it in front of the mirror. Sister Yang, I'm changing clothes. I think I can handle it. The theme of this episode is to promote green cities, so they came to this beautiful place to record. The clothes of the other female guests are also related to the theme, but their clothes are more obscure, not as honest as Yuking, who is dressed in green. After a while, Yuking called Gao Shaoyun to help her zip up. This skirt is indeed like celery, a tube top style and a slim design to the knee position. It is very close-fitting and the slightest belly will be exposed. Below the knee is a dark green fluffy floor-length skirt. 那个 light green with dark green. After the zipper is zipped up, Yuking's figure is immediately outlined. Gao Shaoyun was surprised. Her lower abdomen is flat. Although she is thin, her buttocks are plump and perky, especially her breasts. 34C on a thin person is really amiable. Gao Shaoyun is also a C cup, but hers is 36 centimeters, and her waist is almost as big as Yuking's. Pull your clothes down a little, show your cleavage, squeeze deeper, come, I'll help you. Yuking crossed her hands in front of her chest. No. Oh, why are you protecting it so well? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Do you mean you won't let me see it now that you have a man? No. Did you get a little strawberry planted on you? No. Yuking blushed. She did think so. I'm afraid that I'll be too beautiful and make people jealous. Gao Shaoyun agreed. That makes sense. I'm jealous anyway. This skirt should be matched with a hat of the same color to make it echo. Gao Shaoyun rolled her eyes. You could make such jokes before, but now you are a married woman, you have to be careful. Yuking pursed her lips and whispered, he won't cheat on me. Newlyweds, they must be eager to give their hearts and livers to each other now, but after the passion phase, forget it, I won't discourage you, a newlywed woman. There was not much time left, so the two of them sorted out their clothes and went out. In the dressing room, everyone was still in their original positions. When Yuking came in, they immediately looked over. Originally, they were waiting to see the show with a happy expression, but when they saw Yuking, the big celery, their expressions changed. Yuking's height is average among female stars, anyway, not tall, but when she put on this skirt, she immediately had a visual sense of 170 plus. And she hasn't changed into high heels yet. In fact, more than 20 skirts were prepared, and Li Qianyu and several other permanent guests participated in the selection. This skirt was originally eliminated first. When she knew that Yuking participated, she said she wanted this one. She wanted to make Yuking a joke and let everyone laugh at her. But unexpectedly, such a skirt was so suitable for her. Originally, I knew that she had a good figure, but after putting on this skirt, I found that she had such a good figure. Wow! Yuking, you are so beautiful and your figure is so good. Kong Leyi ran to Yuking excitedly, her eyes full of amazement. You are also beautiful. Compared to you, I am very ordinary. You are really beautiful. Kong Leyi praised sincerely. This made the other actresses unhappy. I didn't see her praising anyone just now. Yuking was so crazy when she came. Wasn't it obvious that Yuking was prettier than any of them? They were not convinced. Isn't it just big breasts and thin waist? Who knows how much silicone was filled in those breasts? Thank you. Yuking accepted the praise. Being too modest was pride. But Yuking, I think it would be better if you tied up all your hair. Your neck is also very beautiful. Kong Leyi suggested. Gao Shaoyun's eyes lit up. Come here, I'll fix your hair. It will definitely be more beautiful if your neck is exposed. Li Qianyu said coldly, there is no time. Let's go. Gao Shaoyun, there are still more than 10 minutes. Yu King, you go first, I'll come later. You are not a big star. What's wrong with always being the last one to arrive? Amy said dissatisfiedly. Yu King blinked and raised a harmless smile to them. Then you can wait for me to leave together. 2 minutes will be enough, right? The second half of the sentence was asked to Gao Shaoyun. Gao Shaoyun said confidently, of course. Others. Chapter 12. The male guest has already gone to the shooting location, the National, for A-level scenic spot. Several female guests held a half-hour meeting with the main creative staff, then set off by car and then dispersed in the scenic area and did not meet up at the beginning. In the first part of the program, the male guest looked for the female guest. The female guest hid and the male guest drew keywords to find. Of course, this is all scripted and the drawing of laws was also arranged in advance. 然后, however, there are still some unscripted contents. For example, Yu King didn't know who would find her. She was placed in the middle of a piece of land without vegetation, just like a unique and independent celery. While waiting, she silently prayed that it was not Du Yili, but unfortunately, it didn't go as she wished. Yu King's first shot was a stunning turn, and the photographer had to capture her beauty and the male guest's stunning expression. 然后, the other female guests were also in this way. Yu King's group shooting went smoothly, and Du Yili's stunning expression was a real performance, not acting. Then the male guest took the female guest on the red carpet. 9 people gathered together, saying some compliments and asking some interesting questions. Du Yili and Li Qianyu were like captains, playing a leading role. Du Yili led the topic to Yu King. Yu King, your outfit today is the most special. May I ask why you chose such a skirt? Yu King kept smiling and spoke the lines she had just memorized naturally, saying that if the environment was not good, the emerald green color would not be seen in the future. And that we should protect the environment for the benefit of future generations. Du Yili made an expression of sudden enlightenment and praised him lavishly. He talked a lot, but fortunately Yu King had great patience and always maintained the proper demeanor, but some female guests were impatient. Li Qianyu diverted the topic, and Yu King finally felt a little more relaxed. It was already 10 in the morning when we officially started playing the game. The sun was strong. 然后 everyone changed into sportswear in red, yellow, and blue colors and formed groups of 3. The groups were also drawn by lot, with male and female guests drawing separately, and each group had 1 man and 2 women. Yu King, Ke Chen, and Li Qiang formed a group. The morning activities were appetizers, not difficult, and the desired effect was to be funny. The afternoon activities were tightly scheduled. Although this kind of program is entertainment, it still needs to be taken seriously. At least Yu King was serious. One project was to build a levee for flood prevention. 3 ditches, 3 groups built 1 each, and then released water. The most solid group won. The tools included sacks, hose, and shovels. They discussed and decided. Ke Chen holds the soil, Li Qiang opens the bag, and Yu King shovels the soil into the bag. It looks easy, but the work is very laborious. In addition to the person who opens the bag, the people holding the shovel and the hoe were exhausted and sweating in a short while. This is a program, and the participating celebrities are basically people who are used to being pampered. How can they really be asked to do hard work for half a day? So, they just pretended to do it during the filming. Especially Li Qianyu, she hoed a few times and the sweat on her face was sprayed away with a spray. After shooting a few shots, she hid in the shade, wiped the sweat and touched up her makeup, and her assistant fanned her. Yu King shoveled 2 bags very honestly and then exchanged with Ke Chen to get a hoe to hold the ground. Yu King, you are too serious. Du Yili came over. Yu King kept moving her hands, it's fun. She actually thought it was fun to do dirty work under the scorching sun. Many people found Yukin's words incredible, and some suspected that she was deliberately pretending to be hardworking. Yukin, you look very skilled in holding a hoe. Are you from a peasant family? The questioner was Li Qianyu. Yukin stood up straight, holding the handle of the hoe with one hand, and said, My grandparents are all farmers, so I am one of them, too. Li Qianyu, no wonder it turns out that you are a real farmer's son. Yukin automatically filtered out her contempt. When I was a child, I went back to my grandfather's house and saw that his family had a large piece of farmland. At that time, I was thinking that it would be great if my grandfather could give me a piece of land in the future. Although there is a script, as long as it does not go off the track, the director will let the guests play freely at other times. Anyway, it will be edited in the later stage, so it's okay to shoot more. What do you want a piece of land for? Ke Chen asked curiously. Yukin, grow flowers. Ke Chen nodded. This idea is too reasonable. Girls like beautiful flowers. What kind of flowers do you grow? Li Qiang asked. It's rare to be on this show, and you have to find a sense of existence all the time. Roses, the bright red ones. You are too tacky. Li Qiang despised. A little girl can like many kinds of flowers. Are roses tacky? Yukin smiled. There are even tacky things I like. Li Qiang, what? Yukin, money. Yukin's words made everyone laugh, and they all echoed, I like it too. Du Yili smiled and asked, Li Qiang, do you like it? He was helping Yukin. Li Qiang said she didn't like it or not. She bit her lip and said nothing, but her face turned red. Du Yili was very satisfied with Li Qiang's reaction, then looked at Yukin and raised her eyebrows. Yukin smiled but said nothing. After the recording of the sandbag making session was completed, the rest was done by the gardeners of the scenic area. After the required sandbags were filled, the guests had to take pictures of moving the sandbags to the river and stacking them up. This requires more physical strength. The female players of the other two groups worked together to lift a bag, which was very strenuous. After lifting it with difficulty, they could not walk 2 steps. Then the male guest said very gentlemanly, Let me do it, the girls can just cheer on the side. In this way, the female players don't have to work hard, and the tall and mighty image of the male players is also established, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But if every group did this, it would be boring. Yukin knew this, and without the director telling her, she rolled up her trouser legs to her calves, bent down, and lifted the bag together with Ke Chen. When they lifted it together, Li Qiang also came over to help, but she didn't use any strength at all. Anyway, she was just pretending. A sack of mud was very heavy, and it was not only difficult for Yukin, but also for the literary youth Ke Chen. After the first bag was put in the ditch, Yukin and Ke Chen smiled with a sense of accomplishment. It was more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the temperature was the highest. Yukin's back was sweaty, and the broken hair on her forehead was wet with sweat and stuck to her skin, which was not very comfortable. So she raised her hand to wipe it and put her hair behind her ears. Haha, Yukin, your face. Li Qiang, who was standing on the ditch, pointed at Yukin's face and laughed. Yukin blinked, with a puzzled look on her face. 然后 everyone looked over and laughed when they saw 2 streaks of mud on Yukin's forehead and face. Yukin, what's wrong with my face? It's my makeup smudge. 那个 Ke Chen, who was standing in front of her, was also laughing. Your face is dirty. He stretched out his hand to help her wipe off the mud. 然后 his hand reached in front of Yukin, but she raised her hand to block it, and then she wiped it with the back of her hand, which looked clean. Haha, the more you wipe, the dirtier it gets. Li Qiang stood close and saw it clearly and laughed happily. Yukin looked at the back of her hand. The back of her hand, which was not very dirty just now had dark brown mud and watermarks. It turned out that when she was lifting the sack, the mud inside seeped out. When it was dry, it was light yellow mud and not obvious. When she wiped the sweat, it got wet and stained her face and turned dark. Yu-King, who understood, also laughed and said self-deprecatingly, "Then I have become a cat now." Everyone was amused, and they smiled and nodded, giving her a positive answer. Then, Yu-King imitated the cat's meow twice. Everyone laughed even more happily. Gao Shaoyun, who was standing next to the director, was about to help Yu-King with her makeup, but was stopped by the director and asked the photographer to keep shooting. At this time, the atmosphere was very relaxed. The director nodded, looking very satisfied. Gao Shaoyun's heart finally became clear. Yu-King was the most embarrassed one in the afternoon shoot. However, even though her face was covered with mud, it did not affect her bright and beautiful smile. The afternoon shoot ended until dark. Everyone was exhausted, and Yu-King was also exhausted. When she finished work, her first sentence was, "I want to eat 2 bowls of rice tonight. Does your agent allow it?" Du Yili asked with a smile not far away. So Yu-King touched her belly and asked Gao Shaoyun pitifully, "Sister Yang, is it okay?" Gao Shaoyun saw that she worked so hard today and she felt distressed. "How about another chicken leg?" Yu-King jumped up happily, hugged Gao Shaoyun and said, "And a chicken wing." "As you like." At 9 o'clock in the evening, all the activities were over. Yu-King got up early in the morning and just wanted to go back to her room to sleep. The others looked very energetic and discussed playing cards together. Du Yili asked Yu-King, "Let's play together." "No, you guys play." "TSK. Everyone's coming, how can you not come?" "I don't know how to play." "I can teach you. If you win, it's yours, if you lose, it's mine." "No, thank you, I like to go to bed early." Yu-King smiled and refused. "Go play for a while before going to bed, it's still early." Du Yili was not giving up. If Yu-King continued to refuse, everyone would look bad, and then Gao Shaoyun came to the rescue. She said very politely, "I'm sorry, mister. Yu-King has been feeling a little uncomfortable for the past few days. In order not to affect tomorrow's filming, you have to rest early to recuperate." Uncomfortable is obviously an excuse. Du Yili's smile gradually cooled, but soon he laughed again. There was no one else around. Du Yili leaned closer to Yu-King, and Yu-King leaned back slightly to show her resistance. Du Yili sneered and said in a low voice, "Yu-King, I really want to help you and make you famous, but don't be ungrateful." The implication was very obvious. 这个 Yu-King and Gao Shaoyun were extremely unhappy, but they couldn't break up with him. Thank you for your kindness, but it's useless to help me. I may not be famous." Without giving him a chance to continue speaking, Yu-King raised her hand and waved to him, "I'm going to rest. Good night, mister." Chapter 13. Yu-King turned and left, trying to stay away from the uncomfortable look behind her. The two were silent all the way until they entered the guest room. Gao Shaoyun said angrily, "Du Yili, that scumbag, blatantly wants to seduce you. He thinks everyone cares about his connections." Yu-King was not as excited as Gao Shaoyun. She said coldly, "Sister Yang, don't be angry. We can stay away from him after recording the show tomorrow." 然后 speaking of recording the show, Gao Shaoyun was even more worried. "We have offended him just now, haven't we?" "Oh, he won't use some tricks to strike us out, will he?" "But don't worry, the contract has been signed and we will pay for breach of contract." "Well, the penalty is quite high." Yu-King looked at Gao Shaoyun with interest, knowing that she was unwilling to be kicked out of the program group. We think too seriously, it's not for such a small matter. I'm just afraid that he will make things difficult for you during the recording of the program tomorrow." Gao Shaoyun calmed down. "It's annoying enough to have Li Qianyu if he also goes against you." Don't worry, Sister Yang, there are so many people when recording the program and there are so many people around. Bad guys will always find a way to do bad things and they won't be afraid of this. I'm not easy to bully, don't be afraid. The more Gao Shaoyun talked, the more worried she became. I'm afraid that you will suffer losses and be wronged. When I see you being wronged, I want to deal with those people, but I'm afraid that you can't help but do it. Why do you think I've become a street bully who may fight at any time and I'm sure to win once I fight? Am I that powerful? Yu Qin said with a wry smile. Gao Shaoyun also smiled and fell into memories. When I first met you, I really thought you were a little scary. That was a special situation. I just got angry at that time. Facing people like Li Qianyu and Du Yili, I won't get angry easily. Just keep your heart in your stomach. Okay, don't worry about it. I will keep an eye on them tomorrow. If there is any situation, I will find a way to stop it. You should be careful too, don't suffer like before. Well, I know, how about we sleep together tonight? Yu Qin patted the white 1.8-meter bed. Gao Shaoyun quickly refused. Forget it, I want to have a good sleep tonight. Yu Qin looked aggrieved. Sister Yang, you dislike me. The only person who doesn't dislike your sleeping posture is probably your husband. Yu Qin pursed her lips and said nothing. Gao Shaoyun observed carefully and asked in surprise, does your husband dislike you? Yu Qin shook her head. She had no chance to be disliked yet. Gao Shaoyun smiled and glanced at her chest with an ambiguous look. I'm a man and I won't dislike it either. Yu Qin looked down along her line of sight and suddenly had a black line on his head. After spending a few days with Gu Jinbei, she had never seen him look at her breasts. An abstinent man, ha! I must try vacuum temptation when I go back tomorrow night. Gao Shaoyun left, and Yu Qin was the only one left in the room. Suddenly, she became depressed, with a tired body and a depressed mood. In these years of being helpless, she was despised, trampled, and coveted by those disgusting men. She had experienced too much. Although she could face it calmly, she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She sighed, fell on her back on the bed, looked at the ceiling, and encouraged herself in her heart. It doesn't matter, as long as you are strong enough, you won't be bullied. It doesn't matter if you are not as powerful as others, as long as you have a strong heart, you are not afraid. Every time she was not strong enough, Yu Qin encouraged herself like this. The first sentence was because of Gu Jinbei, and the second sentence was because she found that what he said was difficult to do, and she concluded it after experiencing a lot. Gu Jinbei, the former boy, is now more stable and handsome than before, and now he is the one who has obtained a marriage certificate with her. I suddenly miss him. Putting aside the haze in her heart, Yu Qin turned over and lay on the bed. She took out her mobile phone from her bag and decisively called Gu Jinbei. The phone rang many times before it was picked up. What's the matter? The familiar low voice sounded unwelcome, but Yu Qin was very happy to hear it. I miss you. The other end of the phone fell into silence. Just when Yu Qin was wondering if he would be unhappy and hang up the phone, he spoke. Are you bored? Yeah, you guessed right. I'm busy. What are you busy with? Are you busy thinking about me? Yu Qin laughed at herself. Before Gu Jinbei hung up the phone angrily, she gave herself a way out. Hey, I'm not kidding you anymore. Where are you now? Are you still working overtime at the company? Yu Qin had long known from Chen Huijun that Gu Jinbei was a workaholic, the kind of perverted workaholic who wanted to work 20 hours a day for 365 days a year. This was also an important reason why Chen Huijun insisted on getting Gu Jinbei to marry Yu Qin. At home, oh, what did you have for dinner? Are you eating takeout again? You called just to ask these questions. No, Yu Qin lowered her voice, I just really want to talk to you. Her tone was obviously no longer as cheerful as before. Suddenly, Gu Jinbei's heart seemed to be poked by something not light or heavy, and it disappeared immediately, but he was very clear about the feeling just now. Is work going well? It was rare that Gu Jinbei cared about her work. Not bad. Yu Qing's mood was healed a little bit. Gu Jinbei, yeah. Then, he had nothing to say. In fact, it was now that he didn't know what to say. On the contrary, he also wanted to ask her if she had eaten or was full, but he knew clearly that he shouldn't ask. Why ask these boring things? What's the point? Can he control whether she is full or not? Yu Qing was very satisfied that he could talk to her patiently and continued, I will probably be able to go back tomorrow night. I don't like hotels. Your bed is more comfortable. Gu Jinbei's bed is of course comfortable, but the grade is different. What Yu Qing is not satisfied with is the bed sheets. Everything in his house is in cold tones, while Yu Qing likes warm tones and festive colors. I may be free again after this work is finished. Can I buy some things to decorate your house? I won't make it too exaggerated, and I won't throw your things away. Gu Jinbei, I said it's up to you, you don't have to tell me specifically. Yu Qing, no, you also said that I can't interfere with your life. I think these two are contradictory. It's hard for me not to interfere with your life. Gu Jinbei adjusted his breathing and said in a somewhat hard tone. Just don't go too far. After hearing this, Yu Qing immediately smiled. That's good. Then I will do whatever I want. Anything else? Yes. Yu Qing bit her lip and said, do you want to eat celery? Gu Jinbei, who was about to pour water from the cup, frowned, subconsciously feeling that there was something wrong with this question. Without getting an immediate answer, Yu Qing asked, do you want to? She was already thinking about it, covering her mouth and laughing. No, Gu Jinbei said coldly. What a pity. I'm hanging up. Wait a minute. Yu Qing didn't want him to hang up, but she didn't know what to say so that he wouldn't be unhappy. It's going to get colder tomorrow. You should wear more clothes and don't get sick. Yeah, also, I didn't visit my mother today. How is she today? She's fine. Oh, that's good. Anything else? Yeah. I'm going to be busy. Oh, then you go ahead. Don't be too tired and rest early. Yu Qing felt that she was being long-winded. It is said that men hate long-winded women the most. Yet, this time, Gu Jinbei hung up the phone decisively. Yu Qing looked at the call time on the phone screen. This was their longest call. Although it was only a few minutes, his tone was better than before and he was more patient than before. For people who care about the other party's tiny reactions will be magnified and they will be extremely happy because of the slightest good. Yu Qing is like this now. She held the phone with both hands on her chest, smiled foolishly and rolled around on the bed for a few rounds. In the villa on the other side of the city, Gu Jinbei put the phone in his trouser pocket, poured water from the water dispenser, and went upstairs. God knows why he has to bring his phone even when he goes downstairs to get a glass of water. Maybe it's because the house is too quiet. Yu Qing slept well at night. When Gao Shaoyun came in the morning, she was almost done with her facial mask. You got up so early. Gao Shaoyun likes diligent female stars like Yu Qing the most. I slept well last night, so I woke up early. Yu Qing said truthfully. Aren't you used to sleeping alone? Gao Shaoyun had a sly smile on her face. Yu Qing was helpless. In the past, Gao Shaoyun was worried that she was a virgin, so she was more reserved in her words. Since she became married, Gao Shaoyun's words have become too bold, and he would tease her whenever he had a chance. What could she do? She could only cooperate with her. Yes, so I really hope that today will end quickly, so that I can go back to my man as soon as possible. TSK. You can't stand it after just one day of separation. We need to be apart for a few more days to have the effect of a short separation better than a newlywed. One day is enough. You king, where is your reserve? Maybe it's with my husband. I have to go and get it back quickly. Gao Shaoyun. Last night, there was a strong wind, which blew away the warmth. The temperature dropped from more than 30 degrees to 21 or 22 degrees. It was now cold, but because of the north wind, goosebumps appeared on my skin that was exposed to the outside. Li Qianyu complained, "Can you change clothes? It's so cold." Producer Zhang, you won't be cold when you start exercising. The program team prepared coats, but it will be hot when they start exercising. It will be bad if one of them wears a coat and the other doesn't. Li Qianyu, it's okay to wear a sun protection sleeve. Producer Zhang, okay. Li Qianyu immediately smiled sweetly, thank you, Producer Zhang. The voice was slightly coquettish, and Yu Qing couldn't help shivering. However, Producer Zhang smiled and enjoyed it. In fact, Yu Qing can also act coquettishly, and she often acts like a spoiled child when she is with Gao Shaoyun, but she won't do so in front of others. Gao Shaoyun always said that she should use this trick, and then there will definitely be many people looking for her to cooperate. Yu Qing refused. She didn't want to offend flies. She wanted to provoke Gu Jinbei, but he didn't seem to buy it. Chapter 14. There was a thick layer of clouds in the sky, and there was no sunshine. The natural lake in the scenic area was rippling with blue waves. The next activity was to row a boat to salvage garbage on the lake. The team that salvaged the most garbage won. To increase the fun, you can also grab other people's achievements. Everyone took their positions, and at the director's command, the team members on the boat paddled quickly to seize the initiative. The male team members were responsible for rowing, and the two female team members held net bags to scoop up various garbage floating on the water. The farther the water area is, the more garbage there is, but the boat must be rowed back within the specified time to complete the task. The other groups rowed all the way forward. Yu Qing thought about it and said to Ke Chen, "Let's go directly to the place where there are more garbage." Li Qiang disagreed, "There are so many around here, don't we scoop?" Yu Qing, "We have to give up the small and take the big." Li Qiang, "Isn't it good to scoop all the way? You see so much round, don't you want to watch it?" They are a team, they must have team spirit and unanimous opinions. Yu Qing smiled and explained, "There are more in front. If we get there first, we can try our best to fish. It takes 5 or 6 seconds to fish one here, but only 2 or 3 seconds there." Ke Chen gave Yu Qing a praiseful look. "Well, Yu Qing is right. Let's go over there and fish again." 221 Li Qiang had nothing to say and reluctantly said, "It's up to you." Yu Qing smiled and rowed with Ke Chen. The boat moved forward quickly, leaving the other two teams behind. The other two teams saw their intentions, discussed, and changed their strategies, trying to catch up. After Yu Qing and her team arrived, they started to fish desperately, and they could catch several with one net, and their record was far ahead. 然后, because of the huge fluctuations on the lake, the garbage on the lake's surface floated far away and became scattered, making it difficult to salvage. The garbage on Yu Qing's boat was piled up high, almost half more than the other two groups. The members of the other two groups showed dangerous light in their eyes. The competition time was only half an hour, and now almost 20 minutes had passed. 然后, it took about 5 minutes to row over just now. Yu Qing asked Ke Chen to turn around and row back. Li Qiang objected, "There is still time, we can catch a little more." Yu Qing, "It's enough, go back quickly or they will catch up." The two boats were already approaching them. Ke Chen listened to Yu Qing and slid the right paddle to turn around. However, just after turning round and paddling less than 2 meters, he was hooked by Du Yili's net bag. He showed a smug smile on his face. Yu King grabbed his net bag without saying anything and pushed it back hard. The two boats immediately opened up a large distance. 那个 Du Yili's smile froze, and at the same time, it roused his competitive spirit. He threw the net bag to the team members, grabbed the paddle and paddled quickly to chase Yu King and the others. Du Yili was much stronger than Ke Cheng, and he usually took the route of a handsome man. He often worked out and had good physical fitness. He caught up quickly. When the two boats were side by side, he reached out and grabbed their boat. With a slight pull, the two boats came together. The snatching battle began. The male team members were responsible for controlling the boats, while Yu King and Li Qiang tried their best to hold on to the achievements so that they would not be snatched away. Li Qianyu's group also caught up, stopped at the other side, and then started to snatch. 这个 attacking from both sides and just protecting is not a long-term solution. Yu King said to Li Qiang, "You protect them well, I will disturb them." The so-called disturbance is to snatch their things and distract them. Yu King is also a person who exercises regularly. She has better physical strength than them, and unlike them who always pay attention to their posture to maintain beauty, Yu King plays the game seriously and fights hard. She is almost 1-against-3, and the two teams are 1 against her, and neither of them has the upper hand. Li Qianyu was quite depressed and fought for her life. She grabbed Yu King's hand and asked Amy next to her to grab things. 就是 because they were on two different boats, Yu King didn't dare to struggle too hard to break free so as not to let everyone fall into the water. It was originally planned that someone would fall into the water during the previous meeting, but the temperature was getting lower and lower today. Before the project started, the producer and director decided to cancel the falling into the water link. She used her other hand to pry open Li Qianyu's hand. With her efforts, she was about to succeed, but Li Qianyu called Amy for help at this time. Amy came and grabbed Yu King's other hand. "Li Qiang, come and help me," Yu King shouted. Oh, Li Qiang came over, grabbed Yu King and Amy's hands, and tried to separate the two. 就是 because of the force, the boat was unevenly stressed and tilted to one side. Li Qiang's gravity was unstable, and she panicked and stretched out her hand to press randomly. Oh, bang! Yu King screamed and then fell into the water. Just now, Li Qiang's hand was pressed on Yu King, who was bending over. People on the drifting boat had an unstable center of gravity. When she was pressed like this, Yu King fell down, and the people who were holding her loosened their hands at the same time. There was a lifeboat following nearby, and the lifeguard immediately jumped into the water and swam to Yu King's side. They were all wearing life jackets, so nothing would happen. Yu King floated to the surface, wiped the water off her face, and said to the nervous lifeguard, "It's okay, I can swim." As for the competition, there was no way. Now it was Li Qianyu and another group competing to see who grabbed more. Back on the shore, Yu King was wet, wearing a large towel, recording the last part. Yu King's lips turned black from the cold. She stood in the cold wind, trying to stand straight and not shiver. He began to count the results of each team's game. After counting, he joked about their performance just now. The atmosphere was relaxed. Yu King cooperated and smiled and said a few words when she was asked. Gao Shaoyun looked at her and felt so distressed. In such cold weather, they were all wearing coats and were cold, not to mention the wet Yu King. "Director, please end this session quickly. Yu King is going to get sick," Gao Shaoyun whispered to the director. The director could see it, thought for a while, and said, "Take Yu King to change clothes." Gao Shaoyun said gratefully, "Thank you, director." When Yu King left the camera, she finally couldn't help sneezing. She shivered and said pitifully, "It's so cold." "Poor thing, go change clothes quickly." Gao Shaoyun wanted to take off her coat and let her wear it. The photographer who had been following her just now gave her a thick coat. Yu King was very grateful. "Thank you." The photographer was a shy boy, his cheeks were slightly red, and he said, "You are welcome." Then he left. "Little brother is so cute," Yukin said as she looked at the departing figure. 然后 the photographer heard it and blushed to his ears. Yukin changed her clothes and came out and sent a text message to Gu Jinbei. "It's so cold." Gu Jinbei sat in the office with central air conditioning, glanced at the list screen, and didn't plan to reply to her. 然后 he continued to type on his keyboard and work seriously. For celebrities, it is common to wear a little in the winter. You have to bear the consequences of your chosen career. When all the programs were recorded, it was already evening, and the program group went to the restaurant to celebrate. To celebrate, drinking is inevitable, but Yukin drank juice. Someone had an opinion. "Amy, Yukin, you are not kind. We all drink, but you drink juice." "Yukin, I have to drive later, so I won't drink." Du Yili, why don't you let your assistant drive? Li Qianyu, she doesn't have an assistant, only an agent. Li Qianyu smiled, reminding everyone that Yukin is a low-ranking artist who doesn't even have an assistant. "Yukin, I have Sister Yang, but I like to drive myself." Actually, it was because Gu Jinbei's home was too far away. If Gao Shaoyun drove her, it would waste a lot of time. It would be better for her to drive back by herself. Du Yili, you are wrong. After the show is recorded, everyone is happy. Let's drink and chat together. If not, just stay in the hotel for one night. Why do you have to spoil everyone's fun by driving? Gao Shaoyun was at another table and was very unhappy when she heard what they said. With so many people present, it would be bad for Yukin to refuse again, so she compromised. "Okay then." Gao Shaoyun had already come over, snatched Yukin's wine glass, and said to them with apology, "Yukin caught a cold after falling into the water. It's not good to drink." "I'll do it. It's better to drink to warm up your body when you catch a cold." Li Qianyu interrupted Gao Shaoyun, "If your body is warm, you won't catch a cold. Yukin, drink quickly." Ke Chen originally thought that it was not good for Yukin not to drink, which was too unsociable, but now he felt that everyone was forcing Yukin. And if she caught a cold, she couldn't drink, so he helped. "If Yukin doesn't want to drink, don't force her." He meant well, but his words were too blunt. Du Yili called this and asked Yukin, "Is this forcing? Yukin, tell me yourself." Yukin saw that if she really didn't drink tonight, they would not let it go. She smiled brightly, took the wine glass back from Gao Shaoyun, and raised the glass with a magnanimous attitude. "Don't force it. Come on, let's have a toast." The atmosphere that had just cooled down warmed up again. Everyone raised their glasses and drank together. It was such a joyful atmosphere. Yukin drank 2 more glasses and then pretended to be drunk and left. Gao Shaoyun helped her to the elevator entrance, and Du Yili followed. "Let her stay in the hotel for one night before leaving. My uncle is planning to shoot a movie. I can recommend Yukin to him." "The heroine?" Gao Shaoyun asked. Du Yili's smile froze slightly. Without waiting for him to speak, Gao Shaoyun continued, "I don't care." 然后 the elevator door opened at the right time. Gao Shaoyun helped Yukin walk in without looking at Du Yili, whose face was ashen. The elevator door closed, and there was no one else inside. Yukin hugged Gao Shaoyun and said, "Sister Yang, you are so handsome." "Is he as handsome as your husband?" "No," Yukin answered honestly. Gao Shaoyun, humph. Chapter 15. The red Audi A3 sped in the dark night. Yukin sat in the passenger seat with a dull headache. Not feeling well. Yet Yukin's nasal tone was a little heavy. "Is it true that you have caught a cold?" Gao Shaoyun asked worriedly. "It seems to be true." "It's okay. Just go back and have a good sleep." Go back and ask your husband to make you some ginger and sugar water before going to sleep. If you feel uncomfortable, take medicine immediately. Yu Qing paused and said, okay. In her heart, she saw that if Gu Jinbei was really willing to make ginger and sugar water for her to drink, then she would definitely not need to take medicine. Isn't it said that a good mood is the best medicine? Speaking of him again, Yu Qing found that he had not contacted her today, so she took out her mobile phone to send him a text message. When talking to him on the phone, she was always worried that what she said would annoy him, so it was better to send a text message. I'm done with work and on my way home. How about you? The message was sent successfully. She kept holding the phone, staring at the screen, expecting his reply. Waiting and waiting, a minute passed, and the phone was silent. However, it was only a minute. Gao Shaoyun, who was driving, kept paying attention to her. What were you sending just now? Sending a text message to my husband. Yu Qing's eyes did not move away from the phone, and she did not realize that calling Gu Jinbei husband in front of Gao Shaoyun was becoming more and more natural. Text messages. Gao Shaoyun was surprised. What era is this? People still use text messages. You can use WeChat. Text messages are so inconvenient. He doesn't seem to have WeChat. Okay, Gao Shaoyun was helpless. Then why don't you call? Don't worry, no matter how explicit your words are, I will listen to them. He's very busy. I won't disturb him. TSK, I never thought you would be so considerate. Then he can't be busy all the time. He won't call you even if he's not busy. Gao Shaoyun was still upset about Gu Jinbei's cold attitude when she first met him. When he's not busy, it's possible that I'm busy. That's right, you make sense. You use text messages to contact each other. Well, it seems quite romantic, old-fashioned romance. The young couple has their own interests, and Gao Shaoyun can only silently wish them well. While talking, the phone rang with a special reminder tone for short messages. This was specially changed by Yu Qing. It was sent by Gu Jinbei. Just got off work. Just got off work, Yu Qing bit her lower lip, thinking about something. Gao Shaoyun's home is in the city. If I send her home and then drive back, it will take at least an extra hour and a half. It's so late now, how unsafe it is. However, if I ask him to wait for her and pick her up, he will probably refuse. What did your husband say that made you happy and worried at the same time? True. Yu Qing sneezed unexpectedly. I'll buy you some medicine when we pass by the pharmacy later. Don't get seriously ill. Oh, Yu Qing responded. She had already made a decision in her heart and typed quickly. Can I go back with you? Gu Han replied quickly, don't you have a car? I drank a little bit of wine and now my agent is driving, but her home is a little far from us and it's too late now. Then she sent another message. I will be in the city center in 10 minutes, so it should not be too far from you. She still remembered that day when she met Lu Ming, who bought lunch for Gu Jinbei at the TV station and guessed that Gu Jinbei's company was nearby. And that place belonged to the city center. After waiting for a long time, Gu Jinbei replied with one word, yes. Yu Qing smiled happily while holding the phone. Gao Shaoyun saw it and teased, oh. You are so happy because you heard sweet words. Yes, Yu Qing said with a smile. In fact, there were no sweet words, but such a simple word made her very happy because it meant that he was not as cold to her as at the beginning. I am now. Yu Qing asked Gao Shaoyun halfway through the call, Sister Yang, where is this? The car paused by the largest wedding dress shop in the city. The sign of the wedding dress shop was very large, and the LED lights were flashing, illuminating a few big words, forever and ever. Gao Shaoyun, forever and ever wedding dress shop. Then Yu Qing honestly typed out the location and sent it out. She told Gao Shaoyun that she was going back with Gu Jinbei, and Gao Shaoyun was happy to see it happen. Gu Jinbei said a location, and Gao Shaoyun drove over in a few minutes. Gu Jinbei's car was parked on the side of the road. The Cayenne was quite conspicuous, and they parked nearby. Yu Qing got out of the car and walked to Gu Jinbei's car excitedly. Before she could stand still, the door opened with a click. After getting in the car, Yu Qing said to Gu Jinbei with a smile on her face, "It's been 2 days since we last met. It feels like a long time has passed." Her nasal tone was still very obvious. Gu Jinbei glanced at her, said nothing, and started the car. The car shuttled on the road. 然后, probably because today was Friday, there were still many cars on the road after 10 o'clock. The traffic was rocks and there were always red lights. Yu Qing broke the silence and asked with concern, "Why are you working overtime so late?" "Too much work." In fact, it was not a very urgent job, but what could he do if he didn't work? 然后? He was used to the state of working. Yu Qing felt that he worked too hard and felt a little distressed. She had many great truths to tell him in her heart, but she didn't dare to say them. She couldn't ask too much about his affairs, but she could talk about her own affairs. Anyway, she just wanted to talk to him. "I've been recording a program in the scenic area in the northern suburbs these 2 days. The scenery there is really beautiful. Have you been there?" "Yes, it's my first time there. It was just too hot yesterday and a little cold today, which was a bit torturous. Fortunately, it's over now and I can have a good rest tomorrow." Will you work overtime tomorrow?" This is the first weekend after they registered their marriage, but it is said that there is no distinction between weekends in Gu Jinbei's world. If he has nothing else to do, he will go to work. "Not sure. If you don't work overtime, let's go to the hospital to visit Mom together tomorrow. We'll talk about it then." "Okay," Yu Qing said obediently, and then she didn't continue. It's always bad to chatter all the time, and you have to stop when you are satisfied." The car drove slowly, and Yu Qing, who stopped talking, felt that her headache became obvious again, and she felt a little uncomfortable. She leaned back in the chair, originally looking at the road ahead, but gradually her vision became blurred, and unconsciously she thought about closing her eyes and taking a nap. As a result, she fell asleep. Yu Qing was awakened by a burst of pain. She rubbed her aching forehead and frowned. She hit the car window because of a sharp turn. She looked at the driver, Gu Jinbei. Gu Jinbei had no expression on his face and said, "Someone ran a red light just now. That's why his car turned sharply and Yu Qing hit her head. It's not his fault." "Oh, it's okay. It doesn't hurt much." Yu Qing sat up straight and looked at the street scene outside the car. "Where are we?" "Gu Jinbei, we'll be there in more than 10 minutes. After saying that, a chill hit her heart. She sneezed with her mouth covered. "Sorry. Take medicine when you are sick." "Okay," she wrapped her coat tighter. Maybe because she just woke up, she felt a little cold. Gu Jinbei didn't say anything else, but the heating in the car became stronger. Yu Qing noticed it and turned to look at him gratefully. However, Gu Jinbei looked straight ahead, as if he didn't receive her strong gaze. After arriving home, Gu Jinbei asked Yu Qing to get out of the car first, and then he drove the car into the garage. Yu Qing stood in front of the door waiting for him. Gu Jinbei parked the car and came over, asking, "You didn't bring your keys?" "I did. I wanted to wait for you." Gu Jinbei glanced at her signature smile, silently took the key to open the door. Yu Qing followed him like a good child, changed shoes with him, and walked into the living room together. Gu Jinbei was thirsty, so he went directly to the water dispenser to get some water to drink, but Yu Qing followed him anyway. "What good child? She's just a follower." Gu Jinbei stopped and turned around to look at her unexpectedly. Before he could speak, Yu Qing spoke first. "I want to drink water." Well, they had the same goal, so she was right. Gu Jinbei stepped aside and let her go first. Yu Qing took the cup. Do you want to drink? Yes, Yu Qing smiled and handed him the cup with water in her hand. Her hands were very slender, her skin was white and tender, and holding the transparent glass cup made her look even more crystal clear. Gu Jinbei took it and thanked her. I'm happy to serve you, Yu Qing said mischievously, and in fact she was really happy to do so. Gu Jinbei felt that she was really, how to say it, no one was like her, facing his indifference but not knowing how to avoid it, not afraid of his bad attitude, even if he was bad. She was still gentle and considerate. No, she also had times when she was hurt and depressed, but it was obviously her who was annoying. Why did he feel guilty? In short, it is better to keep a distance. Gu Jinbei raised his head and drank the water in one gulp, then turned around to go upstairs. Do you want to have a midnight snack? Gu Jinbei turned his head without turning back. No, oh. Yu Qing didn't want him to go back to the room so soon, but she couldn't think of a good reason for a while, so she could only watch him walk up the stairs with his handsome back. Yu Qing went back to the room to take a shower. Halfway through the shower, she suddenly had a good idea, so she quickly finished the shower and put on a white bathrobe. She ran out without drying her hair and knocked on Gu Jinbei's door. After a while, the door opened, and Gu Jinbei was also wearing a bathrobe, with a towel in his hand to wipe his hair. The two of them are very compatible now. Yu Qing had just taken a hot bath, and her skin was white and rosy from the steam, which made her look very beautiful. Although her hair was still wet, she looked even more attractive. She always thought that she was most beautiful when she had just taken a bath. She looked into Gu Jinbei's eyes, hoping to see surprise in them, but unfortunately there was none. What's the matter? He said calmly. Yu Qing blinked and asked, Do you have cold medicine and bruises at home? I have a cold and my legs are bruised. She raised her right foot slightly to let him see the egg-sized bruise on the front of her calf to prove that she was not lying. This was because she hit an unknown part of the boat when she fell into the water today. She felt pain before and found a bruise when she was taking a bath, so she suddenly had an excuse to find Gu Jinbei. Chapter 16. Gu Jinbei glanced at the bruise on Yu Qing's calf and said, Yes, there is a medicine box in the closet in the living room. Oh, I'll go and look. Achoo! Yu Qing's sneeze was unexpected, and she immediately covered her mouth with her eyes wide open, apologetically. I'm sorry. His nasal tone became heavier. Gu Jinbei frowned, looked at her wet hair, and said in an imperative tone, I'll get it for you. Go blow dry your hair. Oh, Yu Qing turned and walked towards the room. After a while, Gu Jinbei came to knock on her door. He handed her a bottle of medicinal wine. The cold medicine is expired. He rarely took medicine when he was sick, and he hadn't touched this medicine box for a long time. Yu Qing took the medicinal wine and said indifferently, It's okay to have medicinal wine. I didn't want to take cold medicine anyway. I'll go make some ginger and sugar water to drink, and I'll be better tomorrow. My physique is actually quite good. Gu Jinbei was silent for a moment and said, I'll make it for you. Yu Qing didn't hesitate and looked at him with a smile. Okay, thank you. Gu Jinbei turned and went downstairs. After walking a few steps, he paused and turned back. Yu Qing, who was following him, stopped and looked honest. I'll go with you. Since you are in such good spirits, then you can make it yourself. With that, Gu Jinbei was about to go back. Yu Qing opened her arms to stop him and said confidently, No, you said you would cook for me, and a man's word is as good as his bond. Gu Jinbei looked surprised, and Yu Qing's momentum weakened immediately. She put down her hands and whispered, What you cook is different from what I cook. What you cook has care in it, and I will get better quickly. She looked like a child who didn't get candy on Children's Day, pitiful. Gu Jinbei said nothing and continued to walk downstairs. Yu King smiled contentedly behind him. She often smiled when she was outside, but it was different. It was a smile with a mask, because those were outsiders. Gu Jinbei was different from Cheng Huijun. In her mind, they were relatives. Although Gu Jinbei was not an easy person to get close to, it didn't matter. He was just not used to it. It would be fine when he got used to it. What she had to do was to let him get used to it slowly. Gu Jinbei walked into the kitchen, took out a milk pot to collect water, put it on the gas stove, and boiled the water. Then, he found the ginger, washed it, and put it on the cutting board. When he was about to cut it, he paused, turned his head and said to Yu King, "You go outside." No woman stared at him as unscrupulously as she did. "I heard that men who cook are particularly handsome. I want to see it." Gu Jinbei put down the knife, and Yu King immediately saved the situation. "Okay, I won't look at you anymore, you continue." After saying that, she turned around, walked to the refrigerator, opened it and saw what to eat. She felt a little uncomfortable during dinner and had no appetite. She was forced to drink some wine and didn't eat much at all. There were a lot of ingredients in the refrigerator, but it was troublesome to make them. Yu King took out the toast and planned to toast 2 slices to fill her stomach. "Do you want toast?" Yu King asked. "Bring it." "Oh. Wait outside." Does this mean that he will make it for her? After Yu King understood, she restrained her excitement, put the toast on the counter, and then said weakly, "Can I stay out?" Gu Jinbei paused in cutting ginger, then continued without answering her. He thought this woman was too annoying. Not objecting meant agreeing. Yu King smiled silently. She knew he wasn't so unkind, but he was just pretending to be cool. "Hey, have you heard of an old saying?" Yu King asked herself. "Ginger in the morning is like ginseng soup, and ginger in the evening is like sun-dried. Do you think I'll be poisoned if I eat it later?" Gu Jinbei, who was about to put the ginger into the pot, turned around and said expressionlessly, "Then don't cook it." Yu King smiled at him cunningly. "Of course you have to cook it, it's not raw when it's cooked, ha ha ha." Gu Jinbei's face was completely free of smiles, and even colder. Cough. Yu King put away her smile and coughed lightly. "Isn't it funny?" "What's the funny point?" "Yu King, on me, I'm so cute." "How shameless." Gu Jinbei ignored her, threw the ginger into the pot, and then went to the refrigerator to get bacon and lettuce to make a sandwich for her. His movements were neat and orderly, not flustered, but very efficient. He was really handsome. Looking at his handsome back, Yu King resisted the urge to hug him. How much sugar do you want to put in?" Gu Jinbei asked. It doesn't matter. 那个 whatever you cook is sweet, Gu Jinbei, he really didn't want to talk to her. If he said something serious, she would pretend to be pitiful. If he said something light, she would think too much. After everything was done, the two went to the restaurant together. At Yu King's strong request, each of them had a portion of food. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Yu King went back to her room to sleep contentedly. 然后 the next day, Yu King got up on time at 6 o'clock. Although her head was dizzy and her throat was dry and sore, her face was flushed. She felt that she should be getting better, but there were still some sequelae. Last night, Gu Jinbei cooked ginger sugar water and midnight snacks for her. In the morning, she would give him a hearty breakfast. Gu Jinbei was already working out in the gym. Yu King went to say hello to him and then went to the kitchen. She had already thought about what to make last night. She took out the flour, added water and eggs, mixed them, cut the potatoes and carrots into the flour, mixed them well, scooped a ball into the pan and fried it into a golden brown. Then, she took out the ham and eggs, cut the ham into 2 long strips, rolled them into a heart shape, and fixed them with a short toothpick. Put the ham in a frying pan, beat in the eggs, and soon the heart-shaped ham fried egg was ready. The rest was to arrange the dishes, and her heart-shaped breakfast was about to succeed. The dishes were all in the disinfection cabinet, and some of the dishes were on the lower layer. Yukin simply squatted down and carefully selected them. After choosing for a while, she took a fancy to a small pink floral disc, which was very girly and romantic, and she liked it very much. She stood up with the plate and suddenly felt dizzy and her eyes went black. Snap! The crisp sound woke Yukin up and she sat on the ground, looking at the broken bowls around her with a blank face. There was a moment of blankness in her memory. She just thought that she had been squatting for a long time and her brain was not getting enough oxygen and low blood sugar caused dizziness. After sitting on the ground for a while, she felt relieved a little, so she picked up the fragments on the ground. Such a beautiful plate was broken by her and she felt very distressed. After a while, Gu Jinbei came hurriedly. Yukin felt that she had done something wrong and said with her head down, "I'm sorry, I broke the plate." Gu Jinbei glanced at the mess on the ground, then strode to her. "Are you hurt?" No, Gu Jinbei didn't believe it, grabbed her wrist to check, and let go after seeing that it was fine, and then moved his eyes to her face. "You have a fever." Yukin was excited by his nervousness and care, and her heart was pounding. "No, I might have hypoglycemia just now, and then I was careless." Seeing Gu Jinbei's gloomy face, she began to doubt herself, raised her hand to touch her forehead, and then smiled with relief. "It's not hot." Her cheeks were abnormally flushed. Gu Jinbei had confirmed his judgment, and he could feel the heat when he grabbed her hand through her sleeve just now. "Go sit outside." After he finished his order, he turned around and went out. Yukin hesitated for a while and obediently went out and sat at the dining table. Gu Jinbei went to get the medicine box, took out the thermometer, and came to measure Yukin's temperature. With a beep, Gu Jinbei glanced at the number on it and then handed it to her. 38.3 degrees. Yukin took the thermometer and looked at the number on it with mixed emotions. "I haven't had a fever for many years." Then she looked up and asked Gu Jinbei, "This is not a high fever, right? I don't need to see a doctor, right? I'll ask Sister Yan to bring me some medicine." She took out her cell phone to make a call but was stopped by Gu Jinbei. "Go upstairs and lie down." "Will lying down help?" "I'll buy you medicine." "Oh, thank you." Her voice was soft, without the usual spirit. She got up and prepared to go upstairs and suddenly remembered the breakfast she had just made, so she said to him, "I made breakfast. You should eat it while it's hot and go buy me medicine after you are full." Gu Jinbei glanced at the kitchen. He had seen it just now, knowing that she was obviously not feeling well but still got up early to make breakfast and felt a little strange. "Well, then I'll go upstairs." "Wait a minute." "Well, drink some boiled water before going upstairs." Gu Jinbei personally poured her a cup of warm boiled water. Yukin held the cup of water and drank it, then deliberately teased, "It's sweet." Gu Jinbei looked away from her. "Go upstairs." "Okay." Yukin just returned to the room and lay down, and then heard footsteps outside the door, and then there was a knock on the door. Gu Jinbei brought in a wet towel, walked to the bed, and put it on her forehead. Yukin frowned uncomfortably at the cold touch. "Physically cool down first. I'll go buy you medicine later." Okay. Gu Jinbei went out, and about half an hour later, he came back with a bowl of hot porridge in his hand. Just as he handed the porridge to Yukin, his phone rang. Yukin was sharp-eyed and saw that it was Chen Huijun calling. "Answer it here." Gu Jinbei thought that Chen Huijun might ask Yukin to answer the phone later, so he didn't go out. "Is Xiaoqing's work finished?" "Chen Huijun's body has improved a lot, and speaking is not a problem." "It's over." "Then when will you come to see me?" Gu Jinbei thought for a moment. "In the afternoon." "Why wait until the afternoon?" "那个," Chen Huijun asked in a deep voice, "are you going to work overtime again?" Son, today is the weekend, Gu Jinbei interrupted her, no overtime. Chen Huijun was surprised. Then what did you do in the morning? Gu Jinbei glanced at Yu Qing, who pretended not to listen, took a deep breath, and said, Yu Qing is sick. What's wrong with Xiaoqing? Chen Huijun asked worriedly. She has a cold and fever, not serious. Are you taking care of her? Yeah, then take good care of her. Don't come to see me today. When you take care of Xiaoqing's illness, come again. Anyway, I want to see Xiaoqing more. Gu Jinbei suddenly had a headache. The author has something to say. Small theater, I don't know how long it will be. Gu Jinbei is cooking, and Yu Qing follows him again, drooling at his back. Yu Qing, I want to tell you something. What? Nah. You have your back to me like this. I really want to do something. I want to hug your waist from behind and lean on your back. Then why don't you do it? I'm afraid you'll throw me out. Are you still afraid now? Afraid? I'm afraid you'll throw me on the bed. Chapter 17. Chen Huijun didn't say a few words to Gu Jinbei before letting him hand the phone to Yu Qing. Xiaoqing, is it uncomfortable to be sick? Without waiting for Yu Qing to reply, Chen Huijun continued, if you feel uncomfortable, tell Jinbei. Although he is usually cold, he has a soft heart hidden in his body. I'll tell you secretly that he saved many stray cats and dogs when he was a child. Yu Qing smiled bitterly in her heart. So, now in Gu Jinbei's mind, she is the same as stray cats and dogs. It's the same, anyway, they are all cute. Mom, he is very good to me and takes good care of me. Yu Qing said softly. Don't be strong in front of him. Be as weak as you can. Men will fall for this. Chen Huijun taught earnestly. Oh, Yu Qing responded, remembering the time when she was bullied by other kids and was pushed to the ground. She felt pain and sadness, but he didn't even help her up. However, his words helped her more than his hand. Over the years, she has never forgotten what he said, nor has she forgotten him. She thinks that he would prefer a strong woman to a weak one. Weakness may rouse a man's temporary pity, but strength will win equal and solid love. Anyway, Xiaoqing, you are so beautiful and cute, my son will be fascinated by you sooner or later. So, you take good care of your health, and I will take good care of my health, and I will have grandchildren in the future. Chen Huijun was very happy when he talked about his grandchildren. Yu Qing was embarrassed. Considering Gu Jinbei's level of abstinence, Chen Huijun's grandchildren were very far away. After the call, Yu Qing returned the phone to Gu Jinbei. Gu Jinbei, I'm going out. You can call me if you have anything. Yu Qing, okay. When will you be back? I'll be back after I buy the medicine. Oh, Yu Qing felt a little sweet in her heart. Then will you go out again? I don't know. Gu Jinbei was playing it cool again, leaving this sentence and leaving without looking back. Yu Qing stayed in the room to eat the porridge he cooked, with a smile on her face. For the first time in so many years, she felt that it was good to get a little sick occasionally, as long as she didn't go to the hospital. Since her mother fell ill when she was 13 years old, she was particularly afraid of getting sick, so she has been working hard to keep herself healthy. Eat well and insist on getting up early to run. Many people envy her figure and say that she is naturally beautiful, but only she knows that her looks are inherited from her parents and her figure is achieved through exercise. Of course, she doesn't exercise for her figure. Over the years, she has rarely been sick, but she often goes in and out of the hospital. She feels that she has an indissoluble bond with the hospital. After eating the porridge, Yu Qing lay down with a wet towel on her forehead. While she was sleeping in a daze, she heard a slight noise and suddenly woke up from anxiety. When she opened her eyes, she saw Gu Jinbei and felt relieved immediately. After entering the entertainment industry, a place where good and bad people are mixed, she has encountered many dirty things. Although she was safe every time and didn't seem to be affected too much on the surface, she was awakened countless times in the middle of the night. Gu Jinbei was holding a plastic bag from a pharmacy in his hand, which contained several medicines. He walked to the bed and said, "Take your temperature again." Yu Qing took the towel off her forehead and prepared to get up. Gu Jinbei took it and put it aside. "Thank you." Yet, after taking the temperature had dropped to 37.8 degrees. Yu Qing said proudly, "My physique is very good." Gu Jinbei said lightly, "If it is good, you won't have a fever." Yu Qing was speechless and choked. "Can you give me some face? Don't you female stars often wear half a piece in the winter? Shouldn't you be used to it?" Although the temperature dropped suddenly yesterday, it was not too cold. "Just add a coat." Not only did she catch a cold, she also had a fever. If she hadn't cooled down in time, she would probably have had a high fever now. "I fell into the water while doing a show yesterday," Yu Qing said weakly, "otherwise she wouldn't be sick." Gu Jinbei remembered that she sent a text message yesterday saying that she was very cold and remained silent. Yu Qing smiled again. "We stars look glamorous on the outside, but we have a hard time behind the scenes." Her tone was exaggerated, not complaining. Gu Jinbei said nothing more and took out a box of cold medicine for her. Take this first. If you don't feel better, take anti-inflammatory medicine." "Fortunately, I only took one. I was really afraid that you would make me eat all of these." She pointed at the bag and said with a look of fear. She is in good spirits now, not as sluggish as she was in the early morning. Cold medicine has a sleeping effect. After taking it, Yu Qing fell into a deep sleep again. This time she slept soundly. When she woke up again, her body was much more relaxed, but she was a little hungry. She picked up her phone and saw that it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She got up from the bed, took a coat and put it on, and walked out of the room. Gu Jinbei had already gone out, but there was food in the kitchen, which was already cold. Yu Qing heated it up in the microwave and ate it until she was 80% full. She sent a text message to Gu Jinbei, "The food you cook is delicious." After a long while, Gu Jinbei replied, "Bought it." Yu Qing, "Oh, then I'll change it to say that the food you bought is delicious." Anyway, she just wanted to praise him and thank him. Gu Jinbei didn't reply this time, but "Boss Gu." Lu Ming, who was reporting on his work, noticed that Gu Jinbei seemed to smile and he was a little flustered. "Ha!" Gu Jinbei put away his phone and looked at him with a serious expression. Lu Ming immediately concluded that he must have been dazzled just now. He continued to report his work in a very serious state. Yu Qing took medicine after dinner, but she didn't feel sleepy and was in good spirits. Today was a sunny day and the sun was shining outside, which made people not want to miss it. When she moved in that day, she brought mostly summer clothes and only one coat. Taking advantage of today's free time, she decided to go back to the apartment to pack some autumn and winter clothes and bring them over. Gao Shaoyun came to pick her up. It just so happened that she has something to tell Yu Qing. "This morning I received a call from Boss Yan's assistant, saying that there is a new program and the company plans to let you go." Gao Shaoyun said happily. What program?" Yu Qing was not excited. 那个 reality shows are very popular now, and all TV stations are doing similar ones. Yu Qing doesn't like to be on the show. She just wants to film, even a small role is fine. Playing a character is like experiencing a new life, fresh, interesting, and you can feel their joy. Don't worry, it's not a challenge, it's just an interview program like those 吐槽 talk shows. The name of the column has not been made public yet. This kind of program can be recorded in the recording studio, no outdoor scenes are needed, and it is easy to become popular. It seems that the company wants to support you this time. Is there any price? Pies don't fall from the sky. 那个 Every time there is such a pie, it will be tied with a rope to lure you into a trap. Gao Shaoyun said seriously, I have inquired about it. This time the company is not only promoting you, but also Long Yan and Tian Yufei. As you know, 这个 two big names have just left recently and the company has been seriously injured. No one has replaced the position, so they decided to promote qualified artists. Yu Qin nodded after thinking deeply. Don't worry, mister. Yan has his father above him. I heard that his half-brother has returned recently. He only wants to do big things recently and doesn't want to cause trouble. Yu Qin was relieved. Yeah. This is a good opportunity, we must seize it. I know, don't worry, I will keep my tail between my legs in front of Mr. Yan and not anger him. Just now. Gao Shaoyun said angrily. When will it start? It's still in the planning stage. The company will let you train for a few days. Wait for the notice. You have to recover from your illness in the next few days. It will be fine in 2 days. You know, I'm in great shape. Yes, you are the best. You have to be the best to be on this show. Sister Yang, I'm under a lot of pressure when you do this. I want you to be under a lot of pressure. Sister Yang, you've changed. Well, I've become 周泡皮 and exploited your labor. The 那个 relationship between Gao Shaoyun and Yu Qin is no longer as simple as a partner. Although their age difference is nearly 10 years, it doesn't affect them from being good friends and sisters. After packing the clothes, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Gao Shaoyun said, let's go eat later. Let's do it another day. I have to go home. Alas, women in the newlywed period only have men in their hearts. Yu Qin didn't blush at all. I will be like this in the future, you have to get used to it. Gao Shaoyun covered her heart. She, who was experiencing the 7-year itch, was stimulated. You should at least consider the feelings of a lonely woman like me. I can't control myself. You won't be like this in front of your husband. Why? So unrestrained. What is reserved? Gao Shaoyun was defeated by her and didn't want to stay with this happy-looking woman, so she left quickly. After parting with Gao Shaoyun, Yu Qin called Gu Jinbei. Have you gone home? No, I'm outside now, preparing to go home and I'll go back to make dinner. Will you come back to eat? Are you well? Yes, much better, cooking is not a problem. Where are you now? On Jiangbei Road. Do you know the Cantonese restaurant in Shengfeng Hotel? Go there and tell me your name. Where are you? I'll be there later. Oh, okay. Gu Jinbei was inviting her to dinner and they were on a date, and he took the initiative. Yu Qin was suddenly very happy. Shengfeng Hotel is a 4-star hotel. Although it is not a 5-star hotel, it is decorated in a very high-end atmosphere, and all the people who come in and out are dignitaries. The waiters have seen the world, and they don't care about the 200,000 or 300,000 yuan car that Yu Qin drives. When she said Gu Jinbei's name, a hint of surprise flashed in the waiter's eyes, and then he respectfully took her to the private room on the 3rd floor. The waiter put the menu in front of her and said, Mr. Gu said he would arrive later, so you can order something you like first. Yu Qin opened the menu and said to him politely but coldly, I'll wait for him to come before ordering, you go out first. Yu Qin saw the waiter's attitude before and after. And she became extremely curious about Gu Jinbei. Up to now, she still didn't know what his company was called, and she didn't ask Chen Huijun specifically before, and it was even more difficult to ask now. As for Gu Jinbei, she didn't dare to ask, what if he thought she wanted to hug his thigh? Although she did want to hug, she wanted to hug a real thigh. If she asked others, it would be even worse. If she didn't know what her husband did, wouldn't it make others laugh? Just as she was thinking about it, Gu Jinbei came, and to Yu Qing's surprise, Lu Ming followed behind him. Yu Qing stood up and greeted them with a smile. "You are finally here." Lu Ming said very humbly, "I am sorry to have kept Madam waiting. In fact, it was not long. The work was supposed to end at 6 o'clock, but now it was finished before 5 o'clock. Gu Jinbei glanced at Lu Ming with an ambiguous look in his eyes. Hearing the title of Madam, he felt very uncomfortable. Yu Qing was not uncomfortable. She said to him warmly, "It's not long. You have worked hard. Sit down quickly." She said all this to Lu Ming, but Gu Jinbei, the main boss, was ignored. His face sank slightly. Lu Ming knew his boss very well and quickly moved the seat next to Yu Qing. "Boss Gu, please sit down." "Yes," Gu Jinbei sat down calmly. Yu Qing admired this assistant very much in her heart. He was so considerate and good-tempered. It was good for Gu Jinbei to have him by his side. "You sit down too. Don't be restrained. I'm easy to talk to." Lu Ming's smile was a little far-fetched. He thought, "You are easy to talk to, but Boss Gu is not easy to talk to." Before he finished his inner thoughts, he heard Yu Qing add, "I'm easier to talk to than him." Gu Jinbei glanced at her, but Yu Qing was not afraid. She raised her eyebrows and smiled slyly. The reason why Gu Jinbei brought Lu Ming along was, first, he had worked overtime with him. Second, he wanted him to meet Yu Qing formally. After all, he might be needed in the future. Third, with an outsider around, Yu Qing might not be so naughty. The last point was that he thought too much. The three of them had a very happy dinner, at least Yu Qing felt so, but Gu Jinbei did not feel that way. Yu Qing seemed to be in a good mood and talked a lot. Lu Ming, do you often work overtime?" Gu Jinbei was not talkative, so she asked Lu Ming. Lu Ming, not bad. Did he dare to say yes? If he said it, Mr. Gu would think that he had complaints and would be disappointed in him, which was a burden he could not bear. Yu Qing nodded in understanding, and Lu Ming quickly added, "Today, I was supposed to get off work at 6 o'clock, but Mr. Gu left early for you." "Lu Ming," Gu Jinbei suddenly spoke. "Oh," Lu Ming was stunned. "You don't want to eat?" This familiar threatening tone. "I'll eat." Lu Ming immediately lowered his head to eat. At this time, Yu Qing was looking at Gu Jinbei with a burning gaze, which made Gu Jinbei not want to eat. "You don't want to eat either?" His tone of voice when talking to Yu Qing was not much better, but Yu Qing was not afraid. She nodded. "I don't want to eat anymore. I want to eat." "Shut up," Gu Jinbei interrupted her. This woman's looks and face were different from others. He didn't want to expose himself in front of his subordinates that he was with such a woman. Yu Qing shut up obediently and blinked at him. She was obviously in a good mood. Although Lu Ming lowered his head, he could see it clearly with his peripheral vision. Before, he thought that Mr. Gu and his wife were not in a good relationship. Now he just wanted to slap himself. Mr. Gu and his wife were obviously very sweet. He was a super powerful light bulb. He really didn't want to eat now. "Eat seriously," Gu Jinbei said seriously. Yu Qing, "Oh. The food in this restaurant is really delicious." After eating quietly for a while, Yu Qing started to comment. "Gu Jinbei, if it tastes good, eat more." "Yu Qing, what if you want to eat again in the future?" Lu Ming couldn't help but say, "I'll reserve a table for you." Madam is really a very easygoing person. He can't help but be enthusiastic towards such a person. 然后, however, Mr. Gu didn't seem to like his enthusiasm, and now he was warned by Mr. Gu with his eyes. Mr. Gu should be saying that he was nosy and overstepping his authority. "Madam, let Mr. Gu reserve the table for you personally. He should continue to eat seriously." Yu Qing was amused by his words. Gu Jinbei didn't want to reserve the table for her. Your assistant's style is very different from yours, Yu Qing said to Gu Jinbei jokingly, but I like it. Lu Ming. Madam, you said you like me in front of Mr. Gu, aren't you putting me in an unjust position? Mr. Gu, don't be unhappy. Lu Ming cast a look of pleading at Gu Jinbei. Gu Jinbei warned it. After the meal, leave. Gu Jinbei has long legs and walks fast. Lu Ming is used to it and follows quickly. Yu Qing holds Lu Ming. Lu Ming was panicking. Yu Qing smiled at him soothingly. Let's add WeChat. 然后 Lu Ming was stunned and looked at Gu Jinbei in front of him anxiously. Yu Qing had already opened WeChat and clicked on the QR code. You scan mine. Madam, this is not good. What if Mr. Gu gets jealous? Although the rational Mr. Gu knows that no one is his opponent, the more successful a man is, the stronger his possessiveness is. 那个 Lu Ming is a man and knows the bad nature of men. Yu Qing put away her smile, narrowed her eyes slightly, and her momentum immediately became fierce. Just scan when I tell you to. The man who was gentle and kind just now suddenly became so fierce. Lu Ming was very flustered, and he didn't care whether Mr. Gu would be unhappy or not, and obediently took out his mobile phone to scan the QR code. Ha! Yu Qing suddenly laughed, and Gu Jinbei, who was walking in front, had already stopped to see what they were doing. Yu Qing patted Lu Ming's stiff shoulder and then walked towards Gu Jinbei. Your assistant is very timid. He must be scared by you. Lu Ming. Gu Jinbei, why did you add him on WeChat? Yu Qing, of course, I want to ask him about your news, such as which female employee you flirt with, which female president you have a mutual understanding with. And let him report to me in time. Gu Jinbei, boring. Lu Ming. He really wants to cry now. Madam, this kind of thing can be done secretly. Is it really okay to tell everything in front of Mr. Gu? Most of the employees around Mr. Gu are male. Lu Ming defended his boss. Men are also dangerous, Yu Qing said solemnly. When she received Gu Jinbei's angry eyes, she smiled at him. I'm kidding. I know you are busy at work, especially you, and you often don't have time to reply to my messages. If I can't contact you, I will contact Lu Ming. Lu Ming is busy at work. Then I will contact you after get off work. Lu Ming, who is a cannon fodder, interrupted them. Mr. Gu, I will report to you every message from Madam. Gu Jinbei is considering changing to a calm and smart assistant. Chapter 18. Yu Qing couldn't go to the hospital to visit Chen Huijun for the time being because of a cold. She called every day to say hello, and the calls were getting longer and longer. Both women were idle people, and their common topic was Gu Jinbei. Yu Qing also learned that Gu Jinbei's cold personality was due to his loneliness when he was a child. At that time, his parents were working hard for their careers and rarely accompanied their children. In addition, he was not a lively person. Over time, he became like this. We owe him. His father has been gone for a few years, and my health is not good. I'm really afraid that one day I will. No, Yu Qing interrupted the melancholy Chen Huijun. You must live a long life, and you have to watch your grandson grow up. Her tone was firm. Chen Huijun's emotions were infected by her. He exhaled and said, Okay, I will try to live to be 100 years old, but when can I see my grandson? Yu Qing dug a hole for herself. She blushed and comforted the sad old man. We are trying. Don't make me wait too long. It won't be too long. Yu Qing felt guilty and ashamed. As a girl, it was really bad for her to always think about such things. 然后 Gu Jinbei was not someone who could be forced. The best situation was that Gu Jinbei took the initiative, but how to seduce him to take the initiative was a big problem. Just as she was thinking about it, Gu Jinbei came back. He's back. Mom, do you want to talk to him? Okay, I'll talk to him. Yu Qing walked up to Gu Jinbei, who had just entered the door with a mobile phone. Mom wants to talk to you. Gu Jinbei took the phone. Mom, he went to the hospital to see Chen Huijun every day and was very familiar with her condition. Son, let me talk to you. Yes, every time Chen Huijun called him son, she was talking about something he was reluctant to say. Xiao Qing has no one to rely on in the entertainment industry. She must have suffered a lot over the years. Now you are her husband. You must fulfill your duties as a husband and protect her. Don't let her suffer any loss or grievance. Chen Huijun hadn't said this before because she was afraid that Gu Jinbei would be annoyed. Recently, she found that their relationship was getting better, so she could say it. Gu Jinbei, Mom, your son is not an all-round hero. In my mind, you are. Gu Jinbei, who was given the good guy card by his mother, didn't want to talk. She told me that in order not to affect her life and work, you are now in a secret marriage. Then you just need to protect her quietly and don't let those reporters take pictures and spread rumors to affect her future. Is she taking the blame on herself? However, having a scandal with him will affect her future. Isn't it soaring to the sky? Gu Jinbei quickly adjusted his unbalanced mentality. Yeah. I'm hanging up the phone. It's too boring to talk to you. Gu Jinbei has become accustomed to such treatment. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Yu Qing had been idle for a day and her illness had recovered by 70% to 80%. She went shopping during the day. Her room had changed its style. The living room had not been changed much. She bought a few simple style pillows and put them on the sofa. There was a vase on the table with a bouquet of flowers and a vase on the dining table. She also bought some kitchen utensils. Are you hungry? No, then eat some fruit. I'll go cut a fruit plate. You sit down and rest for a while. Yu Qing stood up. I don't like eating fruit. That doesn't mean you hate eating fruit. Gu Jinbei looked at her and Yu Qing looked back as if begging him to eat some. Seeing that Gu Jinbei did not refuse firmly, Yu Qing raised her lips slightly. You are so rational that you must know the benefits of eating fruit. Sit down quickly. I'll be fine soon. Gu Jinbei sat down on the sofa, leaned against the back of the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. He worked too long and his eyes were a little swollen and painful. Yu Qing came back in a few minutes. She bought a fruit cutting tool today and prepared a rich fruit meal in a short while, including pears, kiwis, cherries, dragon fruits, and papayas. After bringing out the fruit plate, Gu Jinbei sat up straight. Yu Qing put the plate on the coffee table and asked with concern, Are you tired? No, your eyes are all bloodshot. Yu Qing's eyes were distressed. I'll give you a massage. No need, massage your shoulders, neck, temples, etc. It will be much more comfortable. My technique is very good. I said no. He said. Impatiently, Yu Qing pursed her lips and her smile disappeared. Seeing her expression, Gu Jinbei knew he was in the wrong, and just as he was about to get up and leave, Yu Qing smiled again as if nothing had happened. Zhu handed him a fruit fork. Then eat fruit, autumn is dry, moisten your lungs. Gu Jinbei looked at her deeply, took it, and then touched her fingers. Because they had just touched water, they were cold. Use hot water when the weather is cold, 然后 OK, her smile was brighter than before, very eye-catching. Gu Jinbei looked away and stopped looking at her. In the evening, Yu Qing just lay down on the bed and received a call from Gao Shaoyun. The company notified him temporarily that a meeting will be held at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Before, Yu Qing had been in a state of being free range in the company for a long time. She usually didn't go to the company if she had nothing to do. 这个 Things like going to meetings early in the morning were basically for artists who were used. 然后 Finally being reused, Yu Qing was full of joy. Since Gu Jinbei was not easy to conquer, she would work hard to develop her career now. When she became famous, she would be seen in major media, television, and streets. Gu Jinbei couldn't help but see her, and then he would be deeply fascinated by her beauty. Well, this is a bright road. Yu Qing was full of fighting spirit. In the morning, Yu Qing cooked 5-grain porridge and went to the gym to exercise. Gu Jinbei was already there. He used a comprehensive fitness machine and the treadmill was idle. Yu Qing said to him while jogging, "I'm going to work today." Gu Jinbei, yeah. My working hours are very unstable and I may not be able to come back to make dinner in the evening. I rarely eat at home, just take care of yourself. Gu Jinbei suddenly felt that what he said seemed a bit unpleasant to hear, so he didn't say anything. Anyway, she would understand the meaning. Okay, then call me if you have anything. Yes, Yu Qing said nothing more. Anyway, she already had a new strategy, so she should say less to bother him. At 9 o'clock, Yu Qing arrived at the company on time. Feiyang Media is one of the top 10 entertainment and cultural companies in China. It has cultivated several first-line stars and produced several popular programs. However, its momentum has begun to decline in the past 2 years, and it has been poached by competitors recently, which has made things worse. Yu Qing joined 3 years ago and signed a 5-year contract. It is not easy for newcomers to mix, and she is not from a professional background. After a year of study and training, she performed well and participated in the filming of several TV series and also filmed commercials. But basically all of them were supporting roles. This is the inevitable path for every newcomer, and she was patient and waited for the opportunity. The opportunity finally came. The third female lead in a TV series was touched on the side by an old man when she was having dinner with the producer. She slapped him away and angered him. The general manager of the company, Yang Zixuan, stepped in to resolve the matter, but there was no chance. Later, she encountered similar things. Between being taken advantage of and giving up resources, she chose the latter. The reason why she could stay in the company safely and steadily, in addition to the contract issue, was probably because Mr. Yang had pursued her. Yang Zixuan was 27 or 28 years old and lived a life of debauchery. Yu Qing kept her distance from such people. Yang Zixuan was a playboy, but he was still graceful. He didn't force Yu Qing to refuse, but his self-esteem was more or less hit, and he was still unwilling in his heart. He held back the resources and waited for Yu Qing to beg him. Yu Qing never thought of begging him. If it weren't for Gao Shaoyun, she would never have thought of this path. The reason she chose it was because she could support herself, and if she succeeded, she could help others. Unfortunately, so far, she hasn't helped many people and her ability is limited. She didn't want to do anything big to change other people's lives, but just wanted to help others if she had the spare energy. Everyone's life depends on themselves, and the help of others is only temporary. Over the years, she didn't seem to have any big pursuits, and she lived one day at a time. The only thought was to meet the right person and start a new life. Marrying Gu Jinbei was beyond imagination. She was filled with joy because she had always had a good impression of Gu Jinbei. As for Gu Jinbei, he was so outstanding and she was so mediocre, especially when they first met as children. There was a big gap between them. Even she herself had never thought of marrying him, so she could understand that he could not accept her for a while. After a few days of getting along, although Gu Jinbei was still cold most of the time, he was sometimes nice. 然后, I just hoped that there would be more such occasions. There were already several artists sitting in the conference room, basically all newcomers, and she was not familiar with them. Not long after she sat down, Yang Zixuan came in a royal blue suit. 然后, his name was literary, but his personal style was avant-garde and flamboyant. His hair was curled and dyed with a few strands of gold. Fortunately, his face was good. Of course, compared with Gu Jinbei, he could only be said to be average. Yu Qing had high standards. He presided over the meeting. After explaining the plan, he looked at Yu Qing and said, "Yu Qing, you have the most seniority here, so you have to perform well." Yu Qing smiled and replied, "I will." You guys learn more from Yu Qing, except for her bad temper, Yang Zixuan said half-jokingly. Gao Shaoyun had told Yu Qing before that the company had chosen 3 of them and the others were sparring partners, but if they didn't perform well, they would be replaced. In short, he put pressure on them. Someone smiled and agreed, and a little girl whispered, "Isn't Sister Yu Qing's temper pretty good?" Yang Zixuan glanced at Yu Qing and snorted. "She's usually pretty good, but so good that it makes people angry. You'd better be careful not to provoke her." This was ambiguous, and the newcomers looked at Yu Qing with inquiring eyes. Yu Qing was helpless. 那个杨子选 often did this kind of thing, which made others misunderstand that there was something going on between them. Boss Yan is joking. Everyone has a temper. As long as we don't cross the bottom line, everyone will be fine. Bottom line? Yang Zixuan sneered, his expression became serious, and he said to everyone, "You newcomers must remember that your bottom line is set by the company. If you want to be famous, you should follow the company's arrangements." Do you want to be famous? Yes, everyone was not confident enough. Yang Zixuan raised his voice and asked again, "Do you want to be famous?" Yes. Everyone answered firmly in unison. Well, starting from today, you should train well. 然后 the meeting lasted for 2 hours. After it ended, it was almost time for lunch. When Yu Qing was about to leave the meeting room, Yang Zixuan stopped her. "Yu Qing, come to my office." Gao Shaoyun and Yu Qing looked at each other. Before they could speak, Yang Zixuan said again, "Don't worry, I won't eat you." Yu Qing followed him to the office. He walked behind the desk, 然后 sat on the leather office chair and leaned against the back of the chair. He looked directly at Yu Qing, raised his eyebrows and said, "This opportunity is rare, you must cherish it." Yu Qing was wearing a beige sweater, a pair of 9-point jeans, and a camel-colored windbreaker today. She was dressed in a more ordinary way, and like many people in the company who were dressed up. She said calmly, "I will try my best to live up to the company's expectations of me. I will try my best to live up to the company's expectations." Yang Zixuan repeated her words. Yu Qing's expression did not change, and she said seriously, "Yes, I will try my best." Yang Zixuan chuckled, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Yes. 那个 thank you, Mr. Yang, that's it. Yu Qing had an expression of what else can it be if not this on her face. Are you going to ignore my sincerity towards you all the time? 那个 Mr. Yang, I see your sincerity towards everyone and your dedication to the company. If it weren't for Mr. Yang, how could we? Yu Qing said polite words, and when he was not serious, she would be serious. Come on, it's really boring to talk to you. Yu Qing shut up, thinking that if it was boring, she would not say it. Yang Zixuan sat up straight and crossed his hands on the table. I heard that you were bullied when you participated in that reality show 2 days ago. 然后 It's not really bullying. 这个 Isn't it all about intrigue and deception in this industry? I'm used to it. Yu Qing didn't take it to heart. To do this job, you need to have enough courage, otherwise your mind would have been twisted long ago. Although Li Qiang didn't really want to help when she fell into the water that day, it was not premeditated. As for Li Qianyu, she just wanted to take advantage of her. As long as it didn't touch the bottom line, she could ignore it. That Du Yili wanted to seduce you. Mr. Yang, you know a lot. In this circle, I always know what I want to know. Yu Qing nodded and agreed with it. Du Yili is the host of this show. Yu Qing was slightly surprised. Du Yili's film and television works didn't have much success, but he was good at variety shows. What? You don't want to participate? Yang Zixuan looked at her with a scrutinizing look. Yu Qing smiled. How could it be? It's just work. I only found out about you and Du Yili last night. What he meant was that if he had known earlier, he would have made other plans. If you don't want to do this, I can find you other resources. No, I don't want to do it. She would choose to stay away from people she doesn't like, but there is no need to run away. Okay, if he doesn't know what's good for him, come and tell me. Okay, thank you, mister. Yang, it was originally a close word, but Yu Qing drew a clear line. Yang Zixuan laughed angrily. You know. 然后 the more invulnerable you are, the more I want you. Yu Qing's face turned cold. Mister Yang, why do you have to do this? You have all kinds of beautiful women around you. Why do you have to play with me, a small person who lives a hard life? For you, I can abandon them. Yu Qing was amused. Abandon for one day. Or 2 days. Yu Qing, don't provoke my patience. Mister Yang, I just want to live a good life. 然后 the atmosphere became cold. Yu Qing knew that if Gao Shaoyun was there, she would let her say something nice and soft, but she didn't want to say it, and she couldn't say it. Fortunately, at this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Yang Zixuan eased his emotions. 然后 It was his assistant. It seemed that he had something to say. He glanced at Yu Qing and didn't say it. So, Yan Zixuan asked Yu Qing to leave. Gao Shaoyun had been waiting outside, and when she saw Yu Qing, she came over to ask about the situation. Yu Qing shook her head. Nothing. Did he ask you about Du Yili? He asked me for confirmation this morning, and I didn't have time to tell you. This was not a big problem. What Yu Qing was worried about now was the tone of Yang Zixuan's words just now. He seemed to be more stubborn than before, which made her a little scared. She was just a helpless little woman. If someone really wanted to punish her, it would be like crushing an ant to death. At best, she was a big black ant, so it would take some effort. Yang Zixuan was a playboy. He used to be curious about her and thought that he would lose interest in her over time, but now it seems to be developing in the opposite direction. Alas, I really want to stay quietly by Gu Jinbei's side, not to be a celebrity artist. She went to a nearby restaurant with Gao Shaoyun for dinner and started training in the afternoon and would come back later. Gao Shaoyun had a lot of calls and Yu Qing was bored, so she sent a WeChat message to Lu Ming. Has your Mr. Gu had lunch? Lu Ming quickly replied, Not yet, Mr. Gu is still working. Then won't you come out to buy him lunch? I'll go buy it when you ask Mr. Gu what he wants to eat. Yu Qing knew that Gu Jinbei was not picky about food, so she thought about it and edited the WeChat. Do you know why the Yuan private restaurant? I know, it's not far from the company. Then come over within half an hour and I'll pay for Gu Jinbei's lunch. Then she sent another message, remember to keep it confidential. No problem. Lu Ming was very supportive of giving Mr. Gu a surprise. Lu Ming suppressed his excitement and knocked on the door of Gu Jinbei's office. Mr. Gu, I'm going to buy lunch. Gu Jinbei didn't even look up. Yeah, after Lu Ming walked away for a while, Gu Jinbei looked up, thinking. Just now, Lu Ming didn't ask as usual Zhige what to eat. Of course, Mr. Gu, who was busy with all kinds of things, would not take such trivial matters to heart. It only took Lu Ming more than 10 minutes to get to where Yu Qing was. You are here so fast and so early. I'll have to make you wait a while. If the lights weren't red at both intersections, I'd be there in 10 minutes. Is that so? Yu-kin thought to herself. It turns out that his company is so close to hers, so they can have lunch together in the future. This beautiful idea was killed as soon as it came out. They had agreed to be in a secret marriage. There were many acquaintances near the company, and the probability of being discovered was too high. No. In about 5 minutes, the takeaway lunch was ready. This private restaurant does not use disposable tableware and generally does not support takeout. If you really want to take out, you can pay a deposit to use the restaurant's complete meal box, and the deposit will be refunded when the meal box is returned. The lunch dishes that Yu-kin bought for Gu Jinbei were almost the same as hers, 3 dishes and 1 soup, the amount for 2 people. Yu-kin had 1 more chicken steak than Gu Jinbei, with 2 pieces in 1 serving, which was about the size of her palm. Yu-kin drew a smiley face on the chicken steak with ketchup and put it on the top layer. He doesn't like this kind of thing. You can eat it later. Don't waste it. Yu-kin likes the chicken steak here. It is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When you bite it, you can smell the unique aroma of chicken. Lu Ming returned to the company with the lunchbox. Gu Jinbei had already put down his work and was standing by the huge glass wall in the office, looking into the distance. Boss Gu, it's time to eat. Lu Ming had a smile on his face, and his happy mood was written on his face. Gu Jinbei took a close look, and then looked at the exquisite lunchbox. What did you buy? Boss Gu, open it and you will know. Gu Jinbei's face was stern, which made Lu Ming feel guilty. He obviously did nothing wrong. Boss Gu, can you be kinder to me? Gu Jinbei opened the lunchbox, and the first thing that caught his eye was the bright red smiling face. It looked a little familiar. Ugly and familiar. Chapter 19. Gu Jinbei opened all the lunchboxes and placed them on the coffee table. The ketchup smiling face was extremely conspicuous, and he looked at it a few more times. Madam bought this for you, Lu Ming said as if to take credit, and then pointed to the chicken chop with a smiley face. Madam told me to eat this. Why? Gu Jinbei turned to look at Lu Ming, his eyes sharp. Lu Ming said without distraction, she said you don't like this kind of food. Gu Jinbei sneered. Lu Ming couldn't interpret the meaning of this smile and didn't know whether he should eat it or not. Mr. Gu really didn't like this kind of fried food. Madam also said that it shouldn't be wasted, so he should eat it. He likes this kind of food. He stretched out his hand to take the lunchbox, but when his hand was halfway out, it was slapped away by Gu Jinbei. Didn't you say that she bought this for me? 然后 Lu Ming blinked. He often ate with Gu Jinbei because the takeout from the big restaurant he often bought was not one person's portion. Even if they didn't eat together, he would share some of it to eat in the lounge. And the lunch bought by Madam was for 2 people, even if it was because of Mr. Gu, there was still 1 portion for him. Mr. Gu's possessiveness was beyond his imagination. Perhaps realizing that he was too harsh, Gu Jinbei said, you can share some with others. Thank you, Mr. Gu. 这个 Lu Ming was grateful and took a small portion. When he faced the chicken chop, he was conflicted. 然后 Take this and eat it. Gu Jinbei gave the whole portion of pork belly to Lu Ming. 然后 Lu Ming immediately understood what he meant and gave up on the chicken chop. Yu-kin had been training at the company for an entire afternoon and had to continue in the evening. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when she officially finished work. Gao Shaoyun had been with her the whole time. It was too late, and it was inconvenient to go back to Jinbei's place. She had to rush back the next morning, and it would take too long to get there. Gao Shaoyun persuaded her to live in an apartment. When she rented an apartment, she deliberately chose a place not too far from the company. No, I'll go back to his place. Anyway, there's a car. Okay, a woman who can't leave her husband. Gao Shaoyun was an experienced person and understood. Yu Qing, the bed in his house is comfortable to sleep on. She was telling the truth, but Gao Shaoyun had something to say. The bed in your apartment is the most high-end of all your furniture. You didn't have much money at the beginning and you didn't have much requirements for other things, but you were obsessed with a good bed. Now you have changed your mind. Yu Qing nodded and admitted, yes, I have changed. Who claims to be a nostalgic person? It's me. I just miss my husband's old lover, so I just want to be with him. Here we go again. Can you be a little shy? There's no need to be shy in front of you. You have trained me. I'm not that capable. Someone else has trained you. Yu Qing smiled but said nothing. Over the years, she would only make jokes like this in front of Gao Shaoyun. No matter how unpleasant things were, she would forget a lot of unhappiness by making jokes. She liked this state. 这个 When she lived with Gu Jinbei, she also showed this side of herself. Although he basically didn't react, the more she did this, the more she wanted to make him laugh, which would give her a sense of accomplishment. After parting with Gao Shaoyun, she drove home. When she got home, it was already past 10 o'clock. The lights in the living room and the study on the second floor were on. Gu Jinbei hadn't slept yet. After Yu Qing entered the room, she went to the refrigerator to get 2 cups of milk and heated them up, then put them on a tray and brought them upstairs. Knock knock. She stood at the door of the study and knocked twice gently. Come in, the voice was low and majestic, and it was completely the tone of a big boss. Yu Qing pushed the door open with a gentle smile on her face. I heated up the milk and gave you a cup. The words of refusal that Gu Jinbei wanted to say came to his lips, but when he thought of lunch, they turned into, thank you. You are welcome. Yu Qing put the tray on the desk, took a cup and put it next to him, and drank 1 cup herself. She wanted to drink milk with Gu Jinbei. This was the only reason she could find to stay with him. Seeing that Gu Jinbei was still typing on the keyboard, she reminded him, drink it while it's hot. After drinking half a cup of milk, Yu Qing asked, my cold is almost healed. Can I go to visit my mother tomorrow? Gu Jinbei drank the milk and nodded. Then let's go together at noon tomorrow. My company seems not far from you. Okay, Yu Qing drank the rest of the milk. I'll go back to my room to wash up and go to bed. You should go to bed early too. Leave the work for tomorrow. Good night. She put the 2 empty cups on the tray and went out without any reluctance. A few minutes later, Gu Jinbei also went back to his room. Yu Qing went to bed after washing up. She was very tired after a busy day. She got up on time the next morning and went to make breakfast again. The tableware she bought had to be put to use. Before she was done, Gu Jinbei came out from the gym. Today, he finished much earlier than usual. Breakfast is almost ready. Go take a shower, change clothes and come down to it. Yeah, Gu Jinbei responded, took 2 steps, suddenly stopped, turned around and asked Yu Qing, why don't you go to exercise? Yu Qing didn't expect him to ask this. She was stunned for a moment and replied, oh, I'm training in the company these days and there is physical training, so. Got it, Gu Jinbei went upstairs. Yu Qing looked at his bag and thought about what he meant. Not long after, she figured it out. Is he not used to seeing her go to the gym? He must be. Yu Qing was very excited to realize that he was beginning to care about her. After the excitement, she couldn't help but complain in her heart, what a sultry guy. In a good mood, she fried him an extra heart-shaped egg. Yes, it was a heart-shaped egg. She bought a new egg fryer, which was so cute. Not only that, she also arranged the pasta in a heart shape. On the white and translucent porcelain plate, there were two heart-shaped fried eggs on the big heart-shaped pasta. It seemed a bit tacky, but it was full of love. Yu King took a picture and posted it on Weibo. I'm in a good mood today, so I added an egg. Before Gu Jinbei came down, Yu King read the comments of fans. Goddess, you have too many hearts. It's too much love. It's too many eggs. The goddess only has 2 eggs. The left cheek and the right cheek. Do these 3 heart shapes have any meaning? For example, wanting to have twins or something. Reading the comments is also a happy thing. Yu King was amused. Seeing twins and such, she admired the fans' imagination. 就是 at the same time, she couldn't help imagining what the baby would look like if she gave birth to twins. Before she could imagine it, she heard the door on the second floor close. Gu Jinbei came down. He looked more handsome after taking a shower. He was wearing a dark blue suit, and he looked like a successful and abstinent elite. Her eyes were burning. Gu Jinbei looked at her and she said, "It's time to have breakfast." When Gu Jinbei saw the heart-shaped breakfast, his appetite suddenly weakened. I have nothing to do. You can mess up the style. Then Gu Jinbei messed it up and he cut the 2 heart-shaped eggs into several pieces. Yu King knew that today's style failed, but it didn't matter, she would change it tomorrow. Yu King has been very busy in the following days and it has become normal to go home at 11 o'clock in the evening. Recently, I have been in the company and often meet other artists in the company, including Ji Meijia, who was removed from Star Challenge. She has been involved in a lot of scandals recently, which has had a very negative impact on her fame. She is photographed by paparazzi all day long and she is in a bad mood. Yu King is from the same period as her. Although she is more famous, they are of the same generation. In addition, Yu King is not a person who likes flattery and like others who would say nice things to her. Every time they meet, Yu King greets her politely, but Ji Meijia's attitude is a little cold. After 2 or 3 times, Yu King also becomes a little cold. The 3rd season of Celebrity Challenge is getting closer and closer, and a large number of promotional clips are also released. Surprisingly, there are many shots of Yu King, including her celery shape, the scene with mud on her face, and the clip of her falling into the water. The text and sound effects of the promotional video are very good, creating a funny atmosphere. Yu King also thinks it is very funny. This program is already popular. It has been 4 or 5 months since the end of the 2nd season and the audience expectations are very high. As soon as the promotional video came out, it immediately caused a great response. Yu King is not famous and is a strange face to most people. Because her image in the video is the most special, many people pay attention to her and many people start to search for her name. The company and Gao Shaoyun were of course very concerned. Yu King was busy with training and didn't have much time to read gossip, so she didn't know much. However, Gao Shaoyun would tell her, "Many people on the internet are very interested in you. Look, many netizens on the official Weibo of the program asked about your situation and many expressed their greatest expectations for your performance. I feel that this time we are really going to be popular." Yu King took a few glances and found that 1 or 2 out of 10 comments were about her, which was a large proportion. Why don't you look happy? Gao Shaoyun was in a good mood when she saw this situation. The feeling of seeing hope was what they had been looking forward to for a long time. I will be happy when I really become popular. Yu King smiled and looked very calm. Be optimistic. The program has been recorded and it won't run away. Yu King has encountered too many situations where the ducks that were in her mouth flew away, so she has developed the indifference of today. Sometimes she does things willfully, but when facing big things, she is always calmer than ordinary people. Sister Yang, I'm not pessimistic. Okay, you really aren't. Hey, can't we pretend to be excited? Sister Yang, although we don't have the status of big names, we should have the bearing of big names. We should treat the popularity of the programs we participate in as normal things. Yes, you are right. Gao Shaoyun glanced at her with a reproachful look. After playing round enough, she said seriously, being popular can be good or bad. There have been many rumors that are unfavorable to you in the past 2 days. I'm afraid that entertainment reporters will target you. You have to be careful. Being targeted by entertainment reporters is something that most unknown artists would love to do, but Yu King is an exception. If you are really targeted, don't go back there for the time being. It's safer to stay in your apartment. Yu King frowned. No need, the security there is very good. It is a villa area and a rich area. The security is very good. It is not easy to enter. Gao Shaoyun, don't underestimate entertainment reporters. Their abilities are much greater than you think. Yu King thought about it and nodded reluctantly. I'll see to it. Chapter 20. Yu King's fame is rising and the company strikes while the iron is hot and starts to promote a new program, Star Talk. Star Talk is a talk show where several stars discuss current hot topics together. There are many similar programs, and many of them are popular, but with the popularity of outdoor celebrity reality shows, they have already shown signs of decline. This time the company and the TV station jointly produced this program, and they are desperate to face the challenge. In order to succeed, the company spared no expense to invite Du Yili, who is very popular in variety shows. Du Yili and Yu King worked together in Star Challenge and then worked together on a new program. How could the entertainment reporters who were crazy about digging topics miss this opportunity? All kinds of gossip and scandals came one after another. What variety show star Du Yili twice joined hands with an 18-line actress? The power behind the unknown female artist. What the history of the Vice woman's rise to power? Anyway, few news are good. Yu King stopped reading after reading a few. Gao Shaoyun comforted her. Entertainment news is like this. As long as it can attract attention, it will be compiled as much as possible. People are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being fat. We don't need to pay attention to it. Well, a person with a clear conscience is not afraid of his own shadow. Yu King's only worry is that Gu Jinbei will be unhappy when he sees it. Even if the two are not husband and wife in reality, they are husband and wife in name, and no one likes their partner to have scandals with others. Messy gossip news is very normal in the entertainment industry. As long as it does not affect the company's reputation and interests, the company is happy to have topics about its artists. Now is the promotion period for new programs, and the more famous the artists are, the better. In addition to the news with Du Yili, the media also dug up the matter of how Yu King appeared on Celebrity Challenge. The media had previously reported that Ji Meijia would participate in the 3rd season, but never mentioned Yu King's name. In the end, when the promotion was made, Ji Meijia was not there, but Yu King was there. Both of them belong to the same company, so there is public opinion that Yu King is stealing resources. They chose to ignore the rumors about Ji Meijia's support a few days ago. What's more, some people say that Ji Meijia's case may be framed. As for who the framer is, it is enough for people to guess without saying it. Being written about randomly will make people uncomfortable no matter what. Yu King has been busy recently, and Gu Jinbei has been busy all the time. 然后 the time they spend together has been greatly reduced. In addition, Yu King has been under media attention. For safety reasons, she goes with Gao Shaoyun wherever she goes during the day and has not found a chance to meet Gu Jinbei. However, she would send Gu Jinbei a few text messages every day, and Gu Jinbei basically replied, but he was too frugal. There are too many rumors about her and Du Yili on the internet, so she sent him a text message, "Don't believe the rumors about me and a certain male star on the internet." I don't like that person. Gu Jinbei saw her news. He would read social news and financial news every day. He didn't read entertainment news, but it would always pop up. He also saw Du Yili's photo, but he didn't take a male star with such a look seriously. His reply was another tone. This one word was enough, and Yu Qing's slight discomfort disappeared immediately. I finished work early today. Are you working overtime? After more than 10 minutes, Gu Jinbei replied, no. Then let's go to dinner with mom tonight. Okay, Chen Huijun has been discharged from the hospital and her body has recovered very well. Yu Qing hasn't been able to visit her often these days, and even on the day of discharge, she didn't go because she was too busy with work, and she has always felt guilty. 那个陈慧君 lives in another place, which is their old house, 这个 more than 20 minutes drive from Gu Jinbei's house. When Yu Qing arrived, Gu Jinbei hadn't come yet. Chen Huijun took Yu Qing to sit in the living room and talk. She held Yu Qing's hand with a loving look on her face. Are you exhausted recently? You seem to be getting thinner and thinner. Yu Qing has indeed lost 2 or 3 pounds during this period, and Gao Shaoyun now asks her to eat more. Eat an extra bowl of rice tonight. Auntie Lin's cooking is especially delicious. She knew that elders like their younger generations to eat well. Then come over often to eat in the future. If you don't have time to come, I'll ask Auntie Lin to cook for you. Jinbei also likes the food Auntie Lin cooks. I want to learn cooking from Auntie Lin when I have time. Jinbei has learned a few things. Has he ever cooked for you? I've eaten his porridge and sandwiches, and they're all delicious. He's now devoted to his work. One day when he's not busy, ask him to cook you a delicious meal. Yeah. Yu Qing is looking forward to it, but she won't stand idly by. She wants to be with him, so that is romantic. By the way, there are a lot of Jinbei's childhood scenes upstairs. I'll take you to see them. Recently, Chen Huijun likes to tell Yu Qing about Gu Jinbei's past, but just talking about it is not enough. It's more interesting to talk about it with real things. As for their marriage, Chen Huijun knows that it's not easy to get along. 然后 She brought them together, so she has to take responsibility. Moreover, she knew her son's personality very well and guessed that Yu Qing would be ignored or even wronged if they were together. But Yu Qing was such a good girl and she had no one to rely on. 然后 seeing that she was interested in her son and always worried about her son's marriage, she took the opportunity to force them to get married. 就是 she knew that her behavior was wrong, but she was really afraid that she would die if the operation failed. Yu Qing was a person. He was also a person. Both of them are her beloved children, and she does not regret her actions. She also firmly believes that they will be a very happy couple. Yu Qing thought about it and rejected Chen Huijun. I'd better not go. I'll let him take me to see it when there is a chance in the future. When she said this, she showed a shy look. 然后 Chen Huijun laughed. Okay, then let him take you to see it himself. I have carefully selected what I want you to see. I dare not touch some things. Mom is not a person who does not respect privacy. Chen Huijun liked Yu Qing more and more. She was sensible and kind, with a good personality. Such a good girl, normal people would like it. After chatting for a while, Gu Jinbei came back. His car drove into the yard. And Yu Qing's mood jumped up. She said to Chen Huijun, I'll go and see it. Go, Yu Qing got up and went out to greet him. She trotted to the car and Gu Jinbei just got out of the car. You are finally here, she said with a smile, looking very happy. Gu Jinbei's mood seemed to be infected by her, and the fatigue of working all day dissipated a lot. Have you been here for a long time? Almost an hour. I've been chatting with my mother. Yu Qing clasped her hands in front of her, smiling sweetly, useful and energetic. Gu Jinbei closed the car door and walked towards the door. Yu King followed him. What did you talk about? He was more talkative than usual. Yu King wanted to say, of course, I was talking about you. However, she smiled slyly and said mysteriously, it's all secrets, I won't tell you. Gu Jinbei glanced at him and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing his smile, Yu King was even happier. After Gu Jinbei arrived, Aunt Lin also prepared dinner. This was the first time they had a formal meal together after becoming a family. Everyone took their seats and Chen Huijun looked at Yu King and Gu Jinbei, feeling happy and melancholy but more of a relief. It's been a long time since I had so many people eat together. I'm especially happy today. Chen Huijun said, tears welling up in her eyes. Yu King's eyes also became sore. In fact, she was the same. She hadn't eaten with her family like this for a long, long time. But it's such a happy and blissful day, how can you cry so much? Mom, we will live like this in the future. Yes, we are a family, a happy family. Yu King adjusted her mood, picked up the chopsticks and put Chen Huijun's favorite dishes in her bowl. Mom, please eat more, you have to get well soon, I'm looking forward to shopping and having afternoon tea with you. Okay, I will fulfill my promise soon. Chen Huijun's tears also disappeared. Yu King picked up a few more dishes that were a little far from her and that she liked. Suddenly, there was a piece of steamed sea bass in her bowl. It was picked up by Gu Jinbei for her. Eat the fish while it's hot, he said lightly and then ate his meal as if nothing had happened. Not only Yu King was surprised, but also Chen Huijun and Aunt Lin. 然后 Gu Jinbei was a person who rarely took the initiative to be nice to others. Yu King quickly raised a big smile and said sweetly, yes, thank you. She picked up the piece of fish meat and put it in her mouth. It was the meat on the belly of the fish, tender and delicious. It's delicious, she exclaimed, 然后 looking very satisfied. If it's delicious, eat more. Chen Huijun smiled, Jinbei also likes this, you guys eat quickly. Yu King had just picked up another piece of fish with chopsticks. After hearing what Chen Huijun said, she passed it to Gu Jinbei. When he looked over, she said reciprocity. Chen Huijun and Aunt Lin looked at Gu Jinbei to see his reaction. Gu Jinbei ignored it and picked it up to eat. Many people don't like to pick up food with chopsticks. If it's someone they don't know well, Yu King doesn't like it either, but when the family is together, she thinks it's a sign of love. Only a family will not worry about whether the chopsticks are stained with each other's saliva. The meal was very happy and Yu King really ate an extra bowl of rice. After the meal, the family sat on the sofa in the living room to watch TV and chat. Yu King and Chen Huijun were originally sitting on the long sofa, and Gu Jinbei was sitting on the single sofa next to them. Chen Huijun looked at him with dissatisfaction. Why are you sitting so far away? There are still wide seats here. Gu Jinbei took the remote control and switched to the Chinese international channel, then took a look at the so-called wide seat next to Yu King. 然后 Yu King also looked at him. Gu Jinbei was silent for a moment, stood up, and walked over in 2 steps. Just as he bent down to sit down, Chen Huijun moved his butt and squeezed Yu King to the side. Yu King's body tilted and bumped into Gu Jinbei. He sat down and reached out to support Yu King. Chen Huijun, it's too crowded here, you sit a little further away. Gu Jinbei was helpless. Mom, can you not be so childish? Xiaoqing, am I childish? Not childish, I'm cute. Gu Jinbei. The author has something to say one night not long after. On the bed, Yu King lay in Gu Jinbei's arms and asked, that day, Mom threatened you that we would not have the operation if we didn't get married. You didn't agree at first. Why did you agree later? Gu Jinbei stroked her smooth shoulders and recalled the scene at that time. Didn't you agree first? Yu King, what Mom said was so sad, so I softened my heart. Gu Jinbei, just like that. Yu King, well, actually I kind of like you, and Mom also hinted that I hope you and I can be a couple, and then I also fantasized about it. And thought it was pretty good, so. Her voice became smaller and smaller, a little shy. Gu Jinbei smiled, tilted his head and kissed her forehead. At that time, I thought that if I really wanted to get married in this life, it would be good if it was you. Then why did you sign that agreement for me, Hey! Don't you feel embarrassed to sleep with someone you don't know well? So you are shy. Yu Qin smiled. I don't feel embarrassed, anyway, I have a good figure. Gu Jinbei laughed out loud. Yu Qin was angry and embarrassed. Do you think I don't have a good figure? It was so hurtful to her self-esteem. Yu Qin was not convinced, so she turned over and sat lightly on his waist, letting the silk suspender nightgown slide off her shoulders, revealing half of her breasts. Do I have a good figure? Gu Jinbei's eyes lingered on her, and he narrowed his eyes, then reached out and held her shoulders, sitting up straight. In a flash, Yu Qin was pressed under him. Yu Qin supported his chest. Don't even think about touching me if you don't tell me. Need I tell you? Haven't I been fascinated by you and don't want to work overtime every day? Chapter 21. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yu Qin took Gu Jinbei's car back. Her car was left at Chen Huijun's place. 然后 She would come to have breakfast tomorrow morning and then drive out to work. This was arranged by Chen Huijun. Yu Qin had no objection and Gu Jinbei didn't say anything. Sitting in his co-pilot, Yu Qin's excitement continued and her face was full of sweet smiles when she spoke. Mom is in a good mood today and her body has recovered well. Gu Jinbei looked forward, agreeing with her words in his heart, feeling relieved about his mother's condition, knowing that Yu Qin's contribution was not small. However, she only expressed it in one word, yeah. I think we should spend more time with her. Aren't you very busy? Yes, I've been very busy lately. Yu Qin sighed, missing the days when she was not so busy before. She has been in the news more these days, and her invitations have also increased. Gao Shaoyun discussed with her and took on a few jobs. In addition, the company has arranged a lot of work. She has no choice in the future. When she is busy in this industry, she has no time to rest, and she has to squeeze in her sleep time. You can let me know when you are not busy. Yu Qin understood. Okay, don't be too tired at ordinary times, and eat on time. What about you? Yeah. Do you eat on time? I've been on time recently. I'm afraid it won't work in the future. She will start running around. I may not go home often during this period, and some work is in other places. Yeah, don't miss me too much. Yu Qin smiled frivolously, looking at Gu Jinbei's response. However, Gu Jinbei seemed to be driving very seriously without any reaction. Yu Qin thought, I don't believe you won't miss me at all. Then she wanted to lament in her heart again. At most, he would feel a little lonely when he went home at night, and then he would think of her for a while. When he went to the study to work and then went to sleep, he didn't have much time to think about her. 然后, while lamenting in her heart, the phone rang. Yu Qin saw that it was Yang Zixuan calling. She frowned slightly and glanced at Gu Jinbei before sliding the answer button. Hello, Mr. Liang. Noisy heavy music came from the other end of the phone, and Yang Zixuan raised his voice. Yu Qin, come to Hongfeng for a drink. Many people in the company are here, but you are missing, Mr. Yang. It's very late now. I wish you a good time. What do you mean late? It's only 9 o'clock now. Besides, even if it's midnight, I'm your boss, and you have to come. Yang Zixuan was drunk. He was just ridiculed for pursuing Yu Qin for 2 years without any progress. His reputation as a love expert was about to be ruined. He called Yu Qin in anger under the influence of alcohol. Boss Yang, I have something important to do and can't go. What kind of important things can you do? You should find a better excuse. Yang Zixuan was unhappy. Oh, then I'll get back to you when I find a better one. Yu Qing hung up the phone neatly. She didn't want to talk too much to someone who was drunk. The phone rang again soon, and Yu Qing hung up without answering it. Gu Jinbei looked over, and Yu Qing smiled and explained, "Someone in our company is having a party and asked me to go there now, but I won't go." Yang Zixuan? Gu Jinbei asked. Yu Qing was slightly surprised. Do you know him? I've met him a few times. Where did you meet him? Yu Qing was curious, and the boredom she had just felt disappeared. Gu Jinbei said calmly, "A dinner party hosted by a friend, and also for work." Could it be that your company is cooperating with our company? Yu Qing was a little excited. If you want to shoot an advertisement, find her. Unfortunately, Gu Jinbei said, no. At the beginning, he was at a friend's dinner party and his friend specially introduced Yang Zixuan to him. 然后 later, Yang Zixuan found him and wanted to cooperate with him, but he refused. One of the reasons for the refusal was that Yang Zixuan was a playful person who was not too serious about the business. In addition, the main controller of Feiyang Media was his father, so Yang Zixuan did not have much power. As for Yang Zixuan's gossip, Gu Jinbei had also heard about it. When he knew that Yu Qing was in this company, he did not think much about it. After all, she was not very popular. Now it seems that Yang Zixuan's hand has also reached out to Yu Qing. 那个, what great things can such a person do? What a pity. Yu Qing felt very sorry for a second and then smiled and said to Gu Jinbei, "If you want to cooperate with our company, which star will you find?" Her eyes were burning and full of expectations. Gu Jinbei, I don't want to cooperate with your company. What kind of company is your company? A big company. How big is it? Gu Jinbei chuckled. How big do you want it to be? Bigger than our company. Gu Jinbei smiled. You will know later. Yu Qing stared at him for a while, and the feeling of being teased was really. She was grinding her teeth and wanted to bite him. Just as she said these few words, the phone rang again. Yu Qing was about to press it, and found that it was Gao Shaoyun calling. Sister Yang. Boss Yang called me just now. Gao Shaoyun said seriously, he is very angry, but don't be afraid. I have already told him that you are too tired these days. You are not feeling well and have a headache today. So go home early too. Rest, that's a good excuse. I didn't think of it just now. Alas, he must know it's an excuse, just looking for a way out. Despite this, he must remember it in his heart. You should be careful not to provoke him again. Well, I know, aren't we? Going to the city tomorrow. In fact, Yu Qing doesn't like being in the company. There are too many people. People's hearts are complicated and it's very tiring. Yes, you have a good rest tonight, and pray that Boss Yang will get drunk tonight and not come to the company tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, Yu Qing felt that she needed to give Gu Jinbei some reassurance. She said in a joking tone, I am a little complicated in this circle, but don't worry, I am a clean person and will not cheat on you. Gu Jinbei glanced at her, and Yu Qing smiled evilly. When the car drove home and parked, Gu Jinbei said, You can come to me if you have any difficulties. Really? Yu Qing's eyes lit up. Gu Jinbei didn't like to repeat himself, so he unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car. You said you would come to me if I have any troubles, so don't deny it when the time comes. Yu Qing smiled happily and proudly as if she had caused something wrong. Gu Jinbei suddenly felt a little regretful, or did he add a prerequisite? Okay, I'm just scaring you, I won't bother you often. Gu Jinbei didn't regret it, and opened the car door and got out. Yu Qing whispered, Anyway, I'm satisfied with this sentence. He paused when he got out of the car and heard the sound of her opening the car door behind him, so he didn't say the words I mean what I say. Yu Qing was really satisfied, and she didn't want to trouble Gu Jinbei, and didn't want to have the opportunity to trouble him. This circle was messy and dirty, and she didn't want Gu Jinbei to know at all. She just wanted him to know that she had been working hard all these years, trying to become strong and not be bullied. However, she was very excited to hear his words today. Back then, she was bullied and fell to the ground. She sat on the ground without hiding her weakness, waiting for him to pull her up, waiting for someone to be angry and distressed for her. She really wanted to get the protection of that handsome little brother, but he didn't. And today, he finally said such words. Yu Qing's sentimentality did not last long, and she became cheerful after entering the house. Are you going to the study later? Gu Jinbei hesitated for a moment and replied, Go. That's good, I'll find you later. In fact, Gu Jinbei didn't plan to go to the study. There was nothing to do today. He planned to take a bath and go to bed early, but when he heard her ask that, he thought about reading a book. Gu Jinbei went to the study without taking a bath and took a book from the bookshelf to read. Yu Qing went to find him after taking a bath. Her hair was half dried, and she was wearing a pink nightgown with a belt tied around her waist. She was too thin, with a slender waist. When she looked up, her eyes were easily attracted by the white skin exposed by the V-shaped front, and then she saw some slight ups and downs. There is no fat where it should be seen, and there is no fat where it should not be seen. 那个, what do you want to talk to me about? He put aside his messy thoughts and asked expressionlessly. Yu Qing kept her hands behind her back, and it was precisely because of this action that her figure was more prominent. She stretched her hand forward, holding a transparent breeding box in her hand. There were 2 turtles smaller than the palm of your hand. 然后 his face finally changed, and he looked at Yu Qing. Yu Qing put the breeding box on the desk, very close to his hand. These are my pets. I will be on a business trip tomorrow and will not have time to take care of them. I hope you can help me take care of them for a few days. Before Gu Jinbei refused, she hurriedly added, turtles are easy to raise. Now that the weather is cold, you don't need to soak them in water. You just help me feed them once or twice a day, 5, 6, 7 or 8 at a time. She pursed her lips and frowned, with an expression of pleading. Gu Jinbei was silent for a while and said, Is it 5 or 6 or 7 or 8? Yu Qing immediately smiled excitedly and replied, It depends on your mood. If you are in a good mood, feed more, and if you are in a bad mood, feed less. So casual. Gu Jinbei couldn't help but glance at the turtles and found that they looked quite energetic. He couldn't help but praise their tenacious vitality. Yu Qing didn't expect Gu Jinbei to agree so easily, and she was so happy that she couldn't help herself. Just tell me what you want in return, and I will go through fire and water for you. After saying this, she added in her heart, physical compensation is also fine. But Gu Jinbei said, No need. Yu Qing, no, I am a person who knows how to repay kindness. Since you don't ask, I will do it myself, but I have to wait until I come back from my business trip. Gu Jinbei said nothing and went to observe the 2 little turtles. It was rare to see him interested in things other than work, and he was particularly easy to talk to today, so he also went over to see her pets. This was what she saw on the roadside a few days ago. A little boy and his mother were setting up a stall. It was cold that day, and the boy was sitting on a small stool. His pants were obviously too short, exposing his ankles. Yu Qing felt distressed, so she went to buy 2. Yu Qing, guess which one is male and which one is female? Gu Jinbei looked at it and asked back, Do you know? Yu Qing, why doesn't this guy play by the rules? She waited for him to guess one and then told him that there was no answer when she announced the answer. It was fun just thinking about it. Now, it's not fun anymore. She shook her head. Mr. Gu is not easy to fool. Gu Jinbei glanced at her unexpectedly. Yu Qing blinked and said, guess there will always be a chance to know in the future. Let's see who guesses right. I guess the big one is female. Gu Jinbei really disdains to make such random guesses without clues, but Yu Qing is very persistent. He pointed to the small one and said, this one is also female. Chapter 22. Yu Qing slept soundly that night. Because she didn't have to make breakfast, she set the alarm clock to 7 o'clock, but before the alarm clock rang, a phone call came. It was from Gao Shaoyun. Temporary notice, meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning, hosted by General Manager Yang. Yu Qing woke up instantly and sat up suddenly. Are you going to mess with me? I don't think so. He doesn't have the time to care about you now. His younger brother is joining the company today. Yang Zixuan's half-brother is called Yang Yuheng, who is only 2 years younger than him. He grew up abroad and came back some time ago. Yang Zixuan's mother died of illness when he was 18. 然后, his father has changed several girlfriends over the years, but he has no intention of marrying her. As for this half-brother, Yang Zixuan knew about his existence before, but he was just not sure. Originally, Yang Zixuan didn't care much about his father's illegitimate son because he thought his father would not take him back. After all, he would have taken him back long ago. But I don't know what went wrong. He came back and wanted to join the company. What he had was threatened, so he became serious about his work. Is he holding a meeting to pull us into his camp? What else can it be? Isn't it just to win over people's hearts, paint a big pie for us, and threaten us a few more times? Gao Shaoyun summed it up in a few simple sentences, and Yu Qing, who was originally nervous, was amused by her. Just don't pick a fight with me. Yu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. It was bold to hang up Yang Zixuan last night, but he was drunk and irrational, and Gu Jinbei was right next to him, so it was useless for her to say anything. If it were someone else, he would have been rude long ago. Gao Shaoyun sighed, but it's only your personality that makes him never give up. Sister Yang, I'm a married woman, don't say that. I know you are, but he doesn't know. How about I tell him I have someone else next time? Then he will do everything he can to dig up your husband and stage a drama of stealing your wife. Hearing you say that, I think it's a bit exciting. Yu Qing was already imagining Gu Jinbei's handsome look of fighting with others for her. Gao Shaoyun, are you serious? Just kidding. This kind of thing is just a thought, she doesn't want it to happen. The most important thing is, how can a person like Gu Jinbei solve problems by fighting? 然后, regarding Yang Zixuan, Yu Qing had no choice. She said a lot of rejections, but he seemed to be playing a game with her, not forcing her, but not letting her go. If Gu Jinbei hadn't said that he wanted to keep his marriage secret, she really wanted to make it public. After receiving this call, Yu Qing lost her sleepiness and got up to wash and change clothes. The temperature was low today, so she wore a long skirt, a pair of fleece leggings inside, and a long coat outside. She was always the most dressed female artist in the company. Gao Shaoyun had said that about her, and other leaders had said that too, but she still pretended to obey but secretly disobeyed. Health was the most important thing to her, and she would not use it as a bet. As soon as she walked out of the room, she saw Gu Jinbei walking upstairs after exercising. He was wearing a light gray sportswear, with a towel around his neck. His hair was a little wet with sweat, and his cheeks were a little red because of the heat from exercise. He looked up at Yu Qing, and the moment he looked into his eyes, Yu Qing's heart was beating violently. So handsome. Why do you like him? A small part of it was because he was attractive by his smart, capable, steady and introverted personality and developed a good impression and desire to conquer him. A large part of the reason was that he was handsome enough to never get tired of, and both inside and outside, so it was normal to like him. There are many handsome guys in the entertainment industry, but none of them can attract her. She doesn't know when she really started to like him. What she can be sure of is that from the moment she agreed to marry him, she had the desire to conquer him. Mr. Good morning. Good morning. Yu Qing smiled sweetly and he looked indifferent. 那个 men who don't like to smile are more attractive. Can we leave early? The company has temporarily notified us to hold a meeting at 8 o'clock. Yu Qing asked. Gu Jinbei, okay, wait for me for 10 minutes. Gu Jinbei said that 10 minutes is 10 minutes. If we leave at this time, we will still have time to eat breakfast. Yu Qing had already called Chen Huijun to explain the situation, so breakfast was ready when the two arrived. Yu Qing arrived at the company before 8 o'clock. Perhaps it was too early, and because it was a temporary notice, nearly half of the people did not arrive. When Yang Zixuan walked into the meeting room with a gloomy face, he saw the empty seat and said angrily, "Why don't so many people come? Don't you want to work anymore?" His assistant hurriedly explained, "They are already on the way. It's rush hour and there is a traffic jam." Yang Zixuan was in a bad mood, and everyone dared not breathe. His eyes swept over Yu Qing, who pretended not to notice. 然后 he seemed to have something to say, but he held back. A little after 8 o'clock, most of the people were there. The meeting ended at 9 o'clock. Yang Zixuan had already boosted everyone's mood, and most people now felt that they would have food to eat if they followed Mr. Yang. As for Yu Qing, she was very indifferent. 9 o'clock was the time when Yang Yuheng came to the company. As soon as the meeting ended, a group of people walked out in a mighty procession and they met the legendary Yang Ershao. He looked a bit like Yang Zixuan, a little taller and more handsome than Yang Zixuan. He was wearing a dark suit, his hair was neither long nor short, not dyed and combed neatly, and he looked more stable than Yang Zixuan. Rather, he took the initiative to greet Yang Zixuan, with a smile on his face, looking gentle and elegant. Yang Zixuan had a cold face. "Don't shout nonsense, my mother only gave birth to me as a son." In front of so many people, Yang Zixuan didn't give any face, and everyone watched Yang Yuheng's reaction quietly. Yang Yuheng smiled calmly, but Dad has more than one son. 然后 everyone was stunned, and even Yu Qing looked at him seriously. This second young master is not simple. Yang Zixuan was counterattacked, and his face showed anger, but he endured it. He only has one in his heart. Really? Yang Yuheng chuckled. "Dad will be here soon. Brother, do you want to go to greet him or wait in the office?" The smoke was filled, and Yang Zixuan sneered, "You can do the flattering look by yourself." He ignored him and said to the people behind him, "Do what you should do." Yu Qing rehearsed with the main staff of Star Language Link in the company's rehearsal room in the morning. At 11 o'clock, Yang Zixuan came to inspect. After asking a few questions, he walked up to Yu Qing. Yu Qing remained calm. After Yang Zixuan looked at her deeply, he suddenly smiled. "If you perform well, I'm optimistic about you." "I will, President Yang." Yang Zixuan raised his eyebrows, turned around and said the same words to others, and then went out. Qiang Yufei whispered to Yu Qing with envy, "Sister Yu Qing, Mr. Yang treats you very well." She encouraged her. Yu Qing smiled and said nothing. "That's not good," she had seen the warning in his eyes. At 12 noon, Yu Qing, who was about to go out for dinner with Gao Shaoyun, sent a WeChat message to Lu Ming. "What did Mr. Gu eat for lunch today?" Lu Ming quickly replied, "Mr. Gu had lunch with friends at Shengfeng Hotel at noon." "What time?" 12:30. "Book a seat for me." I want to eat there too. The Yi restaurant in Shengfeng Hotel is a membership-based restaurant, and ordinary people cannot become their members. Lu Ming did not dare to make a decision on his own, so he went to report to Gu Jinbei. After listening to him, Gu Jinbei pondered for a moment and asked Lu Ming to go out first. He called Yu Qing. Mr. Gu, Yu Qing lowered her voice and walked quickly to a place with fewer people. Are you not convenient now? No, there are people next to me. I'm going to a place where there are no people now. Just tell me what you want to say. She was very happy now. Lu Ming told me that you are going to Shengfeng for dinner. Well, I won't eat with you, but you have to treat me. She was really rude. Yu Qing added, I know you have an appointment. I won't disturb you, nor will I recognize you. I will treat you as a stranger. If you like, I can also treat you as transparent. She is an actress, so acting is no problem. Treat him as transparent. For some reason, Gu Jinbei felt a little unhappy. I'm not transparent. Yu Qing heard his displeasure and couldn't help laughing. That's right, and you are so handsome that normal people will take a second look when they see you. Then I will pretend to see you for the first time and be amazed. Do you still want to eat? She actually joked with him. Yu Qing immediately put away her nonchalance and said firmly, yes. When you go, tell me Lu Ming's name. Oh, tell me mine. Okay. Yu Qing's face was flying. Thank you, Mr. Gu, Mr. Gu is a good man. Gu Jinbei rubbed his temples and didn't want to talk. Yu Qing, I won't bother you anymore, bye. Okay, after getting his response, Yu Qing hung up the phone. Gao Shaoyun was waiting not far away. Yu Qing hung up the phone and walked over. Gao Shaoyun said angrily, put away your vain smile. If others see you, they will think you got some good resources and be jealous of you. I got good resources. Really? What is it? Gao Shaoyun became serious. Yu Qing smiled slyly and whispered mysteriously, I got a rich man who has a restaurant membership card of Shengfeng Hotel. We will go there for dinner later. Gao Shaoyun was surprised for a second and then calmed down. Your husband. Sister Yan, you are such a wise woman. Gao Shaoyun didn't buy her trick and squinted at her. It's not like you haven't seen rich men before, and Mr. Yan is also a member there, and it is said that his aging platinum member Yang Zixuan invited Yu Qing to have dinner there a year ago, but Yu Qing refused. I've never seen a rich man as handsome as my husband. She was showing off her husband again. However, you are a familiar face now, so it's not safe to go to dinner with your husband like this. Gao Shaoyun reasoned, even if the entertainment reporters can't get in, I'm afraid that other people will secretly take photos and post them online. Don't worry, it's just you and I eating together. Your husband is not going. No, he's going too. We pretend we don't know each other. Yu Qing was in a good mood, with a smile on her face. We are eating at the same restaurant but at different tables. It's interesting just to think about it. Gao Shaoyun couldn't help but sigh. You two really know how to have fun. Chapter 23. Shengfeng Hotel is not far away. Yu Qing arrived at 12:15, but she asked Gao Shaoyun to continue driving around. What are you doing? Gao Shaoyun was puzzled. Yu Qing kept looking out the window. Wait for my husband to come. Gao Shaoyun rolled her eyes. Why don't you just call him and ask him where he is and when he will arrive? That's so boring. We have to create a chance encounter. Gao Shaoyun almost wanted to vomit blood and then asked herself, is her life too monotonous and boring? Should she learn from Yu Qing and do more boring scenes to liven up her interest? The car drove slowly and turned back at the next intersection. Gao Shaoyun thought this behavior was too boring and really didn't want to play with her. At 12:25, Yu Qing asked Gao Shaoyun to drive the car to the hotel parking lot. Just after the car drove in for a while, Gu Jinbei's Cayenne also drove in. 然后 the timing was very accurate. Gao Shaoyun admired Yu Qing. There were many parking spaces. Gao Shaoyun picked a good spot to park in, and Lu Ming, who drove for Gu Jinbei, parked next to it. The two cars were side by side, and the two people were very close. Your husband is very attached to you, and he parked next to us. It was his assistant who drove. He asked the assistant to park here. Yu Qing was silent. Anyway, it was definitely not Gu Jinbei who asked him to park. At most, Lu Ming asked him to park next to her, and he didn't say anything. Gao Shaoyun, the parking lot is safer. Go and say hello to your husband. Don't do anything intimate. I don't want to see it. No hello. Yu Qing smiled and opened the car door to get out. The crisp sound of her high heels on the floor echoed in the empty underground parking lot. She paused in front of Gu Jinbei's car, her posture straight, her eyes straight. She always loved to smile and be gentle. Now she even looked a little cold. Of course, this was just an appearance. She had been secretly paying attention to Gu Jinbei with her peripheral vision. Lu Ming and Gu Jinbei got out of the car. Lu Ming was obviously a little surprised that Yu Qing ignored them. As for Gu Jinbei, it seemed that there was nothing abnormal. Yu Qing didn't even notice that he had looked at her. 这个. The more you try to hide it, the more obvious it is. Humph. 然后 They entered the hotel one after another. When the waiter asked, Yu Qing didn't look back at Gu Jinbei behind her and said the gentleman behind ordered it. Gu Jinbei, who was 2 or 3 meters away, could hear what she said. The waiter looked at Gu Jinbei and found that his eyes were on Yu Qing, so he understood and asked Yu Qing to go in. In fact, the receptionist remembered who had made reservations. The hesitation just now was just because he felt it was a bit strange. When Mr. Gu made reservations, he said there were only 2 people, so how come there were 4 people now? The waiter led them to the private room in front, and when they arrived, he opened the door and invited Yu Qing in. At this moment, the door of the adjacent private room was opened from the inside, and a young man came over enthusiastically to greet Gu Jinbei. Brother Bei, I knew you were here. You are the most punctual person. Yu Qing walked into the private room without stopping, without even looking at Gu Jinbei. She didn't look over here, but someone was looking at her, not Gu Jinbei, but his friend Yan Sihan. Gu Jinbei, go in. Okay, Yan Sihan agreed, his eyes still not retracted. Lu Ming watched from the side, mourning in his heart. President Yan, please take your eyes away quickly. Our President Gu is already unhappy. After entering the private room, there were 2 more people inside, Yan Master Zhang and Yan Master Wang. They stood up and greeted Gu Jinbei. Yan Sihan pulled out a chair and said excitedly before he sat down, Hey, guess who I saw just now? How can I guess this? You should at least give me a hint. Yan Sihan sat down and said mysteriously, I mentioned it last night. Zhang Xiao and Wang Xiao looked at each other, thinking. Yan Sihan couldn't wait and turned to Gu Jinbei, who was sitting next to him, and said, Brother Bei, do you recognize the woman just now? What a coincidence, you ran into her. Gu Jinbei remembered that Yu Qing treated him as transparent just now, snorted, and said, I recognize her. Lu Ming was surprised and thought that President Gu finally couldn't help but make it public, and President Yan finally resolved the crisis. 然后, however, Yan Sihan was simple-minded and didn't think much about it. What I asked was nonsense. She's a female star and few people don't know her. Besides, there's been a lot of news about her recently. Zhang Xiao listened and guessed, could it be Yu Qing? Wang Xiao added, is that Yu Qing that Yan Xiao can't get? Yes, it's her. She's the woman that Yan Xiao called last night and asked her to come, but she didn't come. Yan Sihan said excitedly just now. You asked me to dinner just to talk about this. Gu Jinbei interrupted coldly. 这个 The three people who were excited immediately put away their smiles. The atmosphere was cold, and Yan Sihan laughed and changed the subject. Let's not talk about those gossips. What did you do with Yang Zixuan last night? Gu Jinbei asked suddenly, his eyes swept over the three people, a little serious. Yan Sihan and Zhang Shao and Wen Shao were stunned. It was clear that Gu Jinbei didn't want to hear this topic just now, but now he became curious again. In any case, if Gu Jinbei asked, they would be happy to talk. Last night, I was drinking with young Master Yan at the Red Maple Bar. There were a bunch of people, most of whom were from his circle. We called a few people to accompany us, but young Master Yan didn't want any of them. This is not his style. Young Master Zhang echoed, young Master Yan has always been surrounded by women. When has he ever been like last night, like a man who has been frustrated in love? Young Master Wen, isn't he frustrated in love? I heard that he has been interested in Yu Qing for more than 2 years, but she has been dismissive of him. He is also Yu Qing's boss. He can't even handle a small star with so many good opportunities. Talk about something else. Gu Jinbei interrupted in a deep voice. The three of them couldn't guess what Gu Jinbei was thinking. What exactly did he want to hear? Maybe he wanted to know about young Master Yang. It is said that young Master Yang has been single for 2 months. Gu Jinbei's face became even uglier. Why do you care so much about whether he is single or not? The three of them were even more puzzled. What exactly did he want to hear from them? Gu Jinbei, regarding Yu Qing, tell Yang Zixuan not to hit on her. The three of them were stunned. Gu Jinbei, a bachelor who had abstained from sex for thousands of years, actually liked a woman. They almost thought he had a special sexual orientation. Brother Bei, do you like her? Yan Sihan asked cautiously, fearing that he would get angry if he asked the wrong question. Gu Jinbei said coldly, no. Lu Ming beside him tried to stay calm and not reveal his true emotions. God knows his mood is like a roller coaster, and now, he just wants to roll his eyes. Mr. Gu doesn't feel guilty about lying. 然后 the three of them breathed a sigh of relief and wondered at the same time, if he didn't like her, why would he defend her? Just then, Gu Jinbei's mobile phone rang, a short reminder tone. Gu Jinbei took out his mobile phone and saw the text message sent by Yu Qing on the screen at a glance. How was my performance just now? Very good, right? Gu Jinbei looked unprepared and put the phone back without even clicking it. Treat him as transparent and say he performed well. Brother Bei, don't worry, I will remind young Master Yang. Yan Sihan pushed the menu in front of him. We just ordered a few dishes, you order a few more. It's not good to talk too much about this topic. Anyway, Gu Jinbei wants to protect him, so they don't move. Gu Jinbei had no interest in food at all. You guys order. 然后 Lu Ming's phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a WeChat message from Yu Qing. Just as he opened it, Gu Jinbei turned around and asked, who sent it? Before Lu Ming spoke, Gu Jinbei had already got the answer from his expression. Give it to me. Lu Ming handed him the phone honestly. Yu Qing, do you have any women over there? How many? Are they pretty? Please help me keep an eye on your CEO Gu. Don't let him be seduced away by others. After reading it, Gu Jinbei's mouth curled up a smile. It was not a sneer. Tell her that there are many. Lu Ming, CEO Gu, is it really okay for you to deceive your wife like this? Yes, CEO Gu. He is a competent assistant and he follows the instructions of his boss. Soon, Yu Qing replied, it doesn't matter, your CEO Gu has excellent self-control. I am relieved. Thank you for your hard work, Assistant Lu, you should eat more. After reading it, Gu Jinbei put the phone back heavily in Lu Ming's hand and he was in a bad mood. More than 40 minutes later, Yu Qing sent another message to Gu Jinbei. You haven't replied to me yet. Gu Jinbei, who was talking to a few people, paused when he heard the text message notification tone and took out his mobile phone to check. The three people looked at him. They didn't quite understand why Gu Jinbei wanted to check text messages or something like that. When there was something, didn't they usually contact each other by phone? Gu Jinbei didn't intend to reply. Just as he was about to put away his mobile phone, Yukin's text message came again. I'm going to the airport to fly to City D this afternoon. Behind the text, there was a sad expression. For some reason, her unhappy expression appeared in Gu Jinbei's mind, and his heart suddenly felt a little. He couldn't tell what he felt. That feeling was probably similar to the feeling of seeing hungry and injured stray cats and dogs, which would make people love and want to protect them. I'll go out for a while. Gu Jinbei stood up with his mobile phone. Oh, okay. Yan Sihan felt that Brother Bei was a little strange today, but he couldn't figure out what was strange. Gu Jinbei walked out of the private room and closed the door casually. He stood at the door and looked at the door of the private room next to him. After a moment, he walked to the end of the corridor and called her. Hey! Are you full? She said briskly. Almost. I'm almost done too. I'll go back to the company to get ready and then go to the airport. Have a safe trip. Thank you. I'll be there for 2 days. Yet remember to feed my turtle for me. I won't forget. You haven't told me whether I behaved well just now. Your friends can't tell our relationship, right? 然后 It would have been fine if he hadn't said this. As soon as he said this, Gu Jinbei's good mood changed. Of course they can't tell, haha. Yu Qing was very confident. Gu Jinbei didn't want to talk. Are you outside now? Yu Qing asked suddenly. Gu Jinbei's heart skipped a beat. He knew what she was going to do, but he still said, yeah. She covered the microphone, and Gu Jinbei vaguely heard her say, Sister Yang, I'm going to the bathroom. Then there was the sound of footsteps, the sound of doors opening and closing, and then he saw her. Her phone was still to her ear. Don't look at me. She said this in a low voice, and then she began her performance. Did you eat well today? Well, you ate so many delicious foods. I also want to eat. You have to treat me next time. As long as I can eat with you, I am not afraid of gaining weight. She walked towards Gu Jinbei while talking on the phone, and her eyes rarely stopped on Gu Jinbei. They were getting closer and closer, and when they were about to pass by, Yu Qing really touched Gu Jinbei's shoulder, and then she was surprised. Sir, you dropped your things. Gu Jinbei turned around, and she just picked up a pink note from the ground. She stuffed the note into Gu Jinbei's arms and smiled. Take it and don't drop it again. After she left, Gu Jinbei spread out the paper, and her beautiful handwriting was on it. 2 days apart, I will miss you, and you remember to miss me too. Your King. There was another smiley face drawn behind it, and the painting skills were still terrible. However, he smiled. Chapter 24. Yu Qing left the restaurant after eating. She had to go to the airport to fly to the city at 2 p.m. She also had to meet the company first, so she couldn't waste too much time. However, she was very satisfied with her getting along with Gu Jinbei at noon today, and her good mood lasted until she got off the plane. This commercial performance was arranged by the company. A large commercial plaza opened and offered a large prize to invite Yu Qing to participate in the promotional activities. This kind of work is completely a money-making behavior based on appearance and fame, and Yu Qing has never liked it. But work can't be liked or not. It's her job and she will complete it seriously. The city is located in the north. It's already winter. The temperature is very low. The trees on the roadside are bare and rustling. Yu Qing's coat can't keep out the cold. The partner sent a car to pick her up at the airport. She will meet with the person in charge later to prepare for tomorrow's activities. 那个 unexpectedly, the big boss of the mall personally met Yu King. The boss is a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, a little fat, with a smile on his face and looks very easygoing. He shook hands with Yu King. Miss Yu is prettier than on TV. I am very honored to work with you this time. Yu King took her hand back and said politely, it is my honor as well. She also understood that Boss Zhang was not easygoing, but just lustful. Boss Zhang made a gesture of imitation. You have worked hard on the road. Let's sit down and talk. Boss Zhang talked about some meaningless topics, talking about his great achievements and saying that he was very capable in building a kingdom. Yu King was not interested in this. She listened for a while, then gave Gao Shaoyun a look. Gao Shaoyun understood and said, Boss Zhang, it is getting late. What should we pay attention to for tomorrow's activities? Please ask the person in charge to communicate with us more to avoid mistakes. Yu King is a dedicated artist. She is focused on how to complete the work. Time is tight, so let her prepare early. Boss Zhang, no need to prepare anything. Miss Yu is beautiful and has a good figure. It will be enough for you to stand on the stage for a few minutes. Having said that, the content of Yu King's work has been arranged. She does not sing. To participate in such commercial performances, she needs to interact with the host or the audience. The topics are basically set, but there are still many things to understand. Communication is the key. In addition, the costumes for tomorrow's commercial performance should also be tried on first, in case there are any problems that we don't have time to deal with. Gao Shaoyun's smile froze for a moment, and then recovered in the next moment. Mr. Zhang, if you want Yu King to be beautiful, you must finish the work quickly and let her go back to the hotel to rest early. Having said this, Mr. Zhang had to let her go. Okay, then you go. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. At this point, Gao Shaoyun and Yu King had guessed what he was thinking. He continued, you also know that my business is not small and there are many opportunities to cooperate with you. We are going to change the new advertisement recently and we haven't found the right candidate yet. I personally admire Miss Yu very much. Yu King, my schedule seems to be full recently. Gao Shaoyun, well, Yu King's work has been scheduled until next year. Mr. Zhang looked at Yu King, the schedule doesn't matter. I give you more money and your company will rearrange it for you. His eyes made people feel uncomfortable. Yu King was unhappy, but she didn't show it. If Mr. Zhang really wants to do this, please contact our company later. 然后 she stood up. Then Mr. Zhang, I'll go get busy first. Yu King and Gao Shaoyun walked out of Mr. Zhang's office. The event manager had been waiting outside. Yu King held a small meeting with them to sort out tomorrow's procedures, and then they brought the clothes to be worn tomorrow. When she saw the clothes, Yu King's face turned cold. The organizer said that the clothes were provided by them, but Yu King and the others had already said that they would not wear clothes that were too revealing. However, this skirt was not a little revealing. It was a transparent hollow design with a V-shaped collar on the front, almost opening to the navel, and the back was almost completely exposed. Change it, Yu King said without questioning. 然后 the manager said in embarrassment, this skirt is designed by a famous designer and the rhinestones on the skirt are hand inlaid. The rental alone is tens of thousands. Gao Shaoyun kept smiling and said politely, we have already said in advance that we will not wear revealing clothes. You may not have communicated it well internally. Now change it to a non-revealing one. She was giving face to the other party, but the manager did not appreciate it. It's almost time to get off work. How can we have time to rent another set? Yu King said coldly, then I will wear casual clothes tomorrow. The person in charge also looked cold. Our company invited you to come here with a contract and paid you a salary. You should cooperate with our work. 高少运, it is also our agreement not to wear revealing clothes. The person in charge, this is not written in the contract. 高少运, the contract also does not say that you must wear the clothes you prepared, and the verbal agreement is also legally effective. I have a recording. Seeing that they would not compromise, the person in charge could not argue with them, so he went to ask General Manager Zhang. Not long after, General Manager Zhang came. He said a few nice words to Yu Qing, reprimanded the person in charge in front of her, and then said that he would go to have a meal first and talk about it later. Although Yu Qing didn't want to have dinner with him very much, she also knew that this was how this job was. The group went to the hotel next door for dinner. During the meal, General Manager Zhang kept persuading Yu Qing to drink, but Gao Shaoyun stopped him. She was not a manager for nothing. 然后 Gradually, General Manager Zhang became a little unhappy and was unwilling to compromise on the clothing issue. Yu Qing was unhappy, but she couldn't turn her face. After all, she had signed a contract. If something went wrong, she would be responsible, and it would also have a bad impact on the company's reputation. Besides, in the eyes of others, this matter was not a problem at all. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, celebrities make a living by their looks and bodies, and it is natural for them to sell their looks. They would think that the money earned by celebrities is enough to make up for such a small sacrifice. Yu Qing also knew that she had to sacrifice something to do this job. However, she could wear sexy clothes, but she refused to wear such clothes that were too revealing and obviously sold her body. 然后 If she wore such clothes, the headlines of the news might all be about them. She was determined not to wear them. Then President Zhang hinted that Yu Qing would listen to her in everything as long as she accompanied him for one night, and there were many benefits. Yu Qing resisted the urge to throw wine on him and refused bluntly. President Zhang was doing well in the business world, so how could he be willing to be bullied by a little star? He called to complain in anger. The call was soon connected to Yang Zixuan, who told Yang Zixuan about Yu Qing's ignorance and non-cooperation, and finally asked Yang Zixuan what he planned to do. 然后 President Zhang deliberately made this call in front of Yu Qing. Yu Qing didn't know what Yang Zixuan said, but she saw President Zhang's smug smile after hanging up the phone. After a while, Yang Zixuan called Yu Qing. What's going on? He asked. The clothes they prepared are very revealing, I won't wear them. Yu Qing said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. How revealing? Bikini. Almost. Old rogue. He wants to seduce you. Yeah, ha. Yang Zixuan sneered and said, I'll take care of this. Yeah, Yu Qing didn't expect Yang Zixuan to stand on her side so easily. By the way, do you know President Gu of Jinsheng Group? Yu Qing was stunned for a moment. Forget it, let's talk about this later. Yang Zixuan hung up Yu Qing's phone and immediately called President Zhang again. After less than a minute, President Zhang looked at Yu Qing in surprise. After this call, President Zhang's attitude towards Yu Qing changed drastically, and he was very polite, and he immediately compromised on the clothes issue. Things went very smoothly afterwards. After the call, Yu Qing and Gao Shaoyun returned to the hotel. In the room, the two discussed the matter. What did Mr. Yang say to Mr. Zhang to make that old rogue change his attitude immediately? Gao Shaoyun thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Yu Qing also thought a lot, and she had figured it out. However, before it was confirmed, she didn't want to say too much. You have to ask Mr. Yang, or you can call and ask. I won't call, he won't scold you but he will scold me. This matter was not a big deal, but we made it so ugly. Although the matter has been resolved, everyone felt uncomfortable before. Yu Qing took Gao Shaoyun's arm and said guiltily, I have implicated Sister Yan. It must be hard to take care of someone like me who has many demands. Gao Shaoyun said angrily, you are a bit troublesome, but we make money cleanly like this, and I feel at ease. Yu Qing immediately smiled, there are not many agents as upright as you. There are not many female stars as conservative as you. Mingming has a good figure and is very sexy, but she usually refuses to take advantage of this condition and always says that she only shows it to her husband. Now that she has a husband, she is even more reluctant to show it to others. Anyway, the matter has been solved smoothly and it is estimated that there will be no major problems in tomorrow's work. Both of them are relieved. After a busy day today, the two did not talk much. Gao Shaoyun went back to her room to wash and sleep. Yu Qing took a shower and lay on the bed, holding her mobile phone to send a text message to Gu Jinbei, feeling a little sweet and a little excited. Are you working overtime in the study again? Gu Jinbei, who was watching the turtle in the study, finally heard the text message alert, but his movements were still slow. Yeah. How are my turtles? I can't answer your questions on their behalf. Ha ha ha. Then let me witness it with my own eyes. Gu Jinbei had just finished reading this text message and then Yu Qing sent another one. Oh, I forgot that you don't have WeChat. Then do you have QQ? A social software that can video chat. Gu Jinbei's computer has QQ, but his mobile phone has not downloaded the software. He thought about it and decided not to download it. Number. Forget it. I encountered a problem at work today, but it has been solved. Yang Zixuan's words shocked Yu Qing. Mr. Gu of Jinsheng Group, 然后 Gu, should be Gu Jinbei. She had searched online before, but could not find Gu Jinbei's name. There was only some information about the former chairman Gu Qiyu, who had passed away. Jinsheng Group is a well-known enterprise in the country with many subsidiaries and strong assets. What's the trouble? Do you need my help? It's been solved. But I have a small request. What? Look at my little turtle more and think about me by the way. Gu Jinbei didn't reply to Yu Qing, which Yu Qing had expected. It didn't matter, she was already very happy to tease him. Gu Jinbei's work efficiency was very low that night because the two little turtles seriously disturbed him. Chapter 25. The next morning, Yu Qing got up and put on makeup. The event was held outdoors, which was a bit cruel. It was okay because there was heating indoors, but the wind outside was like a knife, and it hurt when it blew on the skin. Yu Qing had already felt it clearly yesterday, and she had to wear a skirt with exposed arms today, which was scary to think about. Listening to the wind outside, she felt like she had no desire to live. Gao Shaoyun comforted her. I'll prepare hot ginger tea for you later, you have to hold on. Is there anything that can make me not afraid of the cold? Yu Qing looked at Gao Shaoyun in the makeup mirror pitifully. 然后 Gao Shaoyun looked back at her, close. Yu Qing wanted to cry but had no tears. Sister Yan. After Gao Shaoyun finished laughing, she said seriously, just accept your fate. It's not easy to be a star. I know. Yu Qing was so excited that she sat up straight. Gao Shaoyun, who was doing her hair, didn't check for a moment and didn't let go of a strand of hair in her hand, which hurt her. However, Yu Qing didn't care at all. I want to send a text message to my husband. Just send a text message. Why are you so excited? Gao Shaoyun was helpless. She could see that Yu Qing absolutely loved her husband. Every time she talked about her husband, her personality changed drastically. I get uncontrollably excited when I think of my husband. Yu Qing said with a smile, and her hands moved quickly, and she had already opened the text message dialog box. Be reserved. Well, you don't know what reserved is. Gao Shaoyun sighed. Yu Qing had already turned a deaf ear to her words, and only Gu Jinbei was in her heart. She typed quickly with her slender fingers, but she still deleted two before she was satisfied. I will be wearing light clothes to work in a place with a temperature of about 0 degrees in a short while. Can you give me some energy? No, just give me a compliment. Don't make it difficult for me. So who do you think is Cutter, me or Lu Ming? This is the person Yu Qing racked her brains to come up with for comparison. After all, the only person she and Gu Jinbei know who she can compare with is Lu Ming. When she saw this message, Lu Ming knocked on the door and came in. Gu Jinbei didn't want to look at him. What does Lu Ming have to do with cuteness? Boss Gu, I have put the materials for the 9 o'clock meeting on your desk. Got it. Gu Jinbei was holding it in his hand and was reading it. Boss Gu, President Qing invites you to dinner tonight. Lu Ming's words were not as straightforward as usual. The Qimingjiang mentioned by Lu Ming is the president of the largest newspaper in the city, named Qimingjiang. He is a good friend of Gu Jinbei's father. The two families used to have frequent exchanges. After Gu Jinbei's father passed away, he helped a lot. Gu Jinbei respected him very much and generally would not postpone his invitation. Well, I'll call him back in person. After the matter was said, Lu Ming did not leave immediately. Gu Jinbei frowned and asked unexpectedly anything else. Lu Ming looked tangled and answered a little slowly. Gu Jinbei said coldly, "Go ahead." Lu Ming immediately said very quickly, "Miss Qing is back from studying abroad. Gu Jinbei is such an outstanding, handsome, young, and promising man. Naturally, many women like him, but most of them have no chance to contact Gu Jinbei and are not threatening. But Qin Shiya is different. Because the two families have a good relationship, Qin Shiya has many opportunities to see Gu Jinbei, and she has never concealed her love for him. Before going abroad, she threatened to come back to find Gu Jinbei after graduation." Gu Jinbei paused. "So?" Lu Ming took a deep breath, straightened his back and said, "Do you want to wait until your wife comes back?" Lu Ming was quite worried. Miss Qing had a hot temper. After going abroad, she became more and more bold. Every time she met Mr. Gu after a long time, she looked like she was going to pounce on him. If it weren't for Mr. Gu's hard heart and cold attitude, he would have. In any case, Mr. Gu is already a married man. Although it has not been made public, he still needs to avoid suspicion. Lu Ming, you care too much. Gu Jinbei's words were full of warning. Lu Ming lowered his head. "Mr. Gu, I know I was wrong." He said so, but he obviously didn't think he was wrong. Nah. Gu Jinbei was thinking, how did he hire him as an assistant in the first place? He thought he was honest, down to earth, and serious. Now, he reserved his opinion of him. Get out. After Lu Ming left, Gu Jinbei sent a text message to Yu Qing. Lu Ming is even more annoying. After sending the text message, he called Qin Mingjiang to arrange a time and place. As for Qin Shiya, he had no other thoughts except that he felt it was a bit troublesome. He didn't care about what Lu Ming was worried about. He was sure that he had no interest in other women, so why should he worry about other things? He couldn't control others, but he could control himself. After the phone call, Yu Qing's text message came. Translated, "I'm Cutter, right? Well, if you don't reply, it means you agree. I'm going to work. It's really cold." She added a crying expression at the end. Gu Jinbei looked at the yellow round head on the screen, and his two big eyes kept squeezing out drops of tears. It was really pitiful. He looked at the text message he had just sent again. Lu Ming is more annoying. Doesn't that mean she also hates him? Ask yourself, although sometimes I feel that she is a little annoying, but it can't be considered annoying. If I hate her, I won't get married with her. If I have already got married with her, I shouldn't hate her. During this time together, how could Gu Jinbei not know what Yu Qing thinks of him and how much she cares about him? Suddenly, he felt a little guilty. There were 2 minutes before she said she was going to work. Gu Jinbei didn't think much and dialed her number. On the other side of the freezing cold, Yu Qing was already waiting to appear at the backstage of the event, wearing a long black down jacket. Her cell phone had been handed over to Gao Shaoyun. When the phone rang, she didn't plan to answer it. Gao Shaoyun would answer it if it should be answered, and she could just hang up if it shouldn't be answered. Your phone, Gao Shaoyun said behind her. Please answer it for me. Yu Qing put her hands in her pockets and didn't want to take them out. She was not in a good mood now. Gu Jinbei's text message made her a little sad. Even though she knew that he didn't mean to hate her, he didn't mean to say that she was cute. She sent that text message just to save face. In fact, as long as he said something a little nice, she would be very satisfied, but he didn't. What does this mean? It means that he still doesn't like her that much. 然后 so frustrated, she thought he was a little moved. Gao Shaoyun, your husband's phone call. The familiar melody was still ringing. Yu Qing took her hand out, took the phone, and finally had a smile on her face again. Gao Shaoyun couldn't help but tease, what a success. She was happy because of him and she was unhappy because of him. This woman was deeply poisoned. Yu Qing was of course happy. Gu Jinbei would not call her easily, especially at this time. He must have felt guilty and wanted to give her motivation. Sliding the answer button, Yu Qing said gently, hello. She couldn't call him Mr. Gu, nor could she call him husband. Gao Shaoyun consciously walked away, leaving her space, but hinted not to talk too long. 那个, does your job take place outdoors? Gu Jinbei asked. His voice was low and Yu Qing liked it. Yes, the city is too cold. Yu Qing added in her heart, I want a hug. Well, I dare not say. How long is the working time? About half an hour. While talking to her on the phone, Gu Jinbei used his computer to search for the weather in the city. 1 to 8 degrees. Thinking of her pitiful appearance when she caught a cold last time and the process of her falling into the water in the promotional video that he often saw recently, he was not in a good mood. This is her job, and celebrities have to endure such things. He is a rational person, but he still feels unhappy. Come on, he knew Yu Qing wanted to hear good words, but this was all he could say now. Yu Qing didn't expect him to say this. She was stunned for a moment and then said happily, okay. With the 2 words Gu Jinbei, Yu Qing immediately became motivated. Gao Shaoyun was quite disappointed. You are being taken advantage of. You should be more cautious with men, otherwise he will think he is the boss. He is the boss. Her husband has a very bossy aura, handsome and cool, and she is willing to be taken advantage of by him. 然后 she suddenly became shy. Gao Shaoyun was speechless, but she also understood. Yu Qing's husband has a very good appearance and temperament, and his family background seems to be very good. She searched in her mind, but she couldn't find any man whose comprehensive conditions could compare with him. There are many people in the entertainment industry who have good looks and temperament, and many have good family backgrounds, but they are not as mature and stable as him. She has met many rich people, and the aura of successful people is not comparable to that of ordinary people, but few of them have good looks. The most important thing is that few of these men are loyal. After a while, Yu Qing took off her coat and went on stage. Even if she was so cold that she wanted to cry, she had to maintain her manners. This half hour was torture. When she finally finished and stepped down from the stage, she immediately put on her down jacket. She was shivering with cold, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Gao Shaoyun felt distressed when she saw it. The work was only temporarily over and there were activities in the afternoon and evening. She was not a big star and she would make hundreds of thousands of dollars just by showing her face. She had to show her face many times. Fortunately, the other activities were held in the mall, which had heating and was not so cold. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Gu Jinbei got off work on time and went to the Shengfeng Hotel. He and Qin Mingjiang had an appointment to have dinner here. Lu Ming went home after work. He had figured it out. The lady trusted Mr. Gu so much, so he should be relieved. Anyway, Miss King had been pursuing Mr. Gu for so long without any results and was no match for the lady. When Gu Jinbei came to the restaurant's private room, Qin Mingjiang and Qin Shiya had already arrived. Qin Shiya stood up excitedly when she saw Gu Jinbei, Brother Bei. If her father hadn't kept telling her to be reserved, men like to be reserved, especially men like Gu Jinbei, otherwise she really wanted to run over and hug him. Preferably with a ceremonial kiss. Gu Jinbei nodded to her, then greeted Qin Mingjiang. Hello, uncle. Okay, sit down quickly. Brother Bei, sit next to me. Qin Shiya patted the seat next to her. Gu Jinbei took a look, then walked to the other side of Qin Mingjiang and sat down. Qin Shiya, whose request was not met, pouted and said childishly, I'm sad. Brother Bei, we haven't seen each other for more than half a year. Shiya, don't make trouble. Qin Mingjiang scolded lightly. Qin Shiya shut up and advised herself to be reserved. Gu Jinbei smiled politely and said nothing. He was a man of few words, and he rarely spoke to Qin Shiya. His attitude had already made his position clear. Is your mother's health better? Qin Mingjiang asked. Gu Jinbei, it's much better now. Now I just need to rest well. That's good. I'll visit you one day when it's convenient for you. Qin Shiya interrupted. Tomorrow is fine. I haven't seen Aunt Chen for a long time. I miss her. Tomorrow is not convenient. Gu Jinbei refused. He remembered that Yu King would be back tomorrow. Qin Shiya asked, is it inconvenient for Auntie or you? Qin Shiya smiled proudly and said, forget it if you don't have time. I'll go visit Auntie and call her later. Qin Shiya wanted to win over the heart of her future mother-in-law, and it would be much easier with the help of the future. Gu Jinbei had no objection. After dinner, Qin Shiya took the initiative to invite Gu Jinbei to watch a movie. I'm not interested in movies. Gu Jinbei refused. You are not interested in romantic art films or comedy horror films, right? It doesn't matter, we won't watch those, let's watch documentaries with connotation, nutrition and depth. Qin Shiya prescribed the right medicine. She understood Gu Jinbei's personality and preferences. Qin Shiya invited enthusiastically. Qin Mingjiang was present. Gu Jinbei wanted to give some face, so he politely refused. I have important things to do in the evening. What important things are there after get off work? Qin Shiya was unwilling. Gu Jinbei said seriously, feed the pet. Qin Shiya was surprised and then said excitedly, do you have a pet? What kind of pet is it? I want to go and see it. I like small animals. I'll just help someone raise it for 2 days. Is that so? Then I want to go and see it too. Is it okay? I'll go home after a while. It's not very convenient. Why? They are shy. Will they bite people? Qin Shiya hesitated. Gu Jinbei's mind was filled with the two little things that crawled a few steps in a half day, and he said, maybe. Qin Shiya likes small animals, but she doesn't like small animals that are fierce to her. Her self-esteem will be hurt. She is so beautiful and cute, and she doesn't want to face all creatures that don't like her. Qin Mingjiang advised, pets separated from their owners are in a bad mood. Shiya, don't go. Qin Shiya said with regret, okay. She was depressed for a few seconds, but soon recovered. Anyway, she can go to see her future mother-in-law tomorrow. After returning home, Gu Jinbei saw the text message sent by Yu Qing and asked him how many fish the little turtle ate today. Gu Jinbei put the little turtles on the coffee table in the living room this morning. As soon as he entered the room, he saw them crawling around. They looked very energetic. He put 6 pellets of food in the morning and they have eaten them now. 6. His replies are always concise. Not bad, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Gu Mua. Gu Jinbei, who is busy with work and has no time to surf the internet and doesn't pay attention to the second dimension, didn't understand the 3 words Mua. So he looked it up on the internet. Encyclopedia explanation 就是 an onomatopoeia for kissing, expressing love and affection for a person. The earliest meaning in the 词海 is to ask for sex. After reading this, Gu Jinbei's mood became complicated. Chapter 26. Gu Jinbei fed the turtles a few more pellets of food and then watched them crawl over to it. When he got up and went upstairs, half an hour had passed. After washing up, he went to the study room as usual. The house was very quiet, which was the state he had always been accustomed to. 然后 After Yu Qing came, he disrupted his rhythm. She talked a lot. 然后 he was very uncomfortable in the first few days, but it seemed that he got used to her presence in just a few days. She had bought some small things here from time to time, which didn't take up much space or look conspicuous. He didn't care much about them before, but now, he was surprised to find that those small things looked quite interesting. The rich but not eye-catching colors made the originally monotonous home lively. After working in the study for a while, Gu Jinbei turned off the computer and went to the bookshelf to find a book to read. He browsed the bookshelf and soon found Jane Eyre that Yu Qing had taken away. He didn't know when she put it back. For some reason, he took out the book. It was a hardcover book with fine decoration. He only glanced through it once without looking at it carefully. As a man, he was not interested in such novels. He read it just for the sake of reading it. After all, it was a classic. He placed the book in his palm and opened it. What caught his eye was a pink note. It was Yu Qing's note. There was a line of words written on it. Mr. Gu, you finally see me. I don't know if you like me now, but you should like me. At the end, there was another smiley face, which seemed to be more carefully drawn and not so ugly. He actually praised her in his heart. Gu Jinbei, who had come to his senses, felt that his thoughts were too weird. He closed the book and put it back in its place. The sticky note inside was already stuck inside. He changed to another book and sat down at the desk again. The words he had just read kept circling in his mind. Did he like her? He couldn't help but ponder. 就是 Did he like her? 然后 What was it like to like someone? He was not sure, but he was sure that he didn't hate her. He originally thought she was a bit annoying, but he rarely had this feeling recently. Even when he received her text messages, he would feel happy. Is this love? If so, then he would count it as love. But it was just love. The sun was shining. After Chen Huijun finished her breakfast, she fiddled with flowers and plants in the yard. She had planted a few roses these days because Yu Qing talked to her about flowers last time and knew that she had planted some in Gu Jinbei's yard. So she planted some too. After cleaning the house, Aunt Lin came out and said, Madam, please don't tire yourself out. What's tiring about planting flowers? Don't underestimate me. I have planted quite a few flowers. Yes, you are an expert in growing flowers. 然后 they have lived here for more than 20 years and have planted a lot of flowers and plants. Even the roof is full of them, most of which are maintained by Chen Huijun. Miss King will be here soon. Do you want to buy any more vegetables? How many ingredients are left at home? Chen Huijun asked. Aunt Lin, we bought quite a lot last night. The temperature is not high, and they are all fresh. But if there is nothing Miss King likes, it's good to receive it. Do you want to buy it? No, just make whatever you have. Chen Huijun put down the tools in her hand, sighed, and said, don't pay too much attention to her, don't give her the opportunity to think about it. Knowing her feelings for Jinbei, I also know that Jinbei is not moved by her at all, so don't give her the opportunity to fantasize. Qin Shiya has liked Gu Jinbei since she was a child, and no one takes this kind of childish love seriously. Gu Jinbei's personality is too cold, and he doesn't care about the outgoing and lively Qin Shiya. Chen Huijun once criticized Gu Jinbei and asked him to be nicer to Qin Shiya. Gu Jinbei remained the same, and Chen Huijun could do nothing about it. Qin Shiya grew up gradually, and everyone saw that she liked Gu Jinbei a little too much, but Gu Jinbei had no idea about her at all. 然后 the adults were helpless about this. The relationship between the two families was good, and they didn't want to embarrass each other. Seeing that his daughter was too stubborn, Qin Mingjiang let her study abroad. She had had several boyfriends abroad, but they didn't last long. She said that Gu Jinbei was better. Qin Mingjiang felt sorry for his daughter and admired Gu Jinbei very much. It would be great if the two families could become relatives, not to mention that Gu Jinbei's emotional world has always been blank. So, he supports his daughter. Qin Shiya came to Gu's house at 9 o'clock in the morning, bringing a painting of hers to Chen Huijun. Born in a scholarly family, she is still very talented. Today she is dressed very ladylike, with a white sweater and a long skirt, and a princess hairstyle, looking very gentle. Chen Huijun greeted her for a while, and Qin Shiya saw that there were still a few unplanted flower seedlings in the yard, so she offered to help plant them. The two families have been together for a long time, and she has a deep understanding of Chen Huijun's preferences. Chen Huijun smiled kindly. Don't plant those. Why? Those are to be given to others to plant. Oh, for a girl who likes flowers. Who is it? How old is she? Qin Shiya's sixth sense told herself that this person was not simple. A few years older than you. Then she is about the same age. I also want to meet such a kind and elegant lady. Auntie, introduce her to me next time you have a chance. I don't have many friends now. My old friends have been out of touch for too long and have become distant. Qin Shiya would be more polite in front of Chen Huijun. Let Jinbei introduce her to you. Qin Shiya's heart skipped a beat. Chen Huijun smiled and explained, she is the girl your brother Bei likes. Qin Shiya was stunned on the spot as if struck by lightning. Chen Huijun sighed lightly, patted her shoulder gently, and comforted her. I know you will be reluctant to leave, but he will always be your brother. After that, Qin Shiya seemed to have lost her soul and was unwilling to stay any longer, so she found an excuse to leave. After she left, Aunt Lin sighed sadly. Miss Qin is hurt. She didn't expect Chen Huijun to simply and neatly kill Qin Shiya's hope. Chen Huijun, instead of waiting for her to open her mouth and make it clear, it's better for me to say it first, so that she won't be rejected. Alas, it would be great if the young master and the young lady had a wedding. It doesn't matter, it will happen one day. You can only stay for 2 days after returning, and then she was notified again that she would go out of town. Yang Zixuan talked to her and decided to support her, not for anything else, just for the company to regain its glory. He said some encouraging words, asking Yu Qing to work hard, saying that the company would definitely make her famous. Although Yu Qing was not very persistent about whether she would be famous or not, this was her job and she also wanted to make achievements. Therefore, her turtle almost became Gu Jinbei's, and he basically raised it. The first episode of the third season of Star Challenge has been broadcast on satellite TV and the results are very good. It ranks first in the ratings among variety shows of the same tier. Yukin's performance in it is loved by the audience. She is beautiful and has a good figure. Her smile is very comfortable to look at. The most rare thing is that she is real and not pretentious in the show. She is not squeamish at all. Overnight, there were many comments about her on the internet. Netizens carefully evaluated every scene of her in the show and most of them were positive. First of all, because her appearance was too strange, it could be seen that she was sorry at a glance. Everyone was so happy that they gave her the title of Sorry Goddess. Although they laughed, they also saw that the skirt was very difficult to control. When worn on Yukin, there was no flaw at all. There was no fat on her waist and abdomen, a well-proportioned figure and perfect proportions. If worn on other female stars in the show, it would be very likely to win the Worst Costume of the Year award. Secondly, she was very serious when shoveling soil and digging mud. The eyes of the masses are sharp. They can tell who is pretending and who is really doing it from the details. When doing this physical work, the muscles will change and they can see it. In the past, we knew that celebrity reality shows should not be taken seriously. 就是 most of them were acting and fake. People didn't take them seriously. They just watched them for fun. But now it's different with the comparison. There was also the part of fishing for garbage in the river. Yukin's wit was appreciated by everyone. And the scene where she fell into the water, everyone has seen that the extras and other inbound staff were wearing coats, so they knew that it was cold that day. Seeing her fall into the water because of her timorous mistakes while doing her task seriously, they couldn't help but feel sorry for her. When the winner of the game was announced, she was still wearing wet clothes. Her lips were obviously black from the cold, but she still kept smiling and patiently answered questions from other members. And those members They kept nagging and didn't say a word of concern for her. Yukin's experience roused everyone's sympathy and they all spoke up for her. In short, Yukin became famous. This situation is very exciting and the company values her more. Yukin's imitations came one after another and the company accepted many of them for her. They want to strike while the iron is hot and make Yukin completely famous. From then on, Yukin lived a life of flying back and forth, so busy that she had little time to sleep. As for Gu Jinbei, Yukin would text him when she was free only once or twice a day. There was no time to chat because she would soon have something else to do. It was already the end of the year and Gu Jinbei was also very busy working overtime almost every day. One day when they were apart more often than together, Gu Jinbei registered a WeChat account and told Yukin about it. Why did you suddenly use WeChat? Yukin asked curiously and she was already happy before she heard his answer. Aren't you worried about your turtle? Let you see it with your own eyes. So that's the case. It seems that you are very good to my little turtles. Have you liked them after getting along for a while? Gu Jinbei remained silent. Yukin didn't embarrass him and smiled. Okay, I know you want to save trouble by not having to deal with my nagging every day. It's much easier to be able to video call. Of course, every time he looked at the little turtle, Gu Jinbei could also see Yukin, and Yukin could occasionally see Gu Jinbei. It relieved the pain of missing him. Although busy, work went smoothly until one day, Yukin received a call from a strange yet familiar person. Qingqing. Hearing this voice and such a name, Yukin froze, and a chill came from the inside out. Qingqing, it's Dad. Yu Jianxing's voice was hoarse and trembling. Yukin suppressed the excitement in her heart and said coldly, Is there something you want to talk to me about? Her tone was very distant. I have been looking for you, but I couldn't find you. Now I finally found you. Dad misses you very much. His voice sounded very excited, as if a long-lost relative had been found and his longing was satisfied. However, Yuking just felt cold in her heart. What do you want to talk to me about? Dad misses you very much. Are you asking me for money? Qingqing, you. Why do you miss Dad like this? Oh, that means don't, right? Qingqing. Don't call me like that. Yuking, who had always remained calm, couldn't help but raise her tone, revealing her irritability and impatience. She was tired of herself like this, adjusted her breathing, and tried to calm down and said, I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Wait. Yu Jianxing hurriedly called Yuking, hesitated for a moment, and said, Meet Dad. What's there to see? Dad knows that you are a big star now. It's embarrassing for you to have a father like me, but Dad really misses you. You are wrong. When I was very young, I felt ashamed to have a father like you. Even when your creditors said to me and Mom, you are also the ones who were hurt by him, forget it, I also felt ashamed. The scene of that year was vivid in my mind, and the feeling of grief was still clear. Dad was also helpless. I know you hate Dad for not raising you, but you will only suffer if you follow me. Enough, Yuking interrupted him. I don't want to see you, goodbye. She hung up the phone decisively, her hands hanging weakly on her legs, and she couldn't help shaking slightly. The pain and sadness hidden deep in her heart suddenly surged into her heart, and her eyes were sore. There were footsteps outside the door, and she immediately blinked, adjusted her breathing, and returned to her usual self. The door was pushed open from the outside, and Gao Shaoyun had a clear smile on her face. The car is ready, we can go. Okay, Yuking forced a smile, stood up and walked out. She concealed her emotions so well that Gao Shaoyun didn't notice. We can go back after one more meeting, and you can see your husband. Yuking is still in the newlywed period, and it's rare for them to see each other recently. It's hard for the newlyweds, and Gao Shaoyun understands them. Maybe it's because she's in a bad mood. Yuking, who is usually happy when Gu Jinbei is mentioned, is even sadder now. She knows that from the beginning of their marriage to now, she was the one forcing it. What's wrong? What did your husband do to you? Gao Shaoyun got to know Yuking more and more when she was in love, and she was often sad or happy because of her husband's every move. Now, Yuking retracted her negative energy and continued to smile. Let's go quickly, it's so cold. She wrapped herself tightly in her large down jacket, with half of her face buried in the warm clothes. She didn't want to smile now. There were many reporters waiting outside, and they immediately surrounded her when they saw her appear. The camera was pointed at her, the flash kept shining, and the microphone was extended to her. Gao Shaoyun and Yuking's new assistant stopped them from getting too close. The reporters kept asking questions, all of which were meaningless or gossipy questions, and she didn't respond. This was the plan the company had made for her. Now her foundation was unstable, and she had to be careful in what she said and did. Yuking liked this model, and Gao Shaoyun could answer any questions for her. Yuking, do you have anything to say about the rumors on the internet that you are kept by a rich man? A reporter's words caught Yuking's attention. She paused slightly and asked Gao Shaoyun with her eyes. Gao Shaoyun explained to her, there was a post last night that made up a story for you, but we didn't bother to pay attention to it because it was too fake. And we didn't tell you. Yuking understood and continued to follow Gao Shaoyun to the car parked on the side of the road. The reporter did not give up and asked Yuking loudly, asking her if she did not respond because she was guilty and if she succeeded in getting to the top because she hooked up with a rich man. Yuking turned a deaf ear to him. After getting in the car, Yuking leaned on the back seat and said nothing, no longer as talkative as before. Gao Shaoyun naturally thought that she was influenced by the reporter. Don't worry about it. Almost every slightly famous female star has had such news. Many people just watch the excitement, and the heat will fade after a while. Well, I know, I just feel a little tired. Yu King comforted. She didn't like others to worry about her. If you are tired, take a nap. I'll call you when it's time. Well, she leaned back in the chair with her eyes closed, but her mind was full of chaotic past events. When the day's work ended, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and it took nearly an hour to remove makeup and wash up. It's time for you and your husband to talk to each other. I'm going back to the room, and you can sleep until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Gao Shaoyun teased. After she left, Yu Qing lay in bed for a while, picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and looked at the chat history between her and Gu Jinbei yesterday. In the end, she didn't send anything, turned off the phone, and turned off the lights. She didn't want to talk or laugh tonight. Gu Jinbei had a dinner party in the evening, and it was already very late when he got home. The house was cold and deserted, and even the little turtles were sleeping on top of each other, motionless. His phone rang many times, but none of them were from Yu Qing. WeChat was also quiet, as if there was no network, without a single message. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, his head was a little swollen because of drinking. He was obviously sleepy, but he couldn't sleep. He always felt uneasy because there was something he hadn't done. He simply took out his phone to call Yu Qing, but he didn't expect that she turned off her phone. Then, he searched for her news on the internet, and the news there are many news and today's video. She was interviewed by many reporters at the event site. She had no expression on her face and looked unhappy. Most people don't smile, which doesn't mean they are in a bad mood. Yu Qing also has a calm expression most of the time, but it is easy to tell whether she is happy or unhappy if you know her a little bit. At least now, Gu Jinbei can see it. Why is she unhappy? Is it because her work is not going well? Gu Jinbei still knows something about the entertainment industry. He knows that it is a chaotic circle that is glamorous on the surface but dirty and dark in reality. He knows how Yu Qing has been doing over the years. In the past, his mood would not fluctuate too much for her misfortune, but now, the heartache is obvious. The next day at work, Gu Jinbei called Lu Ming to the office. "Boss Gu, what do you want?" Lu Ming asked humbly. "Gu Jinbei, check if there are any good film and television projects recently, and the team should be stronger." Lu Ming was a little surprised, but he didn't dare to ask too much. Boss Gu was not in a good mood recently. He understood very well that his wife was too popular and too busy recently. Boss Gu was alone at home and felt lonely. "Yes. Boss Gu, I'll go right away." Leaving the office, Lu Ming suddenly realized. Mr. Gu is not a person who likes to interfere with others. His wife is obsessed with her career and runs around everywhere. He misses her so much that he is sick but cannot change her. So he invested in one himself and let his wife act in it, and then he can visit her on set at any time under the pretext of work. Moreover, his wife is so popular now that it is said that many people ask her to act in movies and commercials. Mr. Gu has made a lot of money from this move. Mr. Gu is worthy of being the business tycoon he admires, and he has achieved many goals in one stroke. Thinking that he is helping Mr. Gu do something extraordinary, Lu Ming is full of energy. He started to understand from all aspects and prepared a document for Gu Jinbei in less than half a day. Lu Ming is sometimes a little naive, but he is still very serious and efficient. Gu Jinbei flipped through it and found that they were all TV dramas that were being prepared for filming, and the rocks and screenwriters were all big names. This document was well prepared. Still reliable? Gu Jinbei asked Lu Ming to go out, and then called Yu Qing. Yu Qing still didn't contact him today. She didn't even care about her pet. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and Gu Jinbei sent a WeChat message. "Your turtle didn't eat yesterday, and it has been in this position from last night until morning." He took a photo in the morning and sent it to her. 10 minutes later, she didn't reply. Gu Jinbei thought that she should be working at this time. However, at noon, she still didn't reply. He couldn't help but have bad thoughts in his heart. This is not like her style. He called her immediately, but it was turned off again. Gu Jinbei became uneasy. He picked up the internal phone on the table and called Lu Ming. Lu Ming just opened the door and hadn't walked in when he heard Gu Jinbei say, "Go get Yu Qing's schedule for me." Although there are ways to get the schedule of celebrities, but Mr. 那个 Gu, don't you have the wife's schedule? Gu Jinbei looked at him and narrowed his eyes, revealing a light of danger and warning. Lu Ming immediately knew that he had said the wrong thing and hit Mr. Gu's sore spot and took the order and said, "I'll go right away and give it to you in 10 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step back and closed the door. Mr. Gu can be very scary when he gets angry. However, Mr. Gu is a pretty weird husband as he doesn't even know his wife's schedule." Complaining in his heart, Lu Ming contacted an acquaintance to ask for Yu Qing's schedule. 10 minutes later, 2 full schedules were handed to Gu Jinbei. "Madam seems very busy. In fact, it's not seemingly, it's really too busy. I feel sorry for Madam and I feel sorry for Mr. Gu." Gu Jinbei frowned when he saw those tight schedules and waved his hand to let Lu Ming go out. There is not much time to sleep. Why work so hard? When this thought came to his mind, he couldn't help but feel distressed again. It's not up to her to work hard or not. Feiyang Media has been going downhill in recent years and its performance is not good. Now that Yu Qing has the signs of becoming popular, they took the opportunity to exploit her ruthlessly. When he saw Yu Qing flying back at 10 o'clock this morning, his hanging heart finally fell back to its original place. It's good that she's fine, it's good that she's back. But why does she have to go out of town the day after tomorrow? Most of the subsequent itineraries are also out of town. After reading it, Gu Jinbei deeply felt that this was not a solution. Chapter 28. Yu Qing only had time to turn on her mobile phone after she walked out of the airport and got on the car arranged by the company to pick her up because she met many fans along the way and was pestered for a long time before she got away. As soon as she turned on her phone, she saw a call reminder. When she opened WeChat, she saw a message from Gu Jinbei. Her depressed mood was cured immediately. Gao Shaoyun, who was sitting next to her, teased, "You finally smiled." She guessed who Yu Qing was smiling because of, but there were other people in the car, so she could only speak metaphorically. Yu Qing didn't take her eyes off her phone. "Smile when you are happy." What happy things did Sister Yu Qing encounter? The one who spoke was the assistant, who was assigned to Yu Qing by the company half a month ago. Yu Qing had too many announcements, and Gao Shaoyun couldn't handle it alone. The assistant's name was Zou Yuelan, 24 years old, and she had been an assistant for 2 years. She was experienced, had an ordinary appearance, and a cheerful personality. Yu Qing was quite satisfied with her, but the time was 2 rocks and they were not familiar with each other enough. Yu Qing was not a person who put on airs, and she never felt superior because she was a star. She smiled and replied, "I'm happy when someone likes me." Zou Yuelan, "Then Sister Yu Qing, you should be happy every moment, many people like you." Yu Qing, "Yes, I should be happy every day. As for those unhappy things, they are all in the past, right?" She continued to look at her phone, clicked on the turtle photo and enlarged it, and the more she looked at it, the cuter it felt. "So," she replied to Gu Jinbei, "my little turtle seems to be more lovely all thanks to you." Gu Jinbei was having lunch, and he couldn't help laughing when he saw the WeChat message. Lu Ming, who was sitting opposite him, was shocked. After so many days, Mr. Gu's mood has finally improved. This must be the credit of his wife. He felt relieved for them, and suddenly found that Gu Jinbei was staring at him. Liu Ming is the embarrassment and smiled flatteringly is the wife back. When he saw Gu Jinbei's narrowed eyes, Liu Ming wanted to slap himself. Knowing too much is not a good thing. Boss Gu, I suddenly remember that there is still a document that I haven't finished processing. I'm going. Gu Jinbei was the only one left. He didn't need to hide his emotions. He replied to Yu King, have you eaten? Yu King, does eating a piece of chocolate cake on the plane count? Gu Jinbei, no. Then I'll have another meal later. After sending the message, Yu King said to Gao Shaoyun, Sister Yang, let's go eat first before returning to the company. You said you didn't want to eat before. The airplane meal this time was very good. Except that Yu King had no appetite and only ate a small piece of cake. Gao Shaoyun and Zou Yuelan finished eating. It's just that the airplane meal was limited in portion, so I couldn't eat enough, but I wasn't hungry either. When getting off the plane, Yu King said she would go directly to the company. I suddenly want to eat again now. Yu King's tone was slightly coquettish. 然后 Gao Shaoyun glanced at her. Eat if you want to. Anyway, I'm not worried that you'll get fat. Yu King joked. Sister Yang, you are such a special agent. Other agents restrict their artists from eating, wishing that everyone could survive only on fairy spirits, not food. Gao Shaoyun, I'm afraid that if you lose more weight, you'll have to slim down your breasts. Zou Yuelan agreed, yes, Sister Yu King is already very thin, and it won't be good if she loses more weight. However, Sister Yu King has a really great figure, and your boyfriend will be lucky in the future. Zou Yuelan wanted to get familiar with Yu King as soon as possible, so she talked to her and tried to get close to her whenever she had the chance. Now that she had finished speaking, she suddenly realized that the joke was inappropriate. Seeing her embarrassment, and in order to cover up these things, Gao Shaoyun said, yes, I really envy the man who has you. Gao Shaoyun's words were full of deep meaning, and she even raised her chin towards Yu King after she finished speaking. Yu King knew that she was laughing at her again. She countered her move and said, isn't it me you should envy? Gao Shaoyun admitted defeat. Zou Yuelan couldn't help laughing, but she also agreed with him. At the same time, she was very envious of the tacit understanding between Yu King and Gao Shaoyun. Yu King was still busy in the afternoon. In order to promote the upcoming Star Language Link, the company made a 10-minute interview program. All the guests of the program participated. The content was designed, including the interaction and speeches of the guests. Because Yu King performed outstandingly in Stars Challenge, she and Du Yili had many scandals. Although the popularity has dropped recently, it is still very interesting to see them together. Therefore, a lot of interactions between the two of them were arranged to create a harmonious atmosphere, so that people would think that they have a good relationship. However, the fact is the opposite. On the day when the recording of Stars Challenge ended, Du Yili was rejected without giving him face, so he held a grudge against Yu King. During this recording, the two of them were also not in harmony. Du Yili is very good at pretending. He is warm and considerate to Yu King in front of others, but immediately turns cold behind others. In the eyes of many people, Yu King is a person who doesn't like to talk much and is not easy to get close to. Although she always smiles and is very gentle, there is always a sense of alienation that cannot be ignored. Therefore, when facing Du Yili, she maintains her usual appearance and others will not think there is a problem. I have an opinion on this link. Yu King interrupted the host who was telling them about the play. The host frowned and asked Yu King any questions. Yu King, the false rumors about me and Mr. Du have just subsided. Now we should keep our distance and avoid suspicion. This arrangement will undoubtedly push us to the forefront again. This is obviously a bundle sale of Yu King and Du Yili, which Yu King doesn't like. The host smiled and said, "It is precisely because there are so many scandals between the two of you that if you act like good friends on the show, you can dispel everyone's suspicion." Besides, Du Yili is very popular and has many more fans than you. You can get some of his popularity by being with him. I don't need to take advantage of his popularity. Yu Qing said seriously, not joking. The host has a wide network of contacts in the entertainment industry and is very successful in this industry. A small star like Yu Qing is nothing to her. She doesn't like the feeling of being refuted by a small star. She chuckled and said, "Now it is to promote your program and make the program more anticipated by more people. You have to cooperate with our work. I am also for our program. Our theme is to promote the program, not for personal popularity." Yu Qing is realistic. The host put away her smile and put the notebook in her hand on the table next to her. Du Yili said, "Don't be upset, Sister Li. Since Yu Qing has an idea, why not listen to what she says?" The host asked Yu Qing, "Then tell me what you think." Yu Qing said without distraction, "Just focus on the content of the program. She really has a lot of ideas. She has been supporting people to do entertainment interview programs for so many years and knows what content is explosive. Except for some big stars, no one else dares to question her." She began to put on airs and said she didn't know how to continue the interview. The atmosphere was very tense. Someone quietly notified the leader. Not long after, Yang Zixuan came. The host looked down on Yu Qing but was still very polite to Yang Zixuan. After all, he was rich and powerful. After Yang Zixuan knew the whole story, he smiled and said to the host, "I think what Yu Qing said makes sense. Also, our company is very optimistic about Yu Qing and now is the key to her development. We still have to avoid suspicion. The scandal a few days ago made me angry. How could Yu Qing and Mr. Du have a scandal? Yu Qing's vision is not ordinary." The last sentence. Everyone looked at each other and then looked at Du Yili with an ugly face. However, Yang Zixuan seemed to be unaware that he had said something wrong and continued to comfort his supporters. After that, Yang Zixuan kept watching from the side and the program was recorded smoothly. Yu Qing was busy all day and after the end, she wanted to go back and rest. She missed her little turtle. But Yang Zixuan called her to the office. Gao Shaoyun went to do other things, and Yu Qing was only accompanied by her assistant. The assistant didn't know the relationship between Yu Qing and Yang Zixuan, and said excitedly, "Sister Yu Qing, Mr. Yan seems to be very good to you. He seems very handsome." Yu Qing said seriously, "Don't say such things. Mr. Yan is doing this for the good of the company." Zhou Yuelan's enthusiasm was extinguished instantly and she lowered her head and said, "Oh, I see." As soon as Yu Qing entered Yang Zixuan's office, Yang Zixuan exchanged a few pleasantries and got to the point. "Do you know Mr. Gu of Jinsheng Group?" Yu Qing raised her eyebrows slightly. "Yes." "How did you know him?" This is my privacy, right?" Yang Zixuan was speechless, smiled, and said, "Yes, it's your privacy. Why are you asking this?" Yu Qing was curious. She really wanted to know what happened, how Yang Zixuan knew that she and Gu Jinbei knew each other and what he was planning. "Oh, nothing, just a little surprised." "It's nothing, you've worked hard during this period, go back and have a good rest." Yang Zixuan was particularly polite this time and didn't say anything ambiguous to Yu Qing. Yu Qing no longer entangled how he knew this. Anyway, the point was that Yang Zixuan was concerned about Gu Jinbei. Yu Qing was very happy to think that her husband was a towering tree that was easy to rely on. She asked Zhou Yuelan to go home after get off work and then took out her mobile phone to send a WeChat message to Gu Jinbei, but after thinking about it, she decided to call. Gu Jinbei was speaking at the meeting and his mobile phone was placed on the table and turned to silent mode. When the screen lit up, he ignored it and continued to speak. Lu Ming was right next to him and he stretched his neck slightly to see the name on the screen, Miss Yu. Well, Mr. Gu must have deliberately set it to such a distant name to protect his wife. Mr. Gu is really smart. This is a call from his wife. 那个 his wife is about to reunite with Mr. Gu after a long absence. How can Mr. Gu neglect his wife at this time? Mr. Gu. Lu Ming interrupted Gu Jinbei in a low voice. As an assistant, he has an important call and he is obliged to inform his superior. Gu Jinbei looked at him and he pointed to his mobile phone, indicating that there was an important call. Gu Jinbei walked over and saw at a glance that it was a call from Yu Qing. In front of such a person, his heartbeat was disordered for the first time. He naturally would not reveal his emotions, calmly raised his wrist to check the time and then announced the end of the meeting. Then he strolled out with his cell phone. Chapter 29. The incoming call was automatically hung up and Yu Qing's heart grew colder. She was full of expectations, but no one answered. 就是 She felt disappointed. Just when she was about to go home and wait for him, the phone rang. It was indeed his call back. Yu Qing was overjoyed, but she suppressed her excitement and answered the call after 2 seconds. Hello, she said calmly. What's the matter with calling me? His tone was the same as usual, without any waves. Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Yu Qing asked back. Gu Jinbei was silent. I really can't, alas. She sighed deliberately. Yu Qing, Gu Jinbei suddenly called her name. Ha. Is your work over? Today's work is over and I can finally go home. But I'm still in the company and I don't have a car to go back. Yu Qing bit her lip and waited for him to speak. It's not time to get off work yet. Then I'll wait for you to get off work. Yu Qing achieved her goal and was in a good mood. Now there was still half an hour before he got off work, and it passed quickly. Gu Jinbei had no objection. Yu Qing asked Gao Shaoyun to take her to a nearby cafe and then let her go home. Gu Jinbei got off work on time, and when he came to pick up Yu Qing, she had just finished a cup of coffee. She excitedly paid the bill and walked out with brisk steps. She opened the car door and got in, and said to Gu Jinbei with a smile, "Long time no see." Gu Jinbei, not long. Yet, just 7 or 8 days. Yu Qing said indifferently. Gu Jinbei started the car. Yu Qing continued, Mom has guests tonight, let's go to dinner with her tomorrow night. Yu Qing contacted Chen Huijun almost every day and knew each other's movements. Yesterday she told Chen Huijun that she would come back today and planned to have dinner together in the evening, but Chen Huijun said that she had guests and had to postpone it for one night. Yeah, Gu Jinbei responded. Then let's cook our own food tonight. I don't want to eat outside meals. No matter how exquisite and delicious the food outside is, it is not as good as eating something simple at home. Okay, but there aren't many ingredients at home. Then let's go to the supermarket to buy some. Yu Qing's excitement lasted less than a second and then disappeared. I don't think I'm suitable to go to crowded places now. Too many people recognize her now, and it would be troublesome to be surrounded by people, especially with a handsome man. Gu Jinbei, I'll go buy it. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine, I'm not picky. When they arrived at the supermarket, Gu Jinbei got out of the car to buy vegetables, and Yu Qing waited in the car. About 20 minutes later, Gu Jinbei came out. He was wearing a long coat over a suit, and he looked very good. The white supermarket bag in his hand was very abrupt, and his cold temperament was suddenly stained with a bit of worldly fireworks. Inexplicably, I felt that this picture was a bit beautiful. Yu King kept looking at him, and all the fatigue brought by the hard work of these days was offset. This was the most relaxing and enjoyable time during this period. On the way home, Yu King kept talking, telling him the interesting things that happened these days. Gu Jinbei no longer felt noisy like before. As soon as she got home, Yu King ran to see her little turtle. 那个, why are they still like this? Yu King said nervously. Gu Jinbei put down his things and walked over quickly and found that the two turtles were still in an overlapping position. They should be hibernating. They are hibernating. The weather is getting colder now. I really don't want to let them go. After the little turtle hibernates, she will have one less excuse to contact him when she goes to work outside. Looking at the two turtles stacked like a monk, Yu King asked, are they comfortable like this? Poor little turtle under it. It was the little one that was pressed, and it was distressed. Gu Jinbei also watched. Let's go find some sand later. I just saw some sand in front. I'll go get some now. When they were almost home, there was a pile of sand on the side of the road, which seemed to be used for road construction. It would take about 3 to 5 minutes to walk there. It was dark now. Can I get the sand back before cooking? She asked Gu Jinbei's opinion. The two of them gathered around the breeding box. Yu King half squatted and Gu Jinbei bent over. When she asked the question, she looked up at him and Gu Jinbei looked back, and their eyes suddenly met. Yu King heard the sound of her own heartbeat, which was very loud. She missed him and was looking forward to it after not seeing him for so many days. After 1 second, 2 seconds, Gu Jinbei stood up, tilted his head to one side, and said, it's getting dark, I'll go with you. Okay, Yu King stood up excitedly and then cried out in pain, ow. She got carried away for a moment and hit her knee against the coffee table, and her facial features wrinkled in pain. Gu Jinbei subconsciously supported her, be careful. It hurts, she said pitifully. Gu Jinbei pulled her to sit on the sofa. Yu King was wearing a knitted skirt that reached her calf, with bare legs inside. She pulled the skirt up to reveal the wound. There was obvious purple and red on the white knee, and the subcutaneous tissue was bleeding. It's okay, it will be healed in a few days. Yu King smiled at Gu Jinbei and rubbed the wound with her hands. Gu Jinbei grabbed her wrist to stop her movement. You can't massage if there is blood stasis. I'll get you some medicinal wine. He went to get the medicine box, and Yu King's eyes were glued to his hands, stroking the wrist that he had held warm. After applying the medicinal wine, Yu King said, let's go. I'll go, you stay at home. I want to go with you. This minor injury is not a big deal. Yu King stood up and said, let's go. Gu Jinbei glanced at her and let her go. The two of them went out with tools and flashlights. Although there were street lights outside, there were trees planted next to them, blocking the light. Gu Jinbei walked in front with the flashlight, and Yu King followed behind him, looking down at his steps. You hold it. Gu Jinbei was afraid that she couldn't see the road clearly. Yu King refused. No, I can just follow you. Wherever you go, I will go. There was a stone on the road, and Gu Jinbei kicked it to the side of the road. Soon they came to the sand pile. Gu Jinbei shoveled sand and Yu King illuminated the side. The turtle was very small and didn't need much sand. They finished it quickly. Just as they were about to leave, a flashlight suddenly shone over, followed by a scolding, who is it? What are you doing there in the middle of the night? The light shone on the two people and hid their eyes. Yu King raised her hand to block it. It was the community security guard, and he walked over quickly. It's me, Gu Jinbei said in a deep voice, Resident No. 16, Area C. 然后 the security guard approached, saw Gu Jinbei clearly, and hurriedly said humbly, it turns out to be Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. The security guard couldn't help but glance at Yu King. He had taken a month off before, and when he came back, he heard that Mr. Gu had a girlfriend who lived in his house and was a celebrity. Now it was the first time to see her, but she didn't expect it to be under such circumstances. Seeing him looking at her, Yu King smiled politely. The security guard immediately liked her again and greeted politely. "This is your girlfriend, right? I heard from my colleagues that she is really beautiful and is a perfect match for Mr. Gu Jinbei glanced at Yu King next to him and saw that she smiled happily after hearing this, and he felt a little happy in his heart. After explaining the situation to the security guard, they went back. Yu King walked behind Gu Jinbei as she did when she came, lowering her head to look at his steps, and wherever he stepped, she followed. Recalling the scene just now, she couldn't help laughing out loud. Gu Jinbei in front heard the laughter, suddenly stopped and turned around. Yu King, who was trying to follow his big steps, didn't check for a moment and didn't have time to stop bumping into his chest. It wasn't heavy, nor did it hurt, but her heart felt a little hot, and the heat spread to her face. "What's wrong?" She stood in front of him and looked up at him in confusion. They were very close, the light was dim, but her face was clear. She was really beautiful. Gu Jinbei thought so. "What are you laughing at?" he asked. Yu King pursed her lips and told the truth. "Laughing at the fact that we were almost mistaken for thieves just now. It was incredible to think that a handsome elite and a popular female star went to steal sand in the dark and windy night." Gu Jinbei also suddenly realized that he had done such a thing. It was done, and there was no point in regretting it. Gu Jinbei made dinner, and Yu King helped him by the side. The atmosphere was very harmonious. After dinner, Yu King sat on the sofa in the living room, turned on the TV, and looked at the little turtle buried in the sand. Gu Jinbei was cleaning the kitchen, which he asked him to do, probably because Yu King was injured. Fearing that he would return to his room too early, Yu King called him to come and see the turtle. The house was heated, and Gu Jinbei had already taken off his coat, wearing only a white shirt with his sleeves rolled up to his arms and his collar unbuttoned. It looked more attractive this way. Gu Jinbei came over and sat down next to her. "Yu King, would it be bad if we bury them like this? Or let them dig a hole and bury themselves? They have entered hibernation and don't have the strength to bury themselves. Then, 然后, should we make a ventilation hole or something? There are many gaps in the sand and there is air." Oh, Yu King nodded and tried to find a topic in her mind. She wanted to stay with him for a while longer as she had too little free time. Before she found a topic, Gu Jinbei asked her, "Do you like filming or being a variety show star?" Yu King was a little surprised that he cared about this question. "Of course I like filming. I don't like doing variety shows, nor do I like going around doing activities. Variety shows are all fake, and doing activities is completely about making money by relying on fame." Gu Jinbei understood. "So what kind of drama do you like to film? Do you want to be the heroine?" Yu King smiled and shook her head. "As long as it's not too bad, it's fine. As for the heroine, I don't have much experience, so it's good to play a small supporting role." At this point, she suddenly had a bold idea. "Do you want to help me?" "Gu Jinbei, do you think it's possible?" Yu King looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze, and seeing his indifferent expression, the little hope in her heart suddenly dissipated. "It's really impossible." Gu Jinbei remained silent, and the topic stopped there. Although she knew that Gu Jinbei's status was extraordinary, Yu King didn't really want to rely on him. However, if he took the initiative to let her rely on him, she would not refuse, and by the way, she could have an excuse to repay him. Chapter 30. It was still early. Yu King took the remote control and changed the news channel that Gu Jinbei liked to watch. There were many scenes of war in the international news, and Yu Qing was distressed, and her hands, holding the pillow, were clenched tightly. The two sat side by side, and Gu Jinbei saw her reaction. He reached out for the remote control. Change the channel. Yu Qing's actions were faster than her thoughts. She reached out and pressed his hand holding the remote control. No, just watch this. Realizing that she had taken advantage of him, she quickly withdrew her hand and then explained the reason for not changing the channel as if nothing had happened. Seeing such news will make you cherish everything you have more and be braver when facing difficulties. She was optimistic when she said this, and she looked like a happy person when she smiled at Gu Jinbei, but Gu Jinbei felt like he was stabbed by something in his heart. It was not light or heavy, but it could not be ignored. Do you like being a star very much? Gu Jinbei asked. Yu Qing shook her head. It's not like, it's just for life. Then what do you like? Me. She paused and then said cunningly, I won't tell you for the time being. Gu Jinbei did not ask. After watching TV for a while, Yu Qing felt tired and yawned twice. She was too sleep-deprived during this period and could fall asleep anytime and anywhere. Gu Jinbei, if you are sleepy, go to bed. Yu Qing shook her head. No. This host's voice is so nice that I'm a little sleepy. Then she took a closer look at the news anchor who was sitting upright in any suit and suddenly felt that his temperament was a bit like Gu Jinbei. So she added, he's also very handsome. Hearing her say this, Gu Jinbei couldn't help but take a closer look at the anchor, and he didn't agree with her evaluation. Yu Qing cheered up and continued to watch TV. Not long after, her eyelids gradually became heavy and the TV picture became blurry. Unconsciously, she fell asleep leaning on the back of the sofa, holding a pillow in her arms and her head tilted slightly to one side. Time slowly flowed, and her head tilted a little bit. Every time Gu Jinbei thought she was going to lean on his shoulder, but in the end, she adjusted her position in her sleep. Gu Jinbei's attention was no longer on the TV. After repeating it several times, he simply reached out and gently pressed her head, leaning on his shoulder. Her head had a support and stopped moving round, and he could finally watch TV with peace of mind. Although the house was heated, it was still cold sleeping on the sofa. There was no blanket nearby, and his coat was hanging by the door, so there was nothing for her to cover herself with. Seeing how soundly she slept, he couldn't bear to wake her up. But he couldn't let her catch a cold and get sick. After a while of consideration, Gu Jinbei woke her up. Yu Qing suddenly woke up, sat up straight, and asked before opening her eyes, Are you going to work? Gu Jinbei. Go take a shower and go to bed. Yu Qing woke up. I fell asleep. What time is it? 10:30. The time was displayed on the upper right corner of the TV. Oh, it seems to be early. Yu Qing faced the TV, watched it for a while. You are very sleepy. I am not sleepy after sleeping for a while. Go upstairs and go to bed. Gu Jinbei did not allow any objection, like an order. A little fierce. Yu Qing looked at him, a little innocent. It's rare to meet you. I don't want to go to bed. Gu Jinbei knew this, but when he heard her say it, his heart was still touched. There will be a lot of time in the future. What I want is now. She said in a very low voice, drowned out by the sound of the TV. Gu Jinbei heard it vaguely, but he pretended not to hear it. I have to rest too, let's go. He was now emotionally affected by her and was trying to stay rational. He stood up suddenly. Yu Qing looked up at him. He looked away, turned around the sofa and went upstairs. Yu Qing also stood up, and suddenly her knee hurt. She hissed and sat back down. Gu Jinbei stopped immediately and wanted to reach out to help her, but gave up the idea. Her injury was not serious, it was just the pain caused by the activity. Be careful. It hurts a lot. Yu Qing said with a painful face. How much does it hurt? It hurts a lot, help me upstairs. 然后古金贝 frowned, looked at her knees, and then looked at her face. Is it that serious? Yu King pouted slightly as if saying I don't care, I just want you to help. 古金贝 has always been a principled person. 然后 at this time, he should ignore her, but he turned back after taking a step. He came to Yu King and stretched out his hand. Let's go. Yu King's trick succeeded and she didn't hide her pride. She put her hand in his palm and stood up with his strength. In fact, it would be okay for her to run for half an hour now, but she always felt that it would be a pity if this rare time of meeting ended like this. Now that he was holding her hand, she was satisfied, very satisfied. I don't know when I can come back next time. Walking on the stairs, Yu King said melancholy. Her schedule was very full and she had very little time in this city. Even if she came back, she had a lot of work arrangements. Tomorrow night, she will have dinner with Chen Huijun and then leave again. It won't be too long. How do you know? Gu Jinbei didn't answer her. Just when they reached the second floor, Gu Jinbei stopped and asked, Do you want me to take you to your room? No, it's okay to pretend to be spoiled for a while, but it's not good to be too much. It will make people hate it. A dreamless night. The next day, Yu King got up early, went to the gym, said hello to Gu Jinbei, and planned to make breakfast, but Gu Jinbei said, I'm making porridge. What porridge? Abalone porridge. The abalone was bought in the supermarket last night. Wow. It's what I like to eat. I'll go and have a look. Yu King left excitedly. 2 minutes later, she came back, took off her coat, and wore sportswear underneath. Gu Jinbei was using a treadmill. Yu King walked to the side and said bluntly, Can you give me the treadmill? I can't use the others. Gu Jinbei gave it to her. Yu King smiled brightly and said, Thank you. Yeah, he responded coolly. After exercising together, the porridge was ready. After eating, the two went out together again. Yu King didn't have a car, so she had to ask Gu Jinbei to send her. Halfway through the journey, Yu King received a call from Gao Shaoyun, saying that there were many entertainment reporters waiting at the company because the rumors of keeping a sugar daddy on the internet had fermented. Of course, she couldn't be photographed with Gu Jinbei at this time. Pull over and let me get off. She looked solemn. Gu Jinbei asked while changing lanes, What's wrong? Yu King explained, There are entertainment reporters at the company, so I took a taxi by myself. There are bad rumors on the internet, and it will be troublesome if I am photographed with you. Gu Jinbei's face was stern and he was obviously in a bad mood, but he still stopped the car and let Yu King get off. He did not drive away immediately but watched her get a taxi and got in before leaving. On the way, Gao Shaoyun kept calling Yu King to explain the situation to her. When Yu King was about to arrive at the company, Gao Shaoyun said that young Master Yan was dealing with the reporters and he handled it well and told her not to hide when she arrived at the company. The car stopped in front of the company's gate, and the reporters did not swarm round as usual but waited quietly for Yu King to walk over. Yang Yuheng stood on the steps, smiling and waving at Yu King. Yu King was unsure, but she had no choice but to walk over. Standing beside him, Yang Yuheng said to the reporters with a proper smile, Ask whatever you want to ask, Yu King will tell you the truth. Miss Yu, is the rumor on the internet that you are being kept by a mysterious person true? A reporter asked. 然后 more than a dozen microphones were raised in front of Yu King, waiting for her answer. Yu King turned to look at Yang Yuheng, who nodded at her and said, Just say whatever you want to say. It's boring to keep them guessing. Yu King frowned and didn't speak out easily to the outside world. This was a plan formulated by the company, or more precisely, it was decided by Yang Zixuan. But now, Yang Yuheng pushed her to the edge. Miss Yu, please answer. Evasion will only make everyone more convinced that this is the fact. Gao Shaoyun rushed over but was stopped by Yang Zixuan. Yu Qing gave her a reassuring look, then smiled at the reporter and said, "So, do you know who this mysterious person is? If you do, tell me. I want to meet him, too." The reporter was stunned for a moment, then quickly continued, "Miss Yu, stop joking." "I'm not joking. I'm serious." "Do you mean there's no sponsorship? If there was such a thing, would I still have to rush to work every day and not have time to sleep? Would the sponsor have any objection to my busy schedule? Smart people can easily tell that this is fake." Reporter: "Then you, who debuted for 3 years, have become famous overnight. It's not easy to think about this." Yu Qing smiled. "Am I famous?" Reporter: "That's not the point." Yu Qing: "That's the point." Yang Yuheng finally spoke. "Okay, Yu Qing has answered the question. She still has work to do. Thank you for your hard work." Yu Qing nodded slightly to the reporter and turned to walk into the company's door. 然后 Gao Shaoyun followed her and walked towards the elevator. While waiting for the elevator, Yang Yuheng came over and stood beside her, only half a person away. "You handled it well," he praised with a smile on his face. Gao Shaoyun said politely, "Vice President, the company stipulates that Yu Qing cannot accept interviews without approval. Is it not okay if I ask her to accept it?" The smile on Yang Yuheng's mouth was annoying. "This is not good. If something goes wrong, it will have a very bad impact on the company. Maybe Yu Qing just performed very well and there will be no bad impact." Ding! The elevator came and interrupted their conversation. There were other people in the elevator and they didn't say anything else. But after getting out of the elevator, Yang Yuheng lowered his voice and said to Yu Qing, "If you have anything, you can always find me. Don't worry, I don't want anything in return." After he finished speaking, he strode forward. 然后 Yu Qing and Gao Shaoyun looked at each other and they were both uneasy about Yang Yuheng's performance. "Gao Shaoyun, he must be using you as cannon fodder to oppose President Yang." "Yu Qing, I don't like being cannon fodder." Chapter 31. The interview video in the morning was released soon and a series of graphic reports followed. Entertainment news often pursues not simple truths, but eye-catching gimmicks. Yu Qing said a few words, and the translated versions are too many to count on 10 fingers. One of the versions said that Yu Qing had been looking forward to being supported by a rich sponsor for a long time, and now she finally got what she wanted. She watched it on her phone for a few minutes and then became too lazy to read it. There have been too many scandals recently and she has become accustomed to it. Apart from finding it ridiculous, she didn't have too many emotional fluctuations. Gao Shaoyun was very depressed. Young Master Yang really doesn't mind making trouble. I heard that he is also going to do a program and the two brothers are going to compete with each other. Yu Qing was stunned. Their father let them make trouble like this. He handed the company to young Master Yang for several years, but he didn't make any good results. Now he is deliberately making him feel urgent. Everyone says so. The atmosphere in the company is very tense now. I learned a lot of things yesterday. I planned to tell you when you came today, but I didn't expect young Master Yang to make fun of you early in the morning. I have become the #1 cannon fodder." Yu Qing sighed. Gao Shaoyun was also helpless. "It's no secret that young Master Yang is interested in you. Young Master Yang's declaration of war is too obvious." As they were talking, the door of the lounge was pushed open. Zhou Yuelan said excitedly, "General Manager Yang and the Deputy General Manager had a quarrel." Yu Qing and Gao Shaoyun were surprised for 2 seconds, then calmed down again. "Aren't you going to see it? There are a lot of people there. Don't join in this kind of excitement." "But..." Zhou Yuelan hesitated. "But what?" Yu Qing asked. "They seem to be talking about you." "What about me?" Yu King frowned. Because of what happened this morning, General Manager Yan asked young Master Yan not to touch you, and young Master Yan said he could make you more famous. Zhou Yuelan said while quietly observing Yu Qing's reaction. This feeling of being forced to be used as cannon fodder is really unpleasant. Half an hour later, Yu Qing came to find Yang Zixuan. You know I don't like to be involved in any struggle. Yu Qing got straight to the point. Yang Zixuan comforted him. How could I not know that you hate doing things this way the most? I am also trying to protect you. What happened today will not happen again. Yu Qing looked at him suspiciously. Yang Zixuan got up from his office chair, walked to Yu Qing, and said firmly, Don't worry, I am now pinning my hopes on you. If you become popular, I will win this battle. Don't look at me like that. Compared with other things, career is more important to me. If Yang Yuheng comes to you again in the future, you don't have to pay attention to him, just notify me. Will he be afraid of you? I will always find a way to make him afraid of me. I will do my best to do the work you assign to me, but don't involve me in your internal struggle. Okay, you just need to work hard, and I will take care of other things. Yang Zixuan was calm and confident. Yu Qing expressed her position. Although Yang Zixuan's words could not be fully believed, it was the only way for now. Gu Jinbei was still busy at work. Lu Ming did not leave immediately after delivering the information. Mr. Gu, there is one more thing. Gu Jinbei did not look up. Say it about the wife. Gu Jinbei paused his work and looked up to listen carefully. There are rumors online about your wife being kept by someone. Could it be that you are being followed by reporters? Lu Ming would read entertainment news in his spare time, especially since Mr. Gu had a wife who was in the entertainment industry. He paid more attention to it. Gu Jinbei was now surprised, but handed the folder at hand to Lu Ming. Please contact Director Wu Kan for me. This turn was a bit sudden, but Lu Ming immediately took the order. I'll go right away. Gu Jinbei saw the news as soon as it came out. He saw that Yu Qing was reluctant to be interviewed because of Yang Yuheng, who was next to her. He had heard a little about the bloody incident of the Yan family. Such things were not uncommon, and he was now curious. Now that this matter involved Yu Qing, combined with the fact that Yang Zixuan had pursued Yu Qing for 2 years without success, he knew that Yu Qing's current situation was not good. Gu Jinbei made an appointment with Director Wu Kan to meet the next morning, and then Yang Zixuan called him to make an appointment. Gu Jinbei accepted the invitation, and the time was tomorrow night. Yu Qing was busy all morning and had no time to contact Gu Jinbei. She didn't like to play with her mobile phone when she was working and often gave it to Gao Shaoyun for safekeeping and would only take it back after she was done. I have to have lunch with my husband and kids at noon. What are you going to do? Gao Shaoyun hasn't spent much time with her family recently, so she tries to make up for it whenever she can. Yu Qing, Xiaolan and I will go eat something delicious, so you don't have to worry. As soon as Gao Shaoyun left, Zhou Yuelan excitedly asked Yu Qing, Sister Yu Qing, what are we going to eat later? Let's eat. Before she finished her words, Yu Qing's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number that seemed vaguely familiar. She suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. I'll take a call first. She walked to a place where no one was around before answering the phone. Hello? Qing Qing, it was indeed the voice she didn't want to hear. She turned cold. What's the matter again? Qing Qing, Dad is in city and now, can we meet? Yu Qing was in a bad mood. Why do you want to meet? You haven't seen me for so many years. Why do you come to see me now? I haven't heard from you in the past few years. Heh. You heard from me when I was sent to the orphanage. I was being chased for that at that time, and it was no good for you to follow me. Dad didn't want to implicate you. When you gambled and borrowed high-interest loans, why didn't you think about implicating me and Mom? Yu Qing couldn't help but get excited. She knew she shouldn't be like this. She suppressed her emotions. I don't want to see you. Just once. Yu Jianxing said anxiously and then begged, Qingqing, Dad knows I'm sorry for you, but no matter what, I'm your dad. Can't we just meet once? I'm near your company. What's your purpose in meeting me? Yu Qing asked coldly. Just tell me. Dad's life is a bit difficult now. How much do you want? Qingqing, is 200,000 enough? This is all I have now. Yu Qing didn't make much money before and she spent all the money she made. Recently, she has taken a lot of work, but the company charges her for it and only gives her the money after the dividends are distributed. No, Dad has a job now. I'll only give it to you this time. Yu Jianxing was silent for a moment and said, Okay. Where are you now? Just opposite your company. Let's have a meal together. No need. 那个 There is a steak restaurant opposite our company. You go there and wait for me. Okay, after finishing the call, Yu Qing walked back, and her previous relaxed mood had disappeared. Zhou Yuelan had been waiting in the distance, and seeing her expression, she knew that the call made her unhappy. Let's go. Oh, Zhou Yuelan followed. Yu Qing took Zhou Yuelan to the opposite building and took the elevator directly to the restaurant on the 5th floor. When she arrived at the door, she asked Zhou Yuelan to wait, and then went in alone. Yu Jianxing was sitting in a conspicuous position in the hall, and Yu Qing saw him as soon as she entered. He still looked the same except that he had become older. She looked 50% like him. Yu Qing adjusted her breathing, then walked to his side and put a card on the table. Yu Jianxing was about to stand up when he saw her, but Yu Qing raised her hand to stop him. The password is my birthday. She was about to leave when Yu Jianxing called her, Qingqing. It was lunchtime. Although the Western restaurant was decorated elegantly and quietly with low light, there was still a great risk of being recognized as a public figure like Yu Qing. Take this money and go back to live your life. She walked out without hesitation. Zhou Yuelan, who was waiting at the door, saw everything. Yu Qing walked and reminded her, Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Just pretend nothing happened. Okay, I won't tell anyone. What about Sister Yang? Yu Qing was silent for a while and said, She doesn't need to know. Life was difficult, busy and hard, but she didn't care. She could bear it. The only thing was that she didn't want to face those people and things that made her feel uncomfortable. In the afternoon, Yu Qing put all the unhappiness behind her and devoted herself to work, and finished the work ahead of schedule. Everyone was very happy and suggested having a meal together, but Yu Qing declined. Yang Zixuan let her go very readily. It was only a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was now time for Gu Jinbei to get off work, so Yu Qing decided to go to Chen Huijun first. I called Chen Huijun and vaguely heard a young female voice coming from the phone. Auntie, is this Brother Bei's call? Chen Huijun said no. Yu Qing asked, Mom, do you have a guest? Chen Huijun smiled and said, It's a friend's daughter who came to visit me. Oh, then I'll come to see you later. Few people knew about the relationship between Yu Qing and Gu Jinbei. If she went there now, it would be troublesome to introduce them. No, she will go home soon. Come over now. I miss you so much. Okay then. The daughter of a friend. Brother Bei. A woman's sixth sense told Yu Qing that this young girl was not simple. However, she was not worried, knowing that even if the other party was interested, Gu Jinbei would be ruthless. After all, if they were willing, there would be nothing for her to do. Besides, Gu Jinbei's personality was not easy to deal with. If someone could really get his favor, then she could only admire him. 这个 What Yu Qing didn't expect was that Gu Jinbei arrived just after she arrived. Yu King ran to the door to greet him. Why did you get off work so early? She asked in surprise, of course, more of a surprise. Gu Jinbei said lightly, the work is done. Isn't your work endless? Yu King whispered. Gu Jinbei, who was changing his shoes, paused and looked at Yu King. Yu King looked up and looked back, with a smile in her eyes. She did it on purpose. It would be great if you could get off work early more often. You work longer hours than me. Alas. So every time I feel very tired, I think of you. Gu Jinbei had nothing to say. Yu King continued, of course, I will miss you when I am not tired. After saying this, Yu King turned around and trotted away to help in the kitchen. Chapter 32. It's time to eat, and everyone came to the table. Chen Huijun said to Gu Jinbei casually while arranging the plates, Xiao came to see me again today and stayed for the whole afternoon. Yu King, who was helping to serve the dishes, pricked up her ears and listened carefully, while observing Gu Jinbei's expression. He nodded lightly to show that he knew, and he didn't seem interested at all. While Yu King was satisfied with his reaction, she received Chen Huijun's gaze, which was obviously smiling. Suddenly, she felt a little embarrassed. Chen Huijun took the opportunity to say, Jinbei is very popular with girls. Yu King, I know. Apart from anything else, his face alone can fascinate a large number of people, not to mention that he has a good figure and is smart and capable. A nearly perfect man, isn't she deeply attracted to him? 然后 Chen Huijun laughed out loud. Yu King is really a straightforward girl. Qin Shiya is also straightforward, but she has lived too smoothly since childhood, and everyone pampers her, so she is more self-centered. And like Yu King, she has suffered too much, is considerate of others, and is down to earth and steady in her dealings with people. The Shiya I just mentioned, she has liked Jin Bei since she was a child. Mom, Gu Jinbei interrupted Chen Huijun, why are you saying this? Chen Huijun put the chopsticks in front of him and said confidently, she is eyeing you covetously. Of course I have to tell Xiaoqing to let Xiaoqing keep an eye on you. Yu King's guess was confirmed, and she nodded in understanding. Gu Jinbei's eyes were filled with helplessness, and he didn't want to talk. Yu King smiled and said, Mom, it's okay, I believe him. So trust. Not really trust. Yu King analyzed seriously, you said they knew each other since childhood. If they were really destined to be together, they would have been together a long time ago. So, if they couldn't be together before, there shouldn't be such an opportunity in the future. Chen Huijun was stunned for a moment after hearing her well-reasoned words, and laughed out loud. Xiaoqing is so cute. Chen Huijun looked at Gu Jinbei while speaking, don't you think so? Gu Jinbei took a deep look at Yu King, thinking that she would be cuter if she nodded directly. The family had a meal, and it was a pity that the time was short. Yu King had to take a flight to another place at 11 o'clock in the evening, and it was almost time to leave after dinner. The company sent a car to pick her up, and Yu King naturally wouldn't let the driver drive the car to Chen Huijun's house, so she set a community a few kilometers away. Gu Jinbei took her there. The journey was not long, and Yu King regretted a little that she said it was too close. I'm going to ask you to take care of my turtles again. They hibernate and don't need my care. You stay with them. They may prefer you to stay with them. I want to, too, very much. Yu King sighed and felt deeply that it was better when she was not famous. Gu Jinbei saw her lost look, but he said nothing. They soon arrived at the meeting place. Yu King waved to him before getting in the car, smiling like a flower. He did not drive back immediately but took out his mobile phone to make a call. Uncle, I'll go and have a cup of tea with you. Yu King had been running around for 2 days, and Yang Zixuan suddenly called to inform her to go back and prepare for the audition. She was a little confused. What audition? The company's plan for her development is currently focusing on variety shows, making the audience familiar with her and increasing her fame. Not accepting scripts for the time being, patiently waiting for good scripts and good roles, and striving to become a hit. Although Yukin does not like her current job, she also knows that only when the foundation is laid and she becomes famous, there will be good scripts for her to choose. However, now, Yang Zixuan actually asked her to audition, and it was so sudden. Director Wu Kang's new play The Beauty in the Workplace, the second female role. Yukin, who was always calm, was stunned at this time and even suspected that she had heard it wrong. Really? Yang Zixuan, it's true, you don't have to doubt it. Yukin quickly calmed down and the surprise turned into uneasiness. Is someone trying to seduce me? Puff. Yang Zixuan couldn't help laughing. It seems that you are still very confident in your charm. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Yukin was not kidding him. Director Wu Kang personally asked you to play the role, saying that he had paid attention to the role you played and felt that your temperament was suitable for the role in the new play. Director Wu Kang's professionalism and character have always been praised. He is also a rare upright person in the circle. The most important standard for hiring people is strengths, and fame is second. As long as his acting skills are recognized by him, even if there is no fame, it's fine. Many well-known actors nowadays came from Wu Kang's plays. Yukin dreams of filming Wu Kang's plays. How is it? Are you tempted? Yang Zixuan knows what Yukin wants. Are there any conditions? Please make them clear first, otherwise don't blame me if things go wrong. Heh. Yang Zixuan was quite speechless. My condition is that you must work hard to become famous in this play and don't let me down. Your hard work. Yukin thought about this sentence. So I don't have hard work. I have decided to give up pursuing you. Isn't that hard enough? Yukin raised her eyebrows and thought about it. Yang Zixuan really didn't play ambiguity in front of her recently. You are really heartless. I treat you so well, but you still doubt me until now. Yang Zixuan said with his hands on his chest, very artificially. Aren't you worthy of suspicion? Yukin asked back. Yang Zixuan was speechless and stopped this sad topic. Are you going to the audition or not? Go, Yukin said firmly. Although I think this matter is not that simple, it is better to face it directly instead of being timid. When the time comes, we will fight back and we will be afraid of who will be afraid. Many of the original plans were postponed, most of which were under contract, and the company would pay for the liquidated damages. Yukin was very happy to be back. She could see her little turtle again in the evening and, of course, her husband. It was already past 3 in the afternoon when she got off the plane. Yukin went directly to the company to find out the situation. In Yang Zixuan's office, he leaned back in his chair, holding the script in his hand, patting it on his palm. He was not in a hurry to give it to Yukin. Tell me what happened so that I can have a general idea. You know, I have experienced a lot of strange things. I don't want to miss the opportunity and I don't want to sacrifice myself. Yukin said bluntly. Without outsiders, she would not be so polite to Yang Zixuan. Yang Zixuan, don't think so badly of everyone. This is a very rare opportunity. I am also surprised by this. But you know Director Wu Kang, he will not help the evil. Yukin agreed with his words. There was once an investor who took the initiative to invest a lot of money in Wu Kang's filming, and the requirement was that the female lead accompany him for one night. Director Wu Kang was furious. Not only did he reject his investment, but he also felt that this was a dirty behavior. This matter has caused a lot of uproar, and Wu Kang's integrity has also been known to everyone. You are going to audition tomorrow, right? Yes, tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. If you are successful, we will have dinner together in the evening. 那个 you can't be absent this time. Okay, you will turn down most of your notices. From now on, you just need to focus on acting. I will ask a few teachers to guide you. You should study hard. Yu Qing was even more surprised. In fact, she didn't have much confidence. There are too many people who have graduated from professional schools and they are incomparable. 就是 Wu Kang has worked with so many excellent actors and has very high requirements. 那个 it is definitely 100 times better to have professional teachers to train you than to guess blindly by yourself, but you can't just invite a teacher if you want. I will definitely study hard, she said excitedly. Yes, Yang Zixuan handed her the script in his hand. This is the script, take it and read it. Director Wu Kang hopes you can play the role given to him. Now that she has this script, she will perform tomorrow afternoon. Time is very tight, and Yu Qing's nerves are tense. Yu Qing, who had planned to go home early tonight to make dinner, only woke up when she was reading the script at the company until dinner time. When Zhou Yuelan came back with takeout, Yu Qing realized that it was already past 6 o'clock. Not only did she forget to go home, she also forgot to tell Gu Jinbei that she was back. Since it was already like this, she decided to stay in the company after dinner and select the appropriate clips with Gao Shaoyun. While eating, she sent a WeChat message to Lu Ming asking Gu Jinbei if he would work overtime that night. Lu Ming, who was loyal to Gu Jinbei, knocked on the door of Gu Jinbei's office and saw that he was tidying up his desk. According to his understanding of him, he knew that he was getting ready to get off work. Mr. Gu, the lady wants to know if you will work overtime tonight. Gu Jinbei stopped. Did she send you a WeChat message? Lu Ming nodded. Yes, Gu Jinbei's face turned cold and he looked at Lu Ming unkindly. You asked her why she cared about whether I worked overtime. Oh, Lu Ming took out his mobile phone and typed very fluently. It was obvious that he was a person who often played with his mobile phone. Not long after the WeChat message was sent, Yu Qing replied. Lu Ming, my wife says she is working overtime at the company. If you work overtime, she will feel at ease. If you go home, she will feel guilty. In fact, Yu Qing's original words were, because I am working overtime, I can't accompany him. If he doesn't work overtime, he will be lonely at home alone. Lu Ming felt that his translation was pretty good, but he didn't quite understand why Mr. Gu was unhappy. Overtime. Gu Jinbei restarted his phone. Give me the meeting report today as soon as it is sorted out. By the way, notify the management of Yuntuo Investment to have a meeting on time at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lu Ming straightened up and was full of energy. Yes, Mr. Gu. Then he went out to work happily. 然后 Mr. Gu was silently paying for his wife. As a witness to their beautiful love, he was very honored and proud. Yu Qing devoted herself to her work and completely forgot about time. There were only 3 of them left in the company. Zhou Yuelan wanted to go home after get off work, but she didn't dare to speak. 就是 Gao Shaoyun was also a workaholic. This opportunity was too rare and she cherished it very much. Until Yu Qing's phone rang. Seeing that it was Gu Jinbei who called, she finally put down the script and ran to the corner to answer the phone. Mr. Gu. She suppressed her surprise. Gu Jinbei suddenly felt that this title was not pleasant to the ear, although his voice was quite nice. Yet, is there something you want to call me for? I'm getting off work. Oh, Yu Qing smiled brightly then. Can I take a ride? Wait at the entrance of your company in 20 minutes. Chapter 33. Yu Qing was in a good mood today. Sitting in the passenger seat of Gu Jinbei, she talked a lot. The car was filled with her clear and sweet voice. As she was talking, she suddenly stopped. By the way, you can't talk to someone who is driving, it will affect their driving. 古今贝, I'm not that easily affected. Does that mean she can continue talking and he doesn't mind her talking too much? Yu King was a little happy. I encountered a very happy scene today. She originally wanted to wait until tomorrow when the audition was successful to tell him, but now she couldn't help sharing it with him. What? Gu Jinbei asked. I got a dream audition opportunity. Gu Jinbei, it's just an audition. That's right, the success rate of auditions is still very low, but I don't know why I feel that I can pass. Feelings are illusory. Maybe this is the legendary mysterious confidence. She was still cute when she was happy and Gu Jinbei's mouth corners slightly raised. Yu King, you have to bless me. Gu Jinbei said calmly, you will pass smoothly. Yu King automatically filtered out his perfunctory and said contentedly, with your words, I am more confident. Gu Jinbei raised his eyebrows slightly and remained silent. After returning home, Yu King ran to the turtle breeding box again and then unexpectedly found that the turtle crawled out of the sand. Mr. Gu, come and see. She suddenly said nervously. Gu Jinbei thought something serious had happened and walked over quickly. Why don't they hibernate? Gu Jinbei glanced at the two little turtles crawling clumsily and said they were still in the sand this morning. Yu King said worriedly, will there be any problems? Gu Jinbei was unsure and took out his mobile phone to check the internet. Yu King was anxious and leaned over to watch. A few strands of her long hair fell on his hand, soft. She leaned too close, looking down at him, and saw her eyelashes fluttering as she blinked. Her nose was delicate and straight, and her skin was white and delicate. Very beautiful. Turn over the following content. She stared at the screen of her mobile phone, and there were still some contents that she hadn't finished reading. Gu Jinbei put away his phone. She turned her head to look at him. I haven't finished reading yet. The temperature exceeded the hibernation temperature of the turtle, so it woke up. He had just seen the key instructions. Oh, that won't be a problem, right? They have only hibernated for 2 or 3 days, there shouldn't be too many problems. I'm relieved if you say there's no problem. Yu King breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Jinbei suddenly felt stressed. Yu King had been running around all day, going in and out of various occasions, and planned to take a shower before getting along with Gu Jinbei. Will you use the study later? Gu Jinbei nodded. There are still some things to deal with. Then can I use the study? Sure, okay, I'll take a shower first. She ran upstairs with a smile. Looking at her cheerful back and then at the little turtle trying to climb onto the cobblestones, Gu Jinbei felt that the house had become lively because of them. This is good. Yu King came out after more than 20 minutes, with her hair half dried. Her hair was thick, and it took too long to dry it to 70% or 80%, and she didn't want to waste too much time on these things. Opening the door of the study, Gu Jinbei was sitting behind the desk. He had obviously taken a shower and was wearing casual clothes, still handsome. Yu King was wearing a set of pajamas, pink, very girlish, not sexy at all. In fact, she was entangled for a while when choosing pajamas just now. She wanted to wear something hot and sexy, but suddenly she didn't have the courage. Now Gu Jinbei has a little bit of good feelings for her, so she should be reserved. She held the script in her hand and planned to read it carefully again tonight to figure out the character's personality and then think about how to act. 然后? She read it seriously and said nothing. Gu Jinbei had nothing to do after dealing with some emails. His work today had been completed in excess due to overtime. What are you reading? Gu Jinbei broke the silence. In fact, he knew what she was reading. I'm reading the script. Yu King said without raising her head. It's getting late. Are you going to rest? Yu King finally looked up at him and smiled at him, then go to bed first, good night. I'm used to going to bed late, and it's not time for me to go to bed yet. He sat there, with no intention of leaving. Yu King blinked, closed the script, stood up and walked towards him. Are you done with your work now and have time? She looked expectant. Gu Jinbei's face was calm. Yes. Then can I ask you some questions? What questions? Yu King showed him the font on the cover of the script in her hand. From the title of this play, I know what it's about. You have been a big shot in the business world for many years. I don't have this kind of workplace experience. I want you to popularize it for me. What do you want to know? Let me tell you the general content of this story first. Then Yu King talked with Gu Jinbei for more than half an hour and benefited a lot. She didn't know much about the workplace at first, but after Gu Jinbei's concise and clear popularization, she had a clear template in her mind. She also told Gu Jinbei about the scene she was going to perform tomorrow. It was a scene about a new employee in the workplace who was blamed by her supervisor. She felt wrong and unwilling to accept the bullying she had suffered many times. Then she had an emotional outburst and exposed her supervisor's tricks behind her back. This scene was not easy to perform. Gao Shaoyun originally asked her to choose something else, after all, the time was too short. But Yu King liked this scene very much and had a special feeling about it. And if you want to impress a serious director like Wu Kang, you have to give this kind of difficult performance. Yu King was very focused. After asking a question, she would look at the script and ponder and absorb it. Whenever this happened, Gu Jinbei, who was free, would be a little distracted. In order to facilitate discussion, they had already moved the two chairs together, very close to each other. So close that Gu Jinbei could smell the faint scent of rose shower gel on her body. She liked roses very much. She covered her mouth and yawned. When she looked up and found Gu Jinbei's eyes, she smiled and said, I'm a little sleepy. If you are sleepy, go to bed. She shook her head. I want to watch for a while longer. There's not much time left. We have to hurry up. Gu Jinbei didn't persuade her anymore and stood up. I'll go get a glass of water. Do you want one? I want a cup of coffee. Boiling water and milk, choose one. She doesn't drink coffee often. If she drinks at this time, she might not be able to sleep all night. Yu King frowned. Mister. Gu, milk. She was a little hungry. When Gu Jinbei opened the refrigerator to get milk, he saw some fruit, so he washed some and put them in a fruit plate and took them upstairs. When he returned to the study, he found Yu King sleeping on the desk. He had only been away for a few minutes. He walked over gently, not intending to wake her up. He put the fruit plate and milk in his hand on the storage shelf, and then walked to her side. The script was in her hand, her head resting on her arm, a few strands of hair dripped on her fair cheeks, and she seemed uncomfortable. Gu Jinbei didn't know what he was thinking. He reached out and carefully brushed her hair aside. He didn't know why he wanted to kiss her. When his lips were about to touch her cheek, he suddenly woke up and immediately straightened up. He was shocked by his behavior, and his heartbeat broke the record. He tried his best to adjust his emotions, and then he pushed Yu King awake. Every time Yu King woke up, she would be confused for a while. Go back to your room and sleep if you doze off, Gu Jinbei said seriously. Yu King woke up, a little dazed because of sleepiness. Oh, she slept for a total of 7 or 8 hours in the past 2 days. She got up before dawn today and couldn't sleep on the plane because she was too excited. Now she is really very sleepy. She stood up and walked out. Drink the milk first. Gu Jinbei handed her the milk, which was still warm. When she took the milk, Yu King saw the fruit. I want to eat fruit. Then Gu Jinbei handed her the plate. Let's eat together. No, eat. Yu King picked up a strawberry and handed it to him. He looked at her deeply, took it, and ate it. She smiled with satisfaction. After eating a few, she finished the milk, and then Gu Jinbei ordered her to go to bed. Yes, Mr. Gu, she said mischievously. Gu Jinbei was the only one left in the study. Thinking of her smiling face, he also smiled. Yu Qing looked up and smiled at him. Good morning, Mr. Good morning. Gu Jinbei walked down the stairs. I will go out soon. I don't have time to make breakfast for you. I'm sorry. Her cheeks bulged because of the food in her mouth and her little face became a little round. With her apologetic smile, she looked a little cute. Don't be sorry, it's not your obligation. But I like to make breakfast for you. Yu Qing whispered and then said, I'll make it up to you later. Gu Jinbei almost said when it's later, but fortunately he stopped in time. He went to the gym on the first floor. As soon as he reached the door, a car horn sounded outside. I booked a taxi. Yu Qing explained, then quickly ate the last bite of bread, drank half a cup of milk in one gulp, and then took the tableware to the kitchen to wash it. Soon, she was done and hurried to the door. Before leaving, she said goodbye to Gu Jinbei without a trace of nostalgia. Yu Qing fell asleep as soon as she touched the pillow when she returned to her room last night, and woke up before dawn in the morning. As soon as she woke up, she thought about acting, so she made an appointment with Gao Shaoyun to go to the company for rehearsal and called a taxi. With a goal in her career, she was very motivated and felt that the whole person was very fulfilled. Unlike before, she didn't miss Gu Jinbei from time to time because she didn't have time to think about him and she wouldn't send him messages all day. Gu Jinbei came to the film and television investment company he founded with his good friend Wei Yunze in the morning and held a meeting for the whole morning. The company was basically managed by Wei Yunze, but important decisions were made by the two of them together. After all, Gu Jinbei's family was big and he was the main source of money. The investment in the beauty in the workplace was too sudden. Many things were not handled clearly and the planning was not thorough. The company's work plan was disrupted and Wei Yunze was very dissatisfied. After the meeting, Wei Yunze had lunch with Gu Jinbei. Wei Yunze, I can't figure it out after thinking about it. Why do you want to invest in this film? Although I am also optimistic about it, we have already made arrangements and the funds will exceed the budget by a lot. This is not your style of doing things. Gu Jinbei, if you can't figure it out, don't think about it. The money problem doesn't matter. Wei Yunze smiled, and you always very planned. Especially the funding problem, you have always calculated it very accurately. Gu Jinbei, I will use my personal savings to invest in this part. Oh. Even my personal savings are taken out. Wei Yunze's tone was slightly sour. Tell me, what is the reason? Gu Jinbei glanced at him and remained silent. Generally, such things are because of women, such as if they like someone, they put out a bait to fish, commonly known as unspoken rules. However, this normal thing should not happen to you. Wei Yunze frowned and analyzed. Really? Gu Jinbei lowered his head and continued to eat, but in his heart he was thinking about the 3 words, hidden rules. If he was using hidden rules on Yu Qing, what would her reaction be? Would she be very happy? What she wanted? You don't really like someone, do you? Wei Yunze denied himself rationally after saying this. Even if you like someone, there is no need to go to such great lengths. You, Mr. Gu, can hook your finger and a large number of beauties will rush to you. What's the point of hooking your finger? Wei Yunze was shocked after hearing this. You really? Tell me, who is it? Can you still eat well? I don't even need to eat now. Wei Yunze put down his chopsticks suddenly. It's better to eat with Lu Ming. Originally, I thought Lu Ming was annoying because of his talkativeness, but compared to the gossipy Wei Yunze, he seemed less annoying. Lu Ming. Wei Yunze looked at Lu Ming, who was eating at another table, with a weird smile on his face, which made Lu Ming's back numb. After a meal, Wei Yunze seized the opportunity to bring Lu Ming to no one, squinting and asked, "What is the reason why you are so abnormal?" Lu Ming hit back hard, "Mr. Gu has no abnormality. I see it all." "I didn't see it. I heard that Wei was fighting with people when he was young. He was beaten with a swollen face, but he also hit the other party and saved him. So I won't happen to I beat you." Yu Qing spent the rest of the day rehearsing, except for the 15 minutes for lunch. Yang Zixuan invited an acting teacher to personally guide Yu Qing. Although the teacher spoke highly of her performance and said that she had a talent for acting, she became more and more nervous as the audition time got closer. In the car on the way to the audition location, Yang Zixuan, who was accompanying her personally, saw her lack of confidence and said, "You don't have to be too nervous. You have got this role." Yu Qing heard the clue. "Why are you so sure?" She deeply felt that there was a conspiracy. Yang Zixuan shrugged. "Of course I am sure. I have always had confidence in you." Yu Qing looked at him with scrutiny, and seeing that he smiled frankly, she had to say, "Anyway, you know my temper." When they arrived at the destination, Yu Qing took advantage of the fact that no one was around to ask Gao Shaoyun, "Do you know if there is any special news about this drama recently? I always feel that there is something we don't know." Gao Shaoyun has always been cautious in doing things. She has been learning about it for the past 2 days. Apart from knowing that Yuntuo Investment officially invested a few days ago, there is nothing else. She knows about Yuntuo Investment. The boss is Wei Yunze. She has met him once or twice. It is said that he has a woman he loves deeply, but it is just hearsay. Could it be that the boss of Yuntuo wants to seduce you? Yu Qing looked confused. Who is the boss of Yuntuo? How old is he? Wei Yunze, Yu Qing recalled carefully and finally shook her head. TSK. Your memory is so bad. Gao Shaoyun was disappointed. It's the man you said was good looking at the charity dinner last year. It was him. Yu Qing suddenly realized. Now that I think about it, it seems that he looked at you twice more that day. Yu Qing suddenly felt flustered. Gao Shaoyun said again, "But it's been so long. If he really likes you, why did he take action now?" Yu Qing suddenly felt less flustered. So it's not what we thought. I just met a mentor this time. Or maybe you have appeared on the screen frequently recently and he was tempted after seeing you. Gao Shaoyun continued to guess. Yu Qing's mood was up and down because of her, which was not a pleasant feeling. No, Director Wu must have discovered this dusty pearl of mine and wanted me to shine. Gao Shaoyun agreed with her and said, "Yes, you are right. Don't be nervous later. Remember that you are a huge pearl." Yu Qing's psychological quality has always been good. When it was her turn to audition, she was not very nervous and performed very devotedly. Director Wu asked her to do other performances temporarily, and she also completed them well. After all the auditions were over, Yu Qing and several other actors were selected. Yang Zixuan came over with a smile and said, "See, if I say you can pass, you will definitely pass." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Zixuan's assistant came over and said to him, "Mr. 这个 Wei from Yuntuo will also come to dinner tonight." Yang Zixuan was slightly surprised. "I didn't hear about it before." Who else will come besides him?" The assistant shook his head. "No, come if you want to." Yang Zixuan continued to talk to Yu Qing. "It's almost time. You should change your clothes." "Mr. Yang, can I not go?" When Yu Qing heard them mention Wei Yunze, she had a bad feeling in her heart. No, Yang Zixuan's expression was serious. You know this is not just a meal. Yu Qing knew about this. She was selected as a member of the crew, so she had to build a good relationship. Missing the first meal would have a very bad impact. But what if that missed her? We really had any ideas about her. Anyway, she had to face it. If Wei Yunze made any excessive demands at this dinner in exchange for the opportunity to film this time, then she would wait for the next time. I'll go, Yu Qing said firmly. Yang Zixuan left with satisfaction. Gao Shaoyun was worried. I hope Wei Yunze has no other ideas about you. Whether he has or not, you will know when you have dinner later. Dinner was scheduled for 7 o'clock in the restaurant of a 5-star hotel. Before going, Yu Qing sent a WeChat message to Gu Jinbei. I passed the audition, but I always have a bad feeling. She was uneasy. After thinking about it, she just wanted to tell Gu Jinbei, but she didn't know how to express it. At this time, Gu Jinbei was working overtime in a meeting. Because he had been in Yuntuo all morning, things were squeezed into the afternoon and there were still many things to deal with. 然后 the phone was placed beside him. When the screen lit up, he was speaking. He paused for 2 seconds and continued after reading this sentence. He finished speaking a few minutes later, let his subordinates discuss and speak, and then spent more than 10 seconds replying to WeChat. You think too much. Yu Qing wanted to get some comfort from him, but he didn't take her seriously. She felt a little disappointed. Well, it must be because I am not confident enough to think too much. My teacher said today that I have acting talent. She didn't get a reply from Gu Jinbei because Gu Jinbei was working hard. In the restaurant, except for Director Wu, the producer, Yan Zixuan and Wei Yunze, who had not arrived yet, everyone else had already taken their seats and waited. 然后 not long after, they also walked into the big private room one after another. Wei Yunze walked in the front and looked around as soon as he came in. When his eyes swept across Yu Qing's face, he obviously stayed for a while, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Everyone followed and observed Yu Qing quietly. And Yu Qing's heart suddenly chilled. Chapter 35. Wei Yunze chose a seat opposite Yu Qing and sat down. Fortunately, the table was quite large and the distance was not too close, otherwise Yu Qing would not be able to eat a single bite of food. Yang Zixuan, who knew the inside story, did not care and said enthusiastically, Yu Qing is a very qualified artist in our company. It is our honor to work with you this time. I hope you will give us more advice in the future. These were just polite words, and everyone just exchanged a few words. Wei Yunze, it's a great honor. Our company will look forward to Miss Yu's performance. Yu Qing said politely, thank you. She didn't want to talk much, and her bad premonition became stronger and stronger. Now it was not only her, but many people present looked at her with inquiring eyes. She had also prepared herself mentally. If it didn't work out, she would quit the show and continue to run announcements. Fortunately, Wei Yunze didn't bring up the topic of her again, but his eyes would sweep over from time to time. There were rich dishes on the table, many of which were her favorites, but she didn't enjoy them at all. Until the door of the private room was pushed open by a tall and handsome man. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention, and some people's eyes were more scorching than Yu Qing's. As soon as Gu Jinbei came in, he looked at Yu Qing. Seeing her surprised look, he calmed down after traveling all the way. Why are you here? It was Wei Yunze who spoke. His tone was very casual. It was obvious that the two had a close relationship. Gu Jinbei glanced at Wei Yunze and immediately greeted Director Wu. From Director Wu's words, it can be heard that he knew Gu Jinbei was back in advance. You sit here. Wei Yunze vacated his seat, and the person next to him tactfully gave up and then went to find a seat by himself. So, Gu Jinbei sat next to director Wu, opposite Yu Qing. Yu Qing's mood suddenly brightened up, and a beautiful smile bloomed on her face. That smile was directed at Gu Jinbei, and it was a little obvious, and she couldn't help it. 就是Wei Yunze was so respectful to him, so there was no need to worry. Many people present didn't know where Gu Jinbei came from, but seeing that Yang Zixuan, Wei Yunze, and even director Wu were very polite to him, they knew that he was not an ordinary person and were very curious about him. Everyone was eating and talking. Of course, it was mainly the big shots who were talking. Others didn't dare to talk nonsense. They were all listening carefully, waiting for a chance to say a few words and show off. Gu Jinbei spent most of his time talking to those people and hardly looked at Yu Qing. Last night, he watched Tortoise with her and studied the script together until late at night, but now he didn't even look at her. Humph, she was unhappy. She didn't know the people next to her and she didn't want to know them, because the look she gave her just now was unfriendly. When she was bored, she had a flash of inspiration and took out her mobile phone to open WeChat. If you are destined to meet, you will meet even if you are thousands of miles apart. If you are not destined to meet, you will not know each other even if you are facing each other. She decisively pressed the send button and then she picked up the chopsticks in front of her as if nothing had happened, picked up a shrimp ball and started eating. It's really delicious. When Gu Jinbei saw her WeChat, he looked up and saw her satisfied expression. What are you looking at so happily? Wei Yunze had been observing the two of them. Just now, he saw Yu Qing fiddling with her mobile phone. As soon as Gu Jinbei put it away, his hand vibrated. He didn't need to think about what was going on. 然后 He stretched his neck to peek, but Gu Jinbei held up his phone to prevent him from seeing the content. You are quite free tonight. He said something with a hint of meaning. Wei Yunze raised his eyebrows and said, You are wrong. I came here because I'm busy. He was busy looking at what kind of woman Gu Jinbei likes. He didn't get an answer from Lu Ming at noon, so he had to ask Director Wu. After all, they were all partners, and Director Wu didn't expect Gu Jinbei to hide Yu Qing's affairs from him, so he knew the truth after a few words. Gu Jinbei ignored him and edited a WeChat message and sent it out. Are the shrimp balls delicious? Especially delicious. Eat more. Eat together. Gu Jinbei didn't have the chance to read the last WeChat message because Yang Zixuan was talking to him the whole time. Yu Qing didn't know that he didn't see it, so she turned the plate of shrimp balls to the opposite side, waiting expectantly for Gu Jinbei to pick it up and eat it. When the shrimp balls were turned in front of him, he didn't notice that it was Wei Yunze who was observant and picked up a piece and put it in his bowl. Eat it, since like picking up food are generally not done by too mature men. Gu Jinbei looked at him gloomily and there was no gratitude in his eyes. Wei Yunze hinted with his eyes, but his hint was too subtle. After all, there were many people present. Fortunately, Gu Jinbei had a good understanding ability and soon realized that he was hinting at Yu Qing. So, he looked over. When his eyes were cast over, Yu Qing picked up the shrimp balls in the bowl and put them in her mouth. 然后 Although she didn't look at him, the smile on her face could tell a lot. Then Gu Jinbei picked up the shrimp balls in the bowl and put them in his mouth. It tasted really good. After the third round of wine, Yang Zixuan stood up and raised his glass. I, Yang Zixuan, am very honored and happy to cooperate with you all this time. Here, I would like to toast everyone. Everyone present stood up politely, raised their glasses and clinked them together and drank them all. This was not over yet. Yang Zixuan continued to pour wine, toasting Director Wu, Gu Jinbei and Wei Yunze respectively. After that, he looked at Yu Qing. Yu Qing, come over and toast Director Wu. There were several actors present, two of whom were also from Feiyang Media, but they were only supporting roles and did not play a big role. The roles of the other actors were not as important as Yu Qing's, so they had no objection to Yu Qing being treated so well, but they were a little jealous. Yu Qing was very active in toasting Director Wu and drank it all. Because Director Wu liked to drink white wine, all the wine on the table was white wine. The 48-degree wine was very spicy, but fortunately the cup was small, so one sip was enough. Yu Qing had never drunk such a strong drink before. At most, she drank a cocktail with a degree of more than 30, but it was only one cup. In order to protect herself, she would not let herself be unconscious in public. However, today was an exception because she was relieved because Gu Jinbei was there. If she got drunk, she didn't believe that Gu Jinbei would ignore her. Let's toast to President Gu and President Wei again, Yang Zixuan said with a smile. Yu Qing raised her eyebrows slightly, obediently poured the wine, raised her glass, smiled and said politely, Yu Qing toasts to the two young and handsome bosses. You are quite direct in your compliment. Wei Yunze smiled and said, with the word handsome, I will definitely drink this glass of wine. After he finished speaking, he drank it all in one gulp, very generously. Before Gu Jinbei drank, Yu Qing signaled to him and then drank it all in one gulp. Gu Jinbei was not as rude as them. He put the glass to his mouth and took a sip. Yu Qing looked a little drunk. After sitting down, she took out her mobile phone and sent a WeChat message. I'm drunk, what should I do? I thought you had a good alcohol tolerance. Yu Qing read the irony in his reply, drinking like this when you have a bad alcohol tolerance. Yu Qing didn't care about this, relying on the fact that she was drunk. She took the opportunity to act crazy. I'll go back with you later. Gu Jinbei didn't look at his mobile phone because he guessed what she would send. The dinner was still going on, but Yu Qing's vision gradually blurred. She knew she was drunk, but she pretended to play with her mobile phone so that others would not see it. She tried her best to control herself, but the effect of alcohol gradually took effect. After her vision became blurred, the sounds around her became more and more vague, and even her own thoughts were scattered. She only vaguely heard someone say that it was still early, someone said it was late, and someone said I would take her back. As for who said it, she could no longer tell. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying on her bed at home. Then she pulled back the quilt to look at her body. Except for the coat, her clothes were still the same. For safety reasons, she deliberately wore a turtleneck sweater, which was one of the reasons why she woke up hot and stuffy. Her head still ached dully and her throat was burning as if it was smoking. She wanted to drink water, but her head was heavy and she didn't want to get up at all. She really wanted someone to bring her tea and water, preferably someone handsome. Thinking that she was probably carried back by Gu Jinbei, a warmth rushed to her head and her rocks and ears were warm. She pulled the quilt to cover her face and hide her wanton smile. After laughing, she felt a little regretful. She should have woken up at that time, otherwise she would not have known what it felt like to be hugged by him. Her throat was really uncomfortable. Yu Qing coughed twice and frowned. The phone was not next to her. 然后? It was probably in the pocket of her coat. The coat was not in the room. It seemed that she had to be self-reliant. Yu Qing sat up with difficulty. Her head was even more dizzy. After a while, she stood up and walked towards the door with erratic steps. She opened the door. The lights were on outside and in the living room on the first floor. She walked to the stairs with the help of the wall. When she saw the steep stairs, her legs suddenly became weak and she stopped moving with the help of the wall. Gu Jinbei, who was feeding the little turtle in the living room, heard the footsteps and looked over. Yu Qing stood on the second floor and said to him pitifully, I dare not go down. Her voice was slightly hoarse and a little trembling. It was really pitiful. Yu Qing had just finished saying that when she suddenly felt that she was too weak, so she bit her lower lip, looked at the stairs, mustered up her courage. and walked over. Stand still, Gu Jinbei said loudly. Because the distance was a bit far and because he was a bit anxious, his tone was a bit fierce. Yu Qing, who was already confused, was reprimanded by him like this and suddenly felt aggrieved. She stood there with her head down. Gu Jinbei had long legs and took 2 steps at a time without any effort. He soon came to Yu Qing. 那个, what are you going downstairs for? Drink water. Her voice was low. I'll pour it for you. No, I'll pour it myself. As soon as she finished speaking, she sobbed. Gu Jinbei was stunned. Why are you crying? It would have been better if he didn't expose her. Yu Qing, who was just a little aggrieved, couldn't help crying. She looked up and accused, You were mean to me. Gu Jinbei was speechless for a moment. I didn't. She looked stubborn. Yes, Gu Jinbei was helpless and didn't reason with a drunk person. Don't run around when you are drunk. It would be no small matter if he fell down. I'm not drunk. Yu Qing spoke frankly. Gu Jinbei chuckled. Yu Qing knew she was in the wrong, so she softened her tone. I'm half sober now. I'm just thirsty and want to drink some water. Go back to your room and wait.